Welcome in here to the Mississippi Live Weather Center. We are tracking a severe thunderstorm warning issued for parts of Oktibbeha County. This would be southern Oktibbeha County, transitioning down there towards northwest Winston County, as well as northeast Winston County and northwest Noxubee County. This in place until 3:30. You can see that just over the Craig Springs community, right along Highway 25 as we enter into that 2:47 time frame. I'm meteorologist Gabe Maynard alongside our meteorologist Caleb Edelblut and Chief Meteorologist Matt Lobhon. As we've been tracking this out, let's go back on a 1-hour loop to see the movement on this, because we basically reached that convective temperature, and while these have initiated, they just don't have a ton of movement to it. So on top of it all, I would say another thing to watch for is perhaps some flash flooding potential as well. Now I'm going to go specifically on that part near Bradley, because that's where we're getting some of those heftier portions. And it looks like we're going to have to go back about a half hour here, because this doesn't have a ton of movement on it. I mean, dare I say 10 to 15 miles an hour. Let me drag this out, kind of measure that out. Yeah, 10 miles was even overdoing it. We're going to go at about 7 miles an hour as we track that out on that latest scan. And as it continues to move down there towards the south and east, and again, we're going to take that at about, I'll put it at 10 miles an hour to give more of a heads up. You can see Winston 313, Lynn Creek 333, Lokefoma by about 345, and that's going to be pushing towards the northeast portion of Winston County as well as the northwest portion of Noxubee County. The main thing that we are watching is that potential for some gusty winds, not exactly getting a strong return there, but as we look at that True Shield Roofing hail swath, we're not getting a return there. But one of the things that I'm noticing is the echo tops climbing on this storm a little bit more. Now, compared to yesterday or compared to Monday, I don't like comparing storm to storm, but these aren't as tall as they were yesterday. But I think this is a get out ahead of this storm before it does get a little bit more significant, is what the National Weather Service down there in Jackson is looking to do. That one near Bradley, right along Highway 12, that's starting to get elevated tops up around 45,000 feet. And once we start reaching 50, 55, even 60,000, that's where we could get some of those stronger gusts, as well as that small hail. Another thing that I'm noticing here is as we put it on that loop, wind doesn't look overly concerning, but it's doing exactly what I was about to show. We're getting those stronger returns. And while it might look a little bit more unimpressive aloft, down at the surface it could get a little bit more gusty. So as these do build up, eventually these do come down, and we get some of those stronger wind gusts jutting out ahead of these storms. So we're continuing to monitor that for folks down there in Oktibbeha County. I will say, if you are in the Starkville area, we can take that camera looking south. I believe this is in the Addison community looking south down there in Starkville. Actually, these are our MDOT cameras, and you can see across the region, those dark skies. We're really looking off there towards the south, so we see west there, looking along Highway 12 and looking south on Blackjack Road. That'd be the one that we're supposed to be looking at. That's down Blackjack Road. You can see those dark clouds there in the distance. So we're monitoring that camera. I do want to take a look at Macon. Probably going to need to change that more towards the north and west so we get a visual on these. But as we look towards the southeast, you can at least see those cumulus clouds getting a little bit more height to them. Let's go ahead and pull up Macon here behind the scenes, and I'm going to adjust that more towards the north and west, so that way we can get a visual on these storms as they continue to move across the area, move specifically across the Golden Triangle. So as we're going to toss it more towards the north and then transition it more a little bit north and west. But you can see even north, I mean, we see some of those showers that are taking place, those heavy downpours really starting to get a little bit more intense over the last couple of minutes. But as we look towards the north and west, this would be where, unfortunately, the pole is, but also where we're watching for those storms to move into northwest Noxubee County and provide some of those gustier winds and heavier rainfall. So this is going to provide us a view, folks, here at Fastnet, giving us this view there. Let's go ahead and take it off this camera for a moment, because I do want to bring it back to the storm. And it does look like this is continuing to get elevated storm tops and potentially that hail core climbing as well. You know how we just talked about 45,000 feet. Now we're up to 55,000. So these storms continue to climb, showing that these are continuing to strengthen. And a good thing the National Weather Service got out ahead of this storm and issued that severe thunderstorm warning, because by now we're talking about some limited hail potential, still in the possible category. But as this does continue to strengthen, potentially reaching up to that probable. And whenever it reaches probable, we're talking about either A, a lot of hail, or B, hail up to 1 inch in diameter. I think we're more in the P to dime-sized hail point right now, but the storm tops continue to climb, so that potential does continue to climb with it. Wind mode, I do continue to want to look at that. And latest returns there, again, not impressive aloft, but as this does mix down to the surface, some gustier winds are possible. So for anyone that is just now joining us, the storm that we are watching for this severe weather potential is down in southern Oktibbeha County, continuing to move towards northeast Winston County and northwest Noxubee County. So if you live south of Highway 82, we're not really concerned about this for you. You could still have some thunderstorm development, but overall, the thunderstorm activity, or at least the severe part of it, is to your south. Now, strikes, another way to tell the strength of these storms. We're up to 40 strikes there you see on the top left. That's showing an increase in these storms as well. So lightning, a big indicator of seeing the potential that these storms do have. We were at 0 at 155. Now at 252, we're up to 40, and those continuing to climb. It's that convective temperature, once again, just allowing these storms to take off and really get going. Now, one of the things that we talked about late last night, Matt, was boundaries that can occur. And this does look like we're getting a bit of a boundary to take place right along 82, where it's not just the thunderstorms in Oktibbeha County, but even back there towards Webster, Montgomery, and Choctaw County going to be ones to monitor as well.
The question is it chicken or egg, right? Is it a boundary caused by the storms, or is it the storms, that are then following a boundary? It kind of could be either one of them in that situation there as well. Just kind of looking at it, I mean, you can almost say that the boundaries doesn't really, outside of the fact that you have some storms there, doesn't really truly start showing up until more storms form. You know what I mean? Can you hear me, Gabe?
Oh, I do not have my IFB on, so I apologize. I cannot hear.
Okay, that makes sense. Okay, I appreciate that. Okay, so yeah, the folks at home at least heard what I said on that one there as well. Just watching these storms again down here in and around Oktibbeha County. This one, again, another way to show this, one way we love to show this here is looking 3D on this thunderstorm, and it allows us to kind of see just how tall it is. Sometimes you have things that are, extending above the surface that are significant as well. And so just kind of looking there from aloft on this, as you can see, the height, these aren't quite as tall as when we had the significant hail, significant damage winds a couple of days ago, but still could have some damage and wind potential with them as well. As Gabe was mentioning, maybe some hailstones. So we'll kind of cut through this here, look for the tallest portion of that right there on kind of the southwest side of Starkville, close to Sturgis. That looks like it's significant enough that could potentially have certainly some gusty winds with it as it goes through an eventual collapsing phase as well. But Gabe, as I'm going to send it back to you over there in the chroma wall, that one looks like, I think, most of the hail is at least a little bit closer to ground level. Caleb. Caleb, I don't think.
Yeah. Test. There we go. I think we're back.
You good?
Can you hear me now?
Okay. Yes, I can.
There we go.
Okay, take it for just a second here while I fix something.
I can do that. Yeah, we're continuing to monitor these thunderstorms as we kind of reach that, peak heating afternoon hours of the day where these thunderstorms really just start to pop on up. And again, like Gabe mentioned, very wise on the National Weather Service to kind of issue this warning ahead of time as these continue to build up on its strength. And also behind the scenes nailing the time frame when he was telling me that storms would start popping up right around the 3 o'clock time frame. So we're starting to see that occur right now here with that severe thunderstorm warning for portions of Oktibbeha County and getting closer towards Noxubee and Winston as it continues to make its way ever so slowly further and further on south. We are starting to see kind of some more almost like a cell and just kind of heavier downpour on the north side and right along 82 on the most northwestern portion of Starkville and the community out there. So still dealing with some heavier downpours. Again, wind not really being the big threat, or at least nothing too crazy just yet. Let's take a look at our threats as of right now so we can continue to monitor those. I know somebody in the comments was asking, is there a tornado threat for North Mississippi? No, we're not dealing with that today. It's just going to be these heavy downpours, the potential for some hefty wind gusts, and also the potential for some hail. So we can see that here on our peak threats graphic. Let me move this out of the way. We're dealing with some of those kind of darker shades of purple starting to return just a little bit there, meaning that the confidence is growing for some hail to kind of fall out of this storm. We can take a look at our hail swath here presented by True Shield Roofing and starting to see kind of some of that right along Highway 12 and just slightly north of that, getting closer and closer towards Eupora and eventually towards Choctaw County, but still within Oktibbeha at this moment, and it'll continue to kind of move again very, very slow towards the southeastern direction. But going back towards our threats, we're still seeing a lot of green compared to that pink purple. That's always, I guess, a better thing we'd like to see, especially during the summertime months here in Mississippi. We can always use some rain, but dealing with some of those heavier downpours here at this moment, especially for kind of localized flood-prone areas, that is going to be a concern with just these storms sitting very, very still, barely moving. When it kind of drops that amount of rainfall at one time, we have to deal with that. But still, talking about a lot of lightning strikes as those continue to climb. I'm always covering it up here on the left side of the screen, but now we're up to 50 just within this frame, and you kind of see a majority of that in there. So it's definitely an energetic storm out there in Starkville. I know you guys probably hearing quite a few rumbles, but definitely one that's still kind of maintaining its strength right now, Matt.
Yeah, and hopefully we'll go through a bit of a weak phase. We need some of the rain cool there. Certainly, I don't think anybody would turn that down. Current time is now coming in about 2:58. I'm Chief Meteorologist Matt Waupun alongside our meteorologist Caleb Edelblut, Gabe Maynor, Oktibbeha County, parts of Choctaw, Winston, Knox City counties under severe thunderstorm warning until 3:30. This would be what we call a pulse severe thunderstorm, assuming that we actually get it to produce severe weather. That remains a bit of a question as to whether or not that's the case. By the way, I need to know back there in the studio if that's breaking up. If it is, let me know. I'm running a couple of things here behind the scenes from usual. So Caleb, it is? Okay. Well, I'll fix that here in just a minute. I got an idea on how we can probably do that. Again, I'm gonna give me just a moment here. We'll get it back to thing, merge. Okay, that should be a little bit better. So let's go ahead and look at not just this, but we'll go back to our True Shield Roofing hail swath. And again, it has not been a lot, but there have been some spots here where maybe a little bit more likely, close to the Bradley community of Pleasant Ridge there. But you'll notice if we go back, that has largely, about 10 minutes ago when that was sort of at its peak, we have not added a lot on that hail potential to it at this point in time. So back on the precipitation mode and just kind of looking at this all the different ways, certainly I would say that the hail threat remains a bit more of a question than some of the others. No sort of rotation or anything like that on the storms, and these are not producing, at least not on this scale, anything that looks like it's anywhere near as intense as what we had a couple days ago, when obviously we had the much more significant wind and hail issues that occurred. You can see this one from looking in the Columbus area back toward the west into this there with our Mississippi Department of Transportation camera, the lower left-hand corner of the screen here, sort of again looking at the blue there on the top. And a reminder that again, where we're at in our weather, I guess, journey, 117 for that feels like temperature there in Columbus, a sign that it is unpleasant to say the least. Over at our Fastnet camera in West Point, again, we'll somewhat triangulate this area here in a moment. Just kind of looking at this one, does not look like it's too terribly impressive there. But of course, we need to swing our camera, I think, a little bit more back to the left. 111, though, for that feels like temperature. And obviously, we've looked at a couple in and around the Starkville area, showing there in Starkville. Depending on which of the Mississippi Department of Transportation cameras you see, you'll notice the one here that's kind of on the west side of town, showing again some of the dark clouds that are sort of hanging overhead, and then Adeton. Again, 88 there in town in Starkville, and looks like in the Adeton area, again, getting under some of the heavier rainfall on one of those showers with the more significant one down south. And that is the one, as the rain kind of falls out of it and kind of curls to the side there, that's where it's, kicking out some of those stronger wind gusts. So kind of a small time frame for when it could potentially produce just a little bit more of that. Checking the power outage situation with our meteorologist Caleb Edelblut back in our Tupelo studios. Again, sporadic, but thankfully not much worse than that at this point in time, right?
Yes, sir. No, that's exactly right. The good news is we're very isolated, especially looking at Fort County Power Electric, dealing with a few outages north of Highway 82, actually with 73 coming in at the most. few outages out there in Columbus, just 3 in West Point, and 1 kind of in the Sturgis community as that thunderstorm continues to move on out. So power outages not coming in very quickly. That continues to be a good thing. But I was looking at North Mississippi as a whole. We're actually seeing quite a few outages out there towards Lafayette County and even towards Panola. And this is with Tallahatchie Valley. And they're dealing with over 1,200 outages out there in the area, kind of within Oxford and in between Batesville and Oxford, kind of around the Pickwick, Sardis community. So dealing with some outages a little bit more prominent further up north. Thankfully, you guys not dealing with any storms at this moment. So I'd be curious to see kind of what prompted those. But the good news is your electric power associations, they're on it. They know that these are being reported. They're going to try to get out there and get that restored as quickly as they can for you guys. But again, down here, actually, we're seeing even better news. So not seeing some of those isolated power outages as frequent as what they just were. I'm seeing some closer towards Sturgis, so already seeing some of those outages come back online, and hopefully not going to have to deal with too many more as these storms kind of just drop what they've built on up and move on out of our area.
Yep, I appreciate that. Our meteorologist, Caleb Edelblut. Is Gabe back in there? I wanted to
No.
toss to him for just a moment.
Gabe is not in here right now. He had to go run the errand for interview.
Okay, I appreciate that. Okay. Well, Caleb, I'm going to send you to the wall for just a moment here to track this. I'm trying to get the HazCams thing up online behind the scenes here. So I'm going to send you over to Chroma Wall here for just a moment for that.
Sounds good. All right, let's go take a look at this thunderstorm. Let me walk across so we can continue tracking out this severe thunderstorm warning that's ongoing. I mean, you can already tell kind of how it's still kind of building up its strength with some of those brighter returns coming over right over Sturgis and Bradley, kind of those darker purples, just showing that there is a lot of heavy rainfall, just downpours as these stationary storms just continue to dump large amounts of rain. And when we start talking about kind of those brighter returns and kind of those pink purple starting to show on up, that is where the potential of some hail is possible. But again, like Matt was just talking about, confidence still very low. And if we're talking about hail, I mean, probably pea-sized, if that. We're not really talking about anything meeting that severe criteria. But while we're talking about the rainfall and just how heavy this is, we can take a look at the rain rate as it's falling right now. Let's see if this will kind of load on over. Yeah, we're talking about heavy to extreme with our scale right here. So we can actually kind of pixel these to see a specific amount unless it tells us. Okay, yeah, so almost 5.5 inches per hour if this were to stay stationary over the course of 60 minutes. Now, thankfully, that is not the case. It'll feel like that at times with just how slow these continue to build on up and just slowly move. And you kind of see the updraft with the storm, kind of where that brighter spot was, and carries it a little bit further downstream. So dealing with some of those showers out there towards Bradley, crossing Highway 12, getting closer towards Highway 25 in the pretty much southwestern portion of Oktibbeha County. That is where you guys are dealing with this rainfall the most. And let's see if we could already see how much rain we're already getting within the past hour. So this is just the past 3 hours. Of course, thankfully, we haven't had to deal with this storm for that long, but we're already up to 1 inch out there just outside of Bradley, 1.5 inches, kind of where we're seeing some of those darker greens. So heavy rainfall producers, again, much needed with how dry we've been, but still dealing with lots of rainfall at this moment of time, Matt.
Absolutely. Our meteorologist, Caleb Edelblut there, again in our Tupelo studios. As we check out our camera in the West Point area, I think gives us more complete look at this storm and what it is doing right now. Kind of a little back, a little ways, sort of looking into it there. Again, showing the heavy rain sort of coming out of it, but you can see how isolated it is. And you also see there we have a spot where you got kind of a downburst, possibly another area of some stronger wind gusts associated with that. They're kind of possibly trying to fall out of this one as well. So West Point, again, we're using this more just because we're able to look from a farther distance away as opposed to there being more issues actually with that up close and personal. Let's see here, reflectivity back here on precipitation mode. So just kind of a boundary. And honestly, I want to be clear to make sure that we're keeping this in perspective. These are not anywhere near as intense as the fairly widespread wind damage we had earlier this week. This is going to be very concentrated areas where we get downbursts and they try to kick out some strong wind gusts. So that remains the more likely scenario. Some very concentrated areas as opposed to a necessarily widespread sort of wind situation. So our True Shield hail threat has not really expanded. So a sign that, again, hail not the greatest of likelihoods on this. As we look 3D on this storm here, just kind of looking to see if there's spots and specks where it's a little more intense. Cut all the outside stuff off. Cut it down in here. Give me a moment to get to the most intense parts. Yeah, and just looking back over the last 30 minutes, a couple of spots where we, when this warning was issued, had some pretty concentrated hail cores. Not as much recently the case. And I think here, I'm going to turn off all that green and stuff you see at the ground there, so it makes the sort of blobs stand out a little more. And just looking at that, again, there's one that's fairly hefty right over the Starkville area. Probably below severe limits, but it is right over town. And so obviously a lot of heavy rain likely to come in that. In fact, we'll check out our camera there. Got 4 cameras that we're going to pull up there in and around on the Mississippi Department of Transportation there. And this is right under it on that Blackjack Road camera, which the bottom two there could qualify. Basically, right out of this is the bottom, whatever that's in the process of falling out. Now, see anything that looks like hail bouncing, so nothing that's too terribly rough on that. But some gusty winds, certainly 40, 50 miles per hour, not impossible. And then obviously the heavy rain remains the bigger impact there. Swinging over to 8 to 10, similar shot looking at some of these storms there. Again, we're really kind of concentrated and focused there on Oktibbeha County, a couple of different areas there where we can see the strong winds possibly as the heavy precipitation falls out of this storm. But yeah, so these are the gray. Anything you see like this, no tornado threat out of this today. It's just heavy rainfall and maybe some gusty winds, perhaps some hail. But I can't use enough, maybe possibly language on that. We have not had any reports. Of course, if you have reports, you can share those with us. It's probably the easiest way to do that. Echo is bad. Okay, well then I'll have to figure out what that problem is. Thank you for the heads up on the echo is bad situation. Caleb, is that something you can hear back at the studio?
I was about to pull it up on my end. Through the IFB, you sound perfectly fine, but I can pull it up on the streams to see if that's something else occurring. But through IFB, you sound good. I will say every time you make the transition to come back, you're automatically muted.
Yeah, that's...
Okay, sounds good.
Oh, wait, what do you mean? What do you mean by, like, muted for like a brief second?
Yeah, I always have to kind of run back and unmute you on vMix. Every time we've gone from me at the wall back to you, it'll mute your mic, just as a heads up.
Hold on, let me see. Check. See, that should... But that was fine, right?
It was muted.
It's muted in your ear. I think it's fine for folks at home because I see it over here. So that's probably where we're getting a double up. But I'll take a look at that. I think that's the reason you're getting a double up. You go ahead. So in the comments, if folks would help me by giving me an idea of where that's better. It stopped. Okay, so I think what happened, Caleb, is I don't think you need to enable it. I think it's an issue with you hearing me, not with people at home hearing me. For one reason or another, you're not hearing. I think I see why. It looks like the other audio here. Let's fix this in real time, Caleb. Okay, so I think now can you hear me, Caleb? Okay, yeah, so the issue is that you weren't hearing me, everyone else was hearing me, then double. So the audio should be good now. Okay, sorry it took us a minute there to kind of sort that out. We have to kind of work through things. The part of the storm is back there west of town, is maybe a little bit heavier now looking at this. And I do think the part that's really near the Choctaw-Oktibbeha County line near Sherwood there might be the tallest of our little different segments that we have there as well. So as they go through the collapsing phase, that's when they kick out the strong wind gusts. And hopefully we don't have too much of that. Hold on. Let's go back there one more time. Yeah, so that's still the heaviest on that one near Sherwood is still kind of up there a little ways. Let's go ahead and reset things here for a moment. Current time is now coming in at 3:11. Severe thunderstorm warning for parts of Choctaw, Oktibbeha, Winston, Noxubee counties in effect until 3:30 p.m. I'm going to kind of slice down some of our returns here on Mama Justice Doppler radar to get rid of all these clear air returns that are sort of around the outside. They help us to be able to detect other things, but most of what's on there is just bugs and stuff like that. Now we're kind of cut down to the most intense activity, which has been, again, a little west of the Golden Triangle, back toward around the Starkville area. Closer inspection again shows, again, heavy rainfall, some lightning with this, and some gusty winds. Not an impossibility, but we've had no reports of severe weather or anything like that yet. Caleb is looking through the pictures that you guys have submitted using the Mississippi Live app. I'll force that to do its thing one more time. It should stay on this third time here. There we go. Don't have any audio, so there's an audio, there's an echo in the background. I'm not gonna be able to. I'll have to see. So let me leave it on this for a second. Shirley, the most one to say she doesn't have audio. If someone else doesn't have audio, or if you can't, if you're hearing it, if you're having trouble hearing me, let me know there. No tornado threat though, Laura, today. Let's be clear on that. No tornado threat with any of these storms today. Echo is fixed, Nikki says. Audio is fine. So audio is fine with this. So when it's on that shot, audio is fine. Now, let me see. I don't know if I'm going to be able to change this, but let's get the new warning there. Again, a lot of Lowndes County still waiting on storms to potentially expand there. That's why the National Weather Service has expanded that warning for you until 4 p.m. and then down here, Noxubee County until 4 p.m. as well. Again, some gusty winds possible out of these, but at this point in time, have not had a lot of wind gust reports. Appreciate everybody for saying the audio is good. I don't know if I'm going to be able to force this a different way to double check the other way, because I know what I can do. I can bring up you guys your comments a different way here behind the scenes. There we go. I agree with, who is that? Teresa says it's too hot. Okay, we're going to check audio on this one here to make sure this one is clear as well. If this is clear, then we should be clear across the board. So from Brooksville up there closer to Macon, that's where our storms are fairly heavy there, showing up right now, but not a ton of lightning on this. This batch here that has, again, prompted this newest severe thunderstorm warning, only 37 strikes. All things considered, that is not much. So by the way, let me know if the audio is good on this one here. Clear for me still, says Haley. Okay, so we're going to assume that it's all clear and all good now. Let me know if something ends up, there ends up being another issue. Apologize that we had some things there a minute ago, but we were able to kind of sort through those on the fly. The difference between what you see at home. Yeah. So there will, for the briefest second when we transition, there will be an audio echo. By the way, that's all I've been working on here behind the scenes today, is trying to get this video slightly higher quality and some other stuff kind of done the way it's done there. Let's bring it over to our Caleb Edelblut, who's been doing other things than that, again, looking at the power outage situation, which continues to expand.
Yes, I wanted to touch on these power outages. We are seeing up to 52 now within the Sturgis community as that storm kind of built up on top of you guys and is slowly, ever so slowly, moving on further southeast. But I also am talking to some meteorology students that are on campus. They started their first day of school today, so there's been lots of traffic down there on campus. And they were saying that it was hailing ever so slightly just off of Blackjack, but melted within seconds. So we're not really talking about anything, I guess you'd say, built up or strong to impactful. So good to see that those are very minimal and very isolated. But did want to report that there was some hail being reported, even just very, very slightly down there off Blackjack Road. But we are talking about those power outages starting to creep on up for you guys in the Sturgis community. It was at 16 maybe about 10 minutes ago. Now we're up to 52. So those are going to unfortunately probably continue climbing as the storm continues dumping out that heavy rainfall, but hoping to not see too many more as these storms can kind of lose its strength.
Okay, appreciate that, Caleb. I was double checking with our Emily Leonard. No reports yet that she's getting any damage or anything like that, thankfully. So hopefully that continues to be the case. Current time is 3:16. I'm Chief Meteorologist Matt Lawpon alongside our meteorologist Caleb Edelblut. Noxubee County, where we're looking here in Macon, one of the newest locations now under a severe thunderstorm warning. for the potential to possibly have some strong wind gusts. Again, we're looking out of our FastNet camera there in the Macon community. We'll go ahead and pan this again, looking there along 45 toward generally the northwest, which is one of the directions we can look. If we look north, you can see just how isolated some of the pockets are. The darker gray that you have in the middle here, some of those are the pockets of rain cooled air trying to fall out of this, but they're very, very isolated. So this is not going to be widespread, a lot of reports of damage. This is going to be some spotty, sporadic reports of wind damage possibly out of this if we end up seeing that from these storms at all. Looking back here on the wind mode, about every way that we can look at it on Mama Justice Doppler radar, and I don't really show a lot of impressive wind returns. One of the ways we look at that, we can look at that sometimes to see, the pixel to pixel stuff. But we typically look at the pixel to pixel difference when we're looking at rotation, something like that. That is not what these are capable of. These are not going to be rotating thunderstorms at all today. These are very disorganized, and then may just have just enough in the tank to be able to kick out an occasional 50 to possibly 60-mile-per-hour wind gust. As I'm kind of checking our chat with the folks there at the National Weather Service, not a lot of reports coming in as of yet on these storms, and hopefully that continues to be the case. Let's look at what you guys are sending in as far as it's concerned. Heavy thundering there in the Sapa community. It's past Adeton yet. Patricia wanting to know about that. Yes, it is, but there's still going to be some back building. Sometimes these storms kind of pass through, and that's that. These will kind of develop over top of the same areas sort of over and over again. That's the more likely scenario. And that's why one of the things that Caleb was mentioning is the possibility that we have some flooding rainfall out of these as well. So you'll notice again where these are sort of concentrated. I'm going to cut this back down so we have a little bit less ground clutter, what we sometimes refer that as. Just in case you have a few others popping up back toward Chickasaw County, back up farther to the north and west. I'll go ahead and put on our visible satellite picture on this. That can also kind of help us to see the expansion that we're getting there with some of these storms up toward Houston, but it's really kind of this one concentrated area here from Duck Hill back toward Eupora where storms are developing. They might back build farther to the north and west along that boundary as well as go back toward the south and east. So this is our focal point. I know up here, Tupelo, Oxford, locations north. That is not the focal point. And obviously, we had some stronger thunderstorms for you a couple of days ago. This remains still maybe our biggest impact here. I was doing part of the reason I'm not all dressed up in a suit is I was doing a live shot for the folks over at Fox Weather, and we were talking about the heat here across the southeast. And clearly, that is obviously the more likely impact most locations will have. But the far northeast corner of the state, it's ever so slightly less humid. And I think that's one of the things that hopefully means a little bit less fuel and hopefully means a little bit less severe weather chances as far as that is concerned. Caleb, have we gotten any pictures in that you have seen here? I'm going to bring you back in here for a second because I got to check something else here behind the scenes. Just mainly stuff from last night still and just rainbows and clouds.
Yeah, no, we haven't really received much of any storms ongoing, so that continues to be a positive. It's still just rainbows that occurred yesterday. I think we got a sunrise picture, which we can show off that one. That's always a good thing to see. I think this may have been yesterday's sunrise, so still very beautiful, seeing the rays kind of pierce through the clouds as you started off your Tuesday yesterday. Got to make sure I have the days of the week right. But the positive is we're not seeing many reports come in through our app with these thunderstorms that are currently ongoing, starting to build on up. That continues to be a very impressive thing. We never like talking about reports, and we'd much rather talk about maybe some rainbows that were occurring yesterday. So enjoying some of those. It looks like we can actually see a hue of a double one, again inverted because the light bends twice, meaning it's looks just kind of opposite if you were to see a double rainbow out there. So those are always very fun to see. Hopefully we can get some more rainbow pictures today as these thunderstorms move on through. I know some people on State's campus, they were talking about just dark kind of black gray clouds out there in the distance kind of moving on through. So very dark, very tall, kind of blocking out more and more of the sunlight, dropping that heavy amount of rainfall. Thankfully, hail, that has been very limited. While a few students were talking about maybe seeing it on the sidewalk, it just melts like that with how toasty and hot we've been the past few days. I know you guys are used to that. Y'all have been commenting about that a lot, waiting for an eventual cool down. So hopefully we'll get there. I know this rain will kind of speed that up for a few of us tonight, but still dealing with some of those threats as we continue into the evening.
Okay, head over to Chroma Wall here and let's track a few of these storms.
All right, let's do that. All right, let's continue taking a look at this severe thunderstorm warning that has been extended downstream to cover more of, actually, I think that's, yeah, okay, Lowndes is included. I couldn't tell if the yellow was in there. So the southern portions of Lowndes County, and then we're talking about Noxubee as that boundary Matt was talking about as these storms continue to kind of just fire on up in the most southeastern portion of our viewing area, eventually crossing into Alabama. There was what we call a convective discussion that came out, just talking about how thunderstorms can continue popping up throughout the next few hours ahead, but with how disorganized these continue to be, that continues to be positive. We're not really talking about issuance of like a severe thunderstorm watch at this moment in time. So we can still deal with a few of these being on the stronger side. So let's take a look. We'll start off with our threats here, and we'll zoom into this severe thunderstorm warning that's continuing down here in the southeastern portion of our viewing area. Again, we're going to deal with a lot of green and the potential for some pink and purple. One thing I want to hit very quickly, we're not talking about wind shear or any red. You don't see any of that here with our peak impacts, which is for this time of the year, typically going to overdo it just slightly. And when we're not seeing any of that, that also means we're not talking about anything tornadic. That continues to not be a threat today. We're talking about the damage or potential with some wind gusts, maybe the potential of hail, even though that has really been just a struggle with these thunderstorms, especially with how heavy that rainfall is going to be, which also imposes a flash flooding risk. So I know there are some flood-prone areas in Starkville, some neighborhoods that when that thunderstorm develops, y'all kind of just have to stay put for a little bit before kind of the water and drainage system can really start to catch on up. So we're dealing with some of those showers continuing to move on through. You can see kind of another heavier one down there just northeast of Macon and north of Highway 14. So we're dealing with some of that, and you can kind of see that darker shade of purple. Energetic storm. Our strikes are now up to 191 down here, and I'm always covering up with my head, so on the left side of your screen. But that also shows you kind of the overall health of these storms as they continue to pop on up, and just shows where they are kind of within their life cycle. And again, these are pulse thunderstorms, so we're not really talking about anything long-lived or widespread all across North Mississippi. Once these continue to pop on up, we're going to still have to just deal with them since they're moving very, very slowly, Matt, before they can move out of our area.
Okay, and that's the thing. Like, they don't typically move terribly fast, and the idea of them pulsing is that they kind of go up and collapse all in the same area. I'm not particularly convinced that we have a whole lot of severe weather occurring right now, but it's that not impossibility, that fact that it's not impossible, that has prompted the National Weather Service to kind of go ahead and track these and put out a couple of warnings for them. So with that in mind, it seems not unreasonable to say that we do not fully believe they will extend the warning for Oktibbeha, Noxubee, Winston, or at least the far northwest portion of Noxubee, Winston, and Choctaw counties. That's set to expire there at 3:30. Looking back on our discussion, in fact, they just said they're probably going to go ahead and let that one go at 3:30, as those storms have yet to truly hit severe levels. And for, I guess, a point of order here, folks up here in the Columbus area, you know, this particular storm, I mean, while parts of Lowndes County are under that severe thunderstorm warning, I see nothing here that is particularly concerning as far as that is concerned right now. They're in and around the Lowndes County area. So I think it's a pretty decent chance that we don't have anything of real significant issue with this, with that. Now, additional storms will develop, but there's just not a whole lot out there at this point in time. Come back into Starkville again. That's where a lot of our heaviest rainfall has been. Again, a few storms trying to develop down toward Louisville. Not a lot of reports coming out of those storms as of yet. Lightning on the whole batch are only 266. So again, this is not anywhere near as intense as storms were yesterday. Not yesterday, on Monday when we were tracking them earlier this week. These storms are way below those levels. And then again, wet roadways and you and I driving in a way that's less appropriate, more likely to cause you issues than Mother Nature dropping a tree on you or anything like that in the Starkville area. That storm is, to a certain extent, just kind of rained itself out. And looking out of our camera there in the 8 to 10 area, that one again, the heavy rain on the right hand part of the screen there, as I'll pan this back more toward the north. Uh, ooh, excuse me, let me switch this around. I clicked on Smithville, which Smithville, I'll pop up there just to show you, is I think a good contrast on this, because up there in Smithville, as you can see, it's sunny, it's hot, it's clear. So that's, the opposite end of the spectrum on what we're tracking. Now back down there, the 8 to 10 in Starkville. And this sort of looking southwest, we're going to pan this back toward more the west, and that storm that we have, just to get a little bit again west of town toward the Choctaw Oktibbeha County line. And as I swing this through the tower and look back toward Noxubee County, and Lowndes County, that's the southern kind of Lowndes County, and northern Noxubee storm there. It just looks like some gray. No tornadoes. I guess a reminder there. No tornadoes out of this kind of setup here. Thankfully, not expecting to see any of those out there. So we need the rain bad. It's so hot, Lisa. I couldn't agree more. We definitely do. You know, looking at an 8 to 10 cam, that's kind of what we're looking at there. And again, watching for some other folks. But the heavy rain, the main story, and thankfully most of these storms remain below severe levels as of this time. So Caleb, as I kind of send it back to you in the studio to continue to track these, we do anticipate that we will see them probably allow for the expiration of the storm over Starkville, northwest Noxubee. And it seems very reasonable that southern Lowndes might get let go here pretty soon. It's just not as impressive there.
Yeah, that's just the unfortunate thing with these setups. It's just very disorganized, and these pulse thunderstorms, with how slow they build on up before dropping everything back down on that location. So still dealing with some of these thunderstorms that are trying their hardest to bring something severe to the table. But like Matt just mentioned, we're really not dealing with the same level of intensity that we dealt with earlier this week on Monday, with some of those storms really kicking out impressive wind gusts and unfortunately seeing some of those reports. And just to show you guys on how we're still not dealing with that intensity, I keep looking at the pictures that you guys can send in with the Mississippi Live weather app, and we're not getting many reports. And even everybody on campus, they've been texting me, talking about the potential of maybe like a microburst happening, which is how gusty, and it just dropped out all of a sudden. That's been about it. So we're thankfully not dealing with much hail. I know I was keeping an eye on power outages, but the severe thunderstorm warning within the next minute, at least the first one, should hopefully be set to expire. And we're still kind of talking about the one downstream as we're witnessing and seeing that these storms continue to kind of pop on up and just form on top of your town. Still dealing with those lightning strikes, now up to 278. So again, in the grand scheme of things, they're not energetic, but we are seeing those continue to climb, which means these storms, they still have energy out there that they're tapping into. So that's why we want to continue monitoring these, as at least the second warning is at this moment set to expire at around 4, and that'll be in around 30 minutes. Hopefully we can see kind of another example of it getting shrunk, and we don't have to deal with it for that long, but still dealing with some of those thunderstorms ongoing. Let's take a look here. Actually, let's start off with our rainfall rate, because I think that's probably our biggest concern. Thankfully, since we're not dealing with much wind or hail as prominent, we're just dealing with, there we go, there goes that warning kind of expiring. We're just dealing with heavy rainfall as these storms build on up and dump all that much needed rain like you guys were talking about in the comments. And I know for you guys down here in the Golden Triangle region, and everybody here in North Mississippi, it's been hot. So this will at least help us feel a little bit better, or at least some portions of North Mississippi, but we're dealing with heavy amounts of rainfall. We can actually continue to kind of pixel these. Let's see if I can get that right there. So almost 5 inches an hour out there just outside of Brooksville and just northeast of Macon. We're talking about almost 6. So again, heavy rainfall. We're still dealing with that severe thunderstorm warning set to expire around 4 o'clock. So still have another 30 minutes, but I would say that these storms continue to really struggle with their overall severity. We could take a look at our threats yet again. And even that's already looking impressive. We're not talking about those darker shades of purple you can see here on our scale. We're talking about the lightest ones. So confidence, not quite there. And again, we're talking about peak impact. So this is a worst case scenario on what we could be dealing with. And we're on the lowest end of that spectrum here with our hail scale. So that continues to be a definitely a positive thing as we get ready for our Wednesday evening to kind of get out of the work mode, get ready to kind of wind down for the evening, still dealing with some of those rumbles of thunder, of course, with how energetic these storms can be. But I say that, take a look at our total strikes, we're now down to 260. So hoping to see a decline on that, meaning that the kind of overall health of these storms, very disorganized, but showing that they're kind of starting to kind of make their way down and hopefully lose its head of steam. So we're still going to deal with that. Here we could take a look at our wind. I know a lot of people are asking about, like, is there a tornado threat today? Absolutely not. If we're dealing with anything wind related, it's going to be with those microbursts, or what these storms can kind of really just dump out on top of these towns that they form on. So that's one thing that we want to keep our eyes on. To see Lisa saying we need rain bad. It's so hot. Yes, of course, it has been toasty here in North Mississippi. So that's why I know rain chances have been a big story as we kind of look forward to our work days, wondering on whether or not we can get some of those storms. I mean, we can even see some kind of forming downstream out here in Winston County, just outside of Louisville, kind of energetic, starting to see those build on up along that boundary. So we're still dealing with some of these thunderstorms that will continue into the evening. And you can kind of see on that farthest one here, kind of that bright purple pink, just a quick return, already starting to lose it. So we're not talking about anything super long lived, but we're definitely talking about heavy amounts of rainfall as this continues into the evening with some of these storms that continue building on up. Our total strikes within kind of just this frame here, we're up to 38. So definitely energetic for you guys in Boone, Mill Creek, Triplets Corner, Ellison Ridge, all within Winston County, as that severe thunderstorm warning did expire originally. That was the first one that got issued. We're still dealing with the one further on downstream. That one's set to expire within the next kind of 25 to 30 minutes. And you can kind of see even some of those blue strikes that pop on up looks a little bit kind of more isolated, not as common as the yellow. Those are positive strikes, and those are probably the ones that you are hearing very crisp and very loud outside of your house. They come all the way from the top of a thunderstorm all the way down to the surface, and they tend to kind of be on the stronger side. So we are dealing with a few positive strikes with these thunderstorms, just showing that these are continuing to climb on up a little bit, kind of release some of that energy that they're kind of feeding off of in the atmosphere. So definitely loud, definitely a little bit energetic. And then we'll continue to see that thunderstorm get issued a little bit further later here as it continues downstream towards the 4 o'clock time frame. So we'll come back towards our latest scan. That way we can stop seeing those warnings continue popping in and out here. There we go. So still dealing with that warning as it's set to expire at around 4 o'clock. This is for pretty much the southern portions of Lowndes and now Noxubee. So not dealing with that same level of intensity for Oktibbeha, Winston, Attala, Choctaw. You guys not dealing with any warnings, but that doesn't mean that we're still not dealing with any thunderstorms either. So you guys still going to continue to hear those rumbles, some heavy downpours, flash flooding. That continues to be a risk, but the overall severe weather threat, we're not talking about anything tornadic or anything like that. In fact, if we're talking about a wind-driven threat, it's going to be with those microbursts, kind of what Matt was talking about with these pulse thunderstorms. They build on up, and when they dump everything down, that's when all the severe weather occurs within those microbursts, and that's what we want to keep our eye on.
And I want to be clear here. We have had 0 microbursts today. And, you know, while not impossible, I don't want to over-imply what these have done. These have been very underwhelming to this point in time.
Yes.
And that could continue to be the way these play out. But no official microbursts or anything like that. And I'll tell you that, you know, one of our most intense storms is probably the one we have up there in Webster County, up there closer to the Eupora area. That one looks like about as intense as any of them that we've seen. We haven't checked hail swath on these in a while. Would you go ahead and the ones there again west of Bradley, not as impressive. Actually, let's check in with Gabe here for just a moment, if we could, Gabe, to kind of see what he has been tracking. He doesn't have an earpiece in, does he?
Do you have your IFB in? Oh,
The batteries are struggling.
oh, the batteries are struggling. Do you?
The
can it come
batteries are
toss to you?
struggling?
Yeah, just don't have a question because I don't have a response.
Well,
He's-
okay. Well, okay. So we need to still. Okay. So are there any double A's back in the other room?
Are there any double A's in the other room? I can go look behind the scenes for a minute if you want me to go look at that.
Yeah, that's fine. I'll take over here for a minute. Again, our True Shield Roofing hail threat here remains pretty limited, all things considered. In our storms back here in Noxubee and Lowndes counties, I mean, you'll notice there's virtually nothing. Now, the ones, again, near Brooksville, maybe just the littlest bit. Let's look at this loop here over time. Going back, say, about, make this oh, for 30-minute loop here. Um, yeah, see, that's almost 30 minutes ago since that was the case. So I don't know that they're going to hold on to this warning. I just, again, as we've talked about up there in Lowndes County, I'm just not impressed by what we're seeing on the storms up there. There's just not as impressive, not as strong as the storms farther south. And even those, again, I would say it's hard pressed to say we have any of these storms producing legitimate severe weather at this time. Um, Again, that could just be me being overly optimistic. Um, but yeah, that's kind of where I land on the scale here of intensity. Is just I'm fairly underwhelmed at this moment in time. Nonetheless, Noxubee again, Lowndes County is under that severe thunderstorm warning. But I'd say in Columbus, with the storms we have out there now, there's nothing of extreme significance and concern with that. Let's come up here again closer to Eupora. Before we come all the way in here, let's check in with Gabe, who looks like he has a shot there again of some of the heavy rainfall from what some of the storms are producing.
Yeah, so Matt, this does look like it's over there at College View. This would be just on the campus of Mississippi State, and this was submitted to us by Preston. He basically got the sheets of rainfall, about a minute and a half loop of the sheets of rainfall being blown in and showing the gusty winds. You can't really see it the best on the video, but right there on the pavement, you can see how it's those curtains of rain kind of being blown in. That's those strong gusts that come in at times anywhere 40, 50, maybe even up to 60 miles an hour at times, but have not seen any reports of damage, at least not just yet, but definitely a gusty setup, and those downpours definitely pouring on folks down there in Stark Vegas. Now, as we look at 4 County, those power outages not overly high over those last couple of scans, kind of maintained itself over the last little bit. I do want to refresh that.
Now that looks a little bit higher than the last time we looked at it, though, I will say.
Okay, well, looking at the current outages, they're 359, and I also want to look specifically over there in Starkville. So, you know, the College View campus is just northeast there, so northeast of the Mississippi State campus. So the bulk of those outages not too far outside of town. There's 26 right there along San Marcos Drive, and as we move closer to Highway 82, a few more of those popping up as well. I guess that would be right along Main Street as that's going through downtown Starkville. So 32 outages just outside of Bulldog Circle. So as we're looking there at the power outages, I do want to continue to kind of go on our tour through North Mississippi, and we do have a bulk of outages up there along Sardis Lake, 1235 being reported up there, and we're talking about thunderstorms on the back end of this setup, the back end of those boundaries, and they're up to those outages up to about 130. This would be just north of Winona, so up there closer to Grenada Lake, where they're starting to see some of those outages, in Webster County, seeing a couple as well closer to the Tom Nolan community, right along Highway 182. So that's where the outages stand right now, and as I do pull up our Mississippi Live weather app, not getting a ton of pictures from down there in Starkville, which is always a welcome sight, because that does mean that damage, at least we can't confirm it here, and National Weather Service not getting any confirmations either.
Okay, I'm gonna send you over to the chroma key real quick here to do a little tracking on this for just a moment, if you would, so that way we
Sounds
can
good.
keep Caleb kind of massaging the forecast here for a moment. Gabe Maynor.
Sounds good, Matt. And I do apologize. I'm in the polo today, kind of going with the news world, getting some of those stories together. But also, I enjoyed it because it was cool. And I think that's what a lot of folks are dealing with right now, and just trying to find ways to stay cool, stay hydrated, beat that summer heat for sure. So as we bring it back over here to this storm, this is bringing some of that rain-cooled air. I did see the North Mississippi Storm Chaser saying that those temperatures in Starkville down to 82 degrees. So there is at least a benefit with this. But if we're talking about impacts, those gusty winds causing some sporadic power outages, as well as the lightning. So as we're looking at that in much more detail over east of Starkville, seeing some of those heavier downpours develop. We'll get to that in just a moment. I do want to focus on that severe thunderstorm warning, which, as you can see, is in effect until 4 o'clock there in southern Lowndes County, as well as up around Macon and Brooksville. So I do want to look at our Macon camera there, looking more towards the, when I left you guys, I was looking towards the north and west. Now those storms pretty much right over town, if not a little bit more north. So this is looking directly north. You can see the downpours there in the distance. Macon in the severe thunderstorm warning as well. Again, that continuing until 4 o'clock, but 100 degrees in Macon, that's what we're talking about. Rain-cooled air is not exactly something you can frown upon, Matt. Just unfortunately is tied to some gusty winds and heavy rainfall.
So I'm going to let you keep going, but I wanted to give you a couple of reports here. Weather Service with a couple of reporting stations there. 48-mile-per-hour gust on the South Farm, Mississippi State, the highest that they've had, and 41-mile-per-hour gust on campus there. Now, technically, to be severe, it has to be 58 or greater, which basically we typically round up and say 60. So that's 20 miles per hour below on the Mississippi State campus. That's an important distinction because there is a failure point where trees are more likely to break when you get up there in excess of 55 to 60 miles per hour. So that's why, they bend a lot, but you hear bend, but don't break. Similar situation, obviously in this case, and just 10 off that severe on the south side of Mississippi State. Now, neither one of those were necessarily right in the heart of the strongest storm. That gives us a little calibration if you go back and look to see just how strong some of those cores are as they collapse.
Yeah, so let's go back a couple of scans. I think that'll be worth our while to see how those winds fared whenever these storms were moving on through. In fact, let's put it on our wind mode and let's adjust this a little bit better so we can see Starkville a little bit earlier on. And we can also compare that to the video that we saw as well, how the winds move through that area. A little bit earlier on, you can see how that's moving through the southern extent of Oktibbeha County. Wind's not overly impressive, and I remember, that's what we were discussing at the top of the 3 o'clock hour whenever these storms did start producing. And, we were never impressed by those wind signatures, so the fact that we're getting 40 miles an hour, still a note that we need to take into consideration, but comparing that to what we have now, and I'm going to drag this all the way through, we're up around, I would say the Aubrey community there in eastern Noxubee County is where we could be talking about wind gusts up to 30, 40 miles an hour, kind of on the eastern extent of that severe thunderstorm warning. Elsewhere, Brooksville, I'm not saying anything overly impressive for you. Those wind returns not exactly impressive aloft. Now, mixing down to the surface could be a different situation. I think that's what we were dealing with down there in southern Oktibbeha County. While it didn't look overly concerning aloft, 40 miles an hour, that could still knock down a few branches and make some driving conditions almost undrivable throughout those afternoon hours. I do want to look at the lightning as well. That's another way we determine the strength of these storms. And as we put it on that 30-minute loop, compare the two, and it's going to be tough because there's a lot going on. So 270 strikes there is what we're up to. So those lightning strikes do continue to increase, 98 earlier on. So that convective temperature, again, allowing these storms to climb in storm tops, climb in height, but also produce a few more of those lightning strikes, indicating a strengthening as well. Now, as we look at those echo tops, another way we're able to tell kind of the pulse-like nature of these storms, we see that one right there towards X Prairie looks like it comes down and then redevelops more towards Aubrey, and then, or I guess Dinsmore, I should say, and that looks like it's having a cyclical pattern once again. And even back here towards Mashoulaville, this is going to be just west of Macon. Those storm tops getting up to about 50,000 feet, so perhaps some gusty winds developing there as well. What you're also seeing in that specific storm, lightning increase over those last couple of scans, so that's entering a strengthening phase as well. Brooksville, that storm a little bit earlier on, looked a little bit more impressive about 30 minutes ago. Now those storm tops coming down as well. Let's go ahead and bring it up here towards Starkville, because I do want to keep eyes on these storms as they move on through. And right there towards Starkville, that would have been where we had, there was reports of 40 miles an hour on the Mississippi State campus. That was for this storm in particular. Now that has fallen apart, so it does look like we entered that collapsing phase, and potentially, as Caleb and Matt have been talking about, that microburst potential or downburst potential where those strong gusty winds come out for at least a brief moment. So looking at the latest here on our Mama Justice Doppler radar, I would not say there's any defined area that we are watching. There's just some individual storms that stand out. Still not overly large on the coverage, but can still be impactful. One thing that I do think we need to look at is that Trueshield Roofing hail swath, and none of these getting up to that probable threshold. One of the things that we also discussed at the top of the hour was that when we enter probable, that's either a large number of hailstones, just smaller, or it could be hailstones up to 1 inch in diameter. And that's also a reason why some of these severe thunderstorm warnings get issued. But hail, not exactly the concern with what we have today. The concern with what our storms can do is going to be that pulse-like nature, the microburst potential that we have to produce some of those gustier winds. Going on the larger scale, because I know we do have some outages that are out there towards Webster County and towards Grenada County, there it is. I was waiting on the boundary to form. There's your visual on the outflow boundary, kind of moving across Montgomery County down towards Ackerman. So Ackerman probably getting some of those gusty winds a moment ago just from this outflow boundary. And that is entering into parts of Louisville and southern Noxubee County as well. So right here, there's your line that we're watching. as that continues to move through the southern extent of our viewing area south of Highway 82, that's where we could see additional development, and some of those get on the stronger side. That one in Louisville, I would say that's one to pay attention to as well, because this boundary is moving right overhead, and these boundaries act as a lifting mechanism, almost a quasi cold front, to get these going a little bit higher and a little bit stronger. So Louisville, watching that for you. Not a ton of movement with this, but as it continues to move overhead, some heavy downpours expected and lightning expected to come up as well. I mean, let's go ahead and zoom in on that storm in particular, and I want to see how the lightning has fared. 86 strikes on that latest scan. It was 67 earlier on, so it has come up a little bit, but I would say we're still a bit of a ways away from anything severe. Our severe thunderstorm warning remains in effect for Noxubee County, where those storms have begun to move into, right along Crawford and Brooksville, kind of the northern extent of this boundary that we're seeing here. So while, yes, there is some thunderstorm activity up there just south and west of Columbus, that's more of a pop-up shower and storm. The bulk of the heavy rainfall, the bulk of the severe weather actually going to be along the county line and closer into Macon and into Aubrey. Now, one thing I am noticing here, Battle of the Boundaries. That is the theme of our week, ladies and gentlemen, and we get that once again right there. You see that ring kind of jutting out from this storm. So this storm collapses in Starkville, and there's that rain-cooled air kind of blowing off of it, and that's where it does start to extend closer to Mayhew, Artesia, right along, I guess, almost 45 is where we could position that, but this is moving across 82. So if you're traveling any high-profile vehicles, let me look at the wind here, because while it's not severe, it could make those high-profile vehicles a little bit more susceptible. Yeah, you're getting some of those stronger gusts, almost getting a visual of that ring. Mayhew a little bit earlier on, looks like it had some stronger gusts, very synonymous to our 40-mile-an-hour report a little bit earlier on in Starkville. And 40 miles an hour, that's enough to knock down a semi or an RV, so we're hopeful that's not the case. But drive with caution if you're along 82 between Columbus and Starkville. This would be just east of 45 at this point, but either way, 82, you're going, what, 65 miles an hour? And then once you get to Columbus, about 45. So that's enough to where, you know, you're combating those winds, and it could make it a little bit dicey traveling home or traveling to any of those evening plans. And now, Brooksville, we mentioned you a moment ago. It does look like that thunderstorm might have collapsed. I do want to adjust that here behind the scenes. And let's look at those echo tops, because this has kind of told the story as well. Yeah, Brooksville looking less impressive. Now Meshulaville looking a little bit more impressive with those 50,000 feet storm tops. Those also seeing an increase in those lightning strikes. So that's one to pay attention to. Towards Dinsmore, that continues to be one that remains at about 50,000 feet. I do want to see if that got any higher a little bit ago. Yeah, towards X Prairie, about 55,000 feet. So it is that cyclical pattern where a few of these do try to increase in the height and increase in the strength, almost paired together as we track that out. And then towards Ellison Ridge, another one where these boundaries move overhead, get these storms going, and then they just collapse. So a little bit earlier on, let me adjust this so you guys can see as well. You know, Ellison Ridge, I just want to look specifically at the wind. You know, not getting a strong report there. So that's a positive along this boundary, but nonetheless, the potential is still there for some of these storms to get on the stronger side. Yeah, overhead of Louisville right now, so the lightning is going to be a factor, probably upping those outages. We'll take a look at that outage map in just a moment, but we can at least do a general overview of that potential. And as we look at those numbers towards Noxubee County, that number starting to come up as well. Let's put on that latest one, and let's see how many outages we're talking about. 100 there towards Noxubee County, 100 around Starkville. So again, those are starting to come up, and looking towards the north and west, right around Grenada. I do want to take a look at that, and you see that more outages are approaching. So one of the things that we just discussed was this boundary that's moving overhead between Ackerman all the way back there towards Winona and Montgomery County. Well, those storms prompting a severe thunderstorm warning. This one now in effect until 4:45, so you get to see us a little bit longer, but that's going to be the case with these storms. We've reached that convective temperature, and now these storms are able to latch onto the environment and really increase in strength. And unfortunately, that's what we're going to be dealing with probably through 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock, even towards 6. Now, whether that prompts a severe thunderstorm warning, that's up to the storms, but it will at least produce lightning, heavy downpours, and those will be concerns heading through the evening in and of itself, because it can cause those power outages and perhaps knock down a few trees or limbs or things like that. So we're looking in Maben right now. Yeah, I would say this is about as good of a look as you're going to get into this storm. You can see the rain almost falling sideways away from the camera. So that's those gusty winds that are moving through the area. Folks there at Fastnet giving us this view right there outside of Webster County, between Webster and Oktibbeha County. Those downpours on our Mama Justice Doppler radar, almost right overhead of Maben. And the heavy downpour is going to be something that we need to monitor. The trees blowing back and forth, showing those gusty winds. Looking at this, I don't see anything that's saying 60 plus miles an hour. But it is going to be fairly gusty along 82 for that evening commute. Back towards, I'm trying to see where would be the best shot here. Ackerman will at least give us a view into some of these storms if this is looking towards the north. So at least there is that. Is it going to let me? Ackerman? Maybe. There we go. So Ackerman is looking towards, let me look behind the scenes. So Ackerman is looking towards the south, and that's what I was thinking, because I was like, it's a little too dry. So let's go towards the north. I guess we'll go northwest, and then I'll adjust it as need be. So there's towards the northwest. You can see north, not too far away. It's those dark clouds there on the right side of your screen. The rain's starting to fall as well. Oh, went too far. A little bit more. There we go. So there's the heavy downpours that we're dealing with just there, northern Choctaw County. And it does look like almost some blinding rainfall there because of the heavy downpours that we're going to be getting. So again, traveling along those evening commutes going to be a little bit hazardous. So we want to make sure that we're taking the precautions, move off to maybe grab dinner or do something that keeps your attention for a short period of time before these do move on through, Matt. And that'll be at least a little bit more worthwhile than driving through these storms and trying to beat it out, quote unquote.
Absolutely, because unfortunately, that's going to be a little rough for a little while longer on some of these. It's again not everybody, but as you see behind me there, Ackerman, part of the newest severe thunderstorm warning issued a few minutes ago there that does include Choctaw County in effect until 4:45. And you could see the whatever it is falling out of it, mainly really heavy rainfall with kind of those almost looks like dash lines, those raindrops as they kind of go across the camera shot there. No hail, not a lot of hail being reported out of these storms, and not a lot of official wind reports or anything out of these as well. National Weather Service there in Jackson issuing this warning primarily because of the storm that we have there close to Clarkson. You might say, well, what's so bad about that? It looks about the same as every other storm. I mean, really, the rest of the storms there in Webster County. The way we've been able to kind of assess it better is looking 3D on it. So on 2D, we'll go back to that for just a second here. Okay, they all kind of look the same. But you go 3D and you could see hanging out there aloft, that one brighter, taller, stronger, and as it collapses, possibility that it could kick out maybe a 60-mile-per-hour wind gust. We're going to slice through these and take a look at exactly how they are continuing to maintain themselves. So you can see, if I clear that off here for a moment, maybe it's kind of difficult to kind of pick out there the sort of edge on the top of that storm, the storm top way above where the actual heavy precipitation core is on that one over top of Maben. So we'll have to check out that camera here in a minute. The heavy precipitation down to about 15,000 feet or so. There is the one that's caused more of the issue, the reason they prompted that warning, and you I think can see why. And look at this couple different ways here to try to get the best possible shot on it. Hold on. We had the right spot on the storm a second ago. Let's see if we can get it back to. Well, nope, I'm on the front storm. Give me a moment. Oh, I need somebody with a better hand back there in the studio to get this at the exact spot here for me. Ah, never mind. I think we got it there. Okay, so that shows at about 20,000 feet is how high we have some of that hail getting onto this one. And so I don't know that hail makes it to the ground. Might be a couple pea-sized hailstones do. But if the main thing is as that drops right there over Clarkson, that's likely to be some 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. That could potentially be severe versus what some of these other storms are, where maybe they're not quite as impressive to where they're getting quite to that level. This is why we've got to keep checking your chat back and forth here. Again, rain, yes, it's relief in some. Houston's got a better view of it. Well, let's check that out. James with the North Mississippi Storm Chasers with a viewpoint on this. So let's check our camera there in the Houston community, looking down towards some of those storms as we look down. Yeah, there you go. You can kind of see the precip cores there as they kind of drop out, these kind of individual areas there as that's falling out, I can still kind of see somewhat through that storm. That shows you just how kind of concentrated anything is. So this is not going to be widespread wind like what we had earlier this week. This is going to be very isolated areas where it drops out and causes some issues. So for Kayla, who's wanting to know, hey, are we going to be looking at a repeat performance earlier this week? I know that's the obvious thing that people get in people's minds. No, that is not the case with these. They are kind of back building back to the north and west just a little bit more. Let's go ahead and look at that kind of overview here on Mama Justice Doppler radar to kind of get an overarching look at the overall situation. And you can clearly see there's a couple areas here that we're concentrating on, but there's that back building up here closer to Bruce and northward. So when we started out, right here around Oktibbeha County, kind of both directions, it's kind of pulling its way north and westward there along that boundary. Someone's wanting to know, are we able to see a downburst on radar? Yes and no. If it's significant, yes, but it's not, it's kind of like seeing tornado debris. It's not a predictive tool. It's a diagnostic, right? So and basically meaning that, yeah, we can tell that it's happening, but or that it has happened, but not necessarily as much that it is happening. So looking at the overall kind of clustering of storms, yes, starting to build back a little closer up here toward Bruce and Derma, but it's really these storms up there in Webster County, and these have now expanded down in the southern portions of Pickens County as well. So let's go ahead and start south and east, work our way back to the north and west. Actually, we're going to go reverse of that so we can do some storm tracks here. We'll make this loop about a 1 hour loop on these, and let's come in a little bit closer and kind of look at them and try to track them from there. In fact, I'm going to actually let Gabe start northwest and work southeast. Let's do some storm tracks on each of these. I say that the challenge, Gabe, is getting the speed, because in some cases these are, I know they're kind of, they're not really moving. That Clarkson storm is just going to dump what it is right there. It's like in my brain when we're doing severe weather coverage, I have these checklists of things. Like, it's been a while since we've done a storm track. We haven't done a storm track because you can't track something; it's not moving, right?
We can track a boundary.
Yeah. Well, let's see if we can track a couple individual storms, because I think the boundary, I mean, it might be creeping south at about 8 miles per hour. It's not moving particularly fast. See if there's a couple we can track, and not moving much. Go for it.
Okay, well, golly, you gave me the challenge of all challenges, Matt. So out in Clarkson, it does have a little bit of a almost southeast movement to it as it moves through Clarkson. Yeah, I mean, let's track this out, and I'm not going to be able to go back a full hour on this one to really get the speed on this. So bear with me as we kind of manually break this for a moment. So right around 3:38 or so is where this storm did pop up, and that was about, what, 20 minutes ago? So you multiply this times 3, and you can kind of see the speed on this. Yeah, my math teacher would be proud from middle school. So as we track this out, I'll be a whopping 5 miles an hour. So folks, as we track this one, this is the one that we need to be paying attention to. And I'm going to go 5 miles an hour, potentially reaching it to Maben. I'm going to have to manually do this and really extend it off to where it's not just moving about 2 miles. We need to be moving this at about, what, 20 down the line? Yeah, that gives us a better view. So Maben, we're 505, Center Grove 559, Self Creek 632, Adeton, we see that for you at 706. Slow moving storm, folks. This is not going to hold together by 706. So I will say everyone from Valley View and down, no, do not take that time as truth. We're going to keep it more Maben 505, and if it holds together, Center Grove there by 559. This is one of the stronger storms within this severe thunderstorm warning, but as we continue to look at the rest of it, it's really just a heavy rainfall, but the concentrated part of lightning right there is continuing to be one to watch. So Maben, I do want to look at that storm for you. It does look like, at least tries to get a little bit interesting there, but yeah, it's just one of those pulse storms, and it's definitely pulsing over those last few moments. 4 o'clock, you can see how that's moving right overhead of Maben right now. We'll get a view on that Maben camera in just a moment, but I do want to track out this line down here towards Ackerman and really towards Double Spring. So as this continues to move off there towards the south and west, or south and east, and we're going to do this. I'm going to keep it about 5 miles an hour, folks. So this is not going to be a fast mover by any means. We're really going to have to now cast these through our evening to let you know where these are moving into. And let me at least make sure the positioning on this is right, because while it does have a little bit of a southeast movement, yeah, I do believe that kind of holds true. We're seeing Tuscan by 413, Fulcher 428, Pleasant Ridge 437, Bradley 452, the Butte Community 453, and Sturgis by 455. We were talking about some events happening in Sturgis as well, so it shows that there. You can check that out on Mississippi Live News eventually. So as we look at the latest there on our Mama Justice Doppler radar, those storms continue to strengthen over those next couple of scans. But the one welcome sight that I see here, and then we'll continue to our tracking because I do see out in Brooksville, we do have a lot of lightning happening. You see this boundary, that's all the way south and west of these storms up here. Now there are additional boundaries, but this has been the initiation boundary of those last, over the 3 o'clock hour now into 4 o'clock. So the fact that those boundaries are getting out away from these is at least a positive. The only unfortunate part is we have so many boundaries here in North Mississippi right now that another one will allow some additional development through the evening. Now, Brooksville, that's a lot of lightning over one specific area. This is Brooksville and Crawford, one that we have been watching. I do want to look at those echo tops because, yeah, we're up to 60,000 feet on this storm. This is where you could be talking about some small hail. It is an uphill battle because it is so hot outside, but we've gotten some rain area. So a True Shield Roofing hail swath, some of this might be verifying all the way to the ground, but what this is doing is it's building its storm tops, and that has a higher height to the storm, and eventually that does come down, and when it comes down, it's going to collapse and really jut out some strong wind in the surrounding areas. That includes Brooksville, Deerbrook, Plum Grove, watching that for you as this was making its way towards the east. So this is one that we need to track. Still going to be very difficult to track, but this has at least held together for a couple of scans. We can go back about a half hour there. Actually, you see what happens. The one that we were looking at about 318, that fell apart along that boundary, that same boundary that we were talking about crossing Highway 82 or going along 82. It was close to 45. That allowed for a redevelopment there by 345. And we continue to see that increase in lightning as well as increase in its strength over those last few scans. So let's go back about a half hour. Current time is about 4:03. So let's go to 3:33 and see the best we can do on this. And again, tracks are going to be have some asterisks on there saying out ahead of this, don't really pay attention to the times because they will be subject to change. But as we drag this out, and we're going to take this at the half hour there all the way to the top of the hour. This one might be even slower than the storms we were tracking out in Maben. So as we drag this out, yeah, I mean, we're still about 5 miles an hour. So 5 miles an hour, pretty synonymous for each of these storms. So as we do that leading edge, and we're going to take this all the way east into Deerbrook. Whoa, not that fast. Deerbrook by 429 and Plum Grove closer to about 457. And you see the output of lightning there. We're up to 154 strikes. I do want to look at this storm in particular. I'm only going to go back about a half hour here because that's really when the life cycle of this storm started. And let's zoom it in a little bit closer and focus on this storm. And as it's moved through the area, we were at 70 strikes a little bit earlier on, now up to 113. So the increase in lightning also showing that storm strengthening. But eventually, once these storms do come down, or these storm tops do come down, that's where you get those strong gusty winds, that microburst potential that we were talking about, and we'll continue to talk about through the rest of your evening. So we're at 60,000 feet just west of Brooksville and moving along 45. That has since come down, so this might be already entering into that collapsing phase. So if you know anyone along the county line between Lowndes County and Noxubee County, I know the severe thunderstorm warning is away, but I think we could be talking about another impactful storm, at least happening as we speak, due to those storm tops starting to look a little bit less. And that is a collapsing phase that this storm is entering into. So let's talk boundaries on these storms. And we do have that pretty defined boundary towards Sugarlock, up there towards Louisville, and making its way, well, I guess now towards Noxapater. It looks like we have another boundary starting to develop towards Noxapater, and that's intersecting with this storm near Ackerman. So Ackerman's seeing an increase in the strength on that storm, one that we tracked a little bit ago. But with that inflow there, I say inflow, it's no tornadoes are expected, but at least an inflow of energy directly into this storm. We could see an increase in that strength here in a few moments, but that boundary continues all the way out towards Winona, so gusty winds along this boundary and potentially some additional development happening as well. That's a pretty defined boundary there. That one up around Lowndes County that we saw just a little bit ago, it's overhead of downtown Columbus, and what do you know? We were talking about it 1 minute ago, and a severe thunderstorm warning getting issued for that storm near Crawford and Brooksville. And because this outflow boundary in particular has prompted the storm there towards Crawford and Brooksville, that boundary does extend all the way north into Columbus. So we'll look at this in just a moment, but I think Columbus is going to be a camera to watch for because some of that development, or at least some of the gusty winds, could still be attached to that outflow boundary, whether it is producing rain or not. So cameras. Let's start in Ackerman and let's go ahead and work our way towards the east because Ackerman overhead right now is a pretty decent lightning storm. And with that lightning, I don't know how much life we have on this camera. I'm hopeful it makes it all the way through, but you know, with lightning, we've seen what it can do here in North Mississippi. We saw it Monday, we saw it Tuesday, and now we're seeing it again on our Wednesday. So severe thunderstorm warning that continues up until 4:45. Camera there in Ackerman. Let me make sure it's pointed the right way. So this is looking more towards the north. We want this to be more towards the almost northeast to east. So let this update here. I don't want to do too much on it. What do you know? I did too much on it. Drag it back out a little bit. Yeah, I mean, there's your heavy rainfall there. We're looking through the pole, so you have to look on each side of it. But there's your heavy rainfall. That's going to be some of the strong storms that are moving through eastern Choctaw County. Gusty winds as well as heavy rainfall, the primary factors with those. And as we look down towards that storm near Macon, really towards Crawford and Brooksville, the lightning continues to be a concern there. And as we look at our camera, I do want to make sure that we at least give a visual on this storm. But you're going to see a lot of similar views with the heavy rainfall coming down and those gusty winds. Yeah, there's your rainfall. And look at how much water is already on the roads. That trail behind the car of some of that water being kicked up, that's also a concern because that could result in some flooding area or flooded areas because of the heavy rainfall in one location over a long period of time. So travel with caution along 45. Heavy downpours are going to make it very hard to see. So already two concerns we've noted. We've not even talked about the severe aspects of this. We're 14 miles an hour at the reporting station down in Macon. Those gusts, I mean, we're seeing it firsthand, probably upwards of around 30, 40 miles an hour. Yeah, shaking the camera a little bit. And that's going to make it hard for some cars like that high-profile vehicle there, Matt, to travel down the road. Could knock down some of those vehicles. So just urging driving with caution, especially as we enter into that evening commute.
Yeah, and more people on the roads means more and more opportunities for people to make wrong choices. So we have to do the best we can to try to make the right ones here. Current time is now 4:07. You're looking live here in Macon, as Gabe was talking about a moment ago there. A location under the severe thunderstorm warning, same one there from Macon that extends up into Lowndes County, is in the Columbus area. Not a drop of rainfall in Columbus as of yet. And as we go back over and kind of check our latest look here on Mama Justice Doppler radar, you'll notice the southern part of the county, we do have some, and they're trying to develop northward into the county. 3D look here. You can't hear me? Okay, I'll see what I can do on that here in a minute. But 3D look on that storm does show that the storm near Whiteberry is maybe a little bit stronger, but clearly for comparative reasons, the one down closer to Brooksville is stronger, and the one back over top of Mabin is stronger than all of those. Not a lot of lightning out of these in comparison to earlier this week. So while technically under severe thunderstorm warning, they're inside the Columbus city limits, we've yet to have a single drop of rainfall. As you can see, just kind of comparing these apples to apples. Clarkson storm, again, going through the downswing, dropping what it's dropping there over top of Mabin. And then the one over Ackerman, pretty similar in the intensity if we kind of slice it down to the most intense returns on that. Get that into there for a moment. I'd say all three of those with some, the Ackerman maybe just a hint stronger. We'll kind of clear off all those clear air returns at the surface, which are bugs and other things. And just to look wider, just in case something else is going to jump off the map there. I don't have any other one that I'm overly concerned with at this point, just really those couples. This does a good job of showing the lightning strikes, which are more significant, I'd say, on that storm in Webster County than really any other storms that we have out there this afternoon, which is why we've kind of talked about that in our Choctaw County storm so specifically, is because of kind of both those getting the impact there as well. So going back to our True Shield Roofing hail swath, you'll notice kind of on the latest scans on that, Clarkson, again, some limited hail potential on that. What we have down in Oktibbeha County was from earlier on, not an issue at this point here, but over Clarkson, a little bit of that trying to fall as it makes its way toward the south. Checking our chat with all of you guys behind the scenes there. And one of the things we'll note, kind of looking at this for a moment, is that Chris said just came through Columbus. It's calm. Thunder in Columbus right now. So yes, there's a little bit of that. But if thunder is all we get, then it's a decent chance that there will be folks in Columbus that is all they get. But I think we'll have some additional thunderstorms that develop. But out of what we see out there right now, that's about as much as anybody is seeing. To answer some of those questions farther north, I'm going to cut our clear air returns back just a little bit more to hopefully highlight that. Some questions asking about Saltillo or Tupelo, where we had again some stronger thunderstorms earlier this week. There's nothing up here that we're overly concerned with. And when you look at the temperature and the dew point, that measure of moisture that helps us kind of figure out how unstable the atmosphere is, that dew point, again, based on the same scale as the temperature there, that shows up where we kind of mix things down a little bit. Purple is a higher number, or a higher color, I guess, than the greenish sort of color here. So we do have this slightly drier air maybe on the north side, but this is kind of our zone where we're kind of popping up those storms where we have just enough of that. So I see Sandra mentioning Pontotoc there. Decent chance that most of that is to your south, but we're going to probably still have some isolated thunderstorms potentially developing that far north. And it does look as though I might have the beginnings of one at least trying to show up there in southeastern Lee County as well. Yep, a little one there kind of popping up. So there will be some of these that do pop up farther north than that. So additional storms remain possible, but certainly our greatest quantity of strong storms down here closer to the Golden Triangle. You'll look at some of those reports on power outages. Our meteorologist Gabe Maynor watching those in our downtown Tupelo studios. And Gabe, again, it's not widespread, but there are at least some spotty outages out there.
And outages coming up, unfortunately. As we look at that graph there, you can see where things have peaked. Of course, you see yesterday how 4 County was a little bit more active. These storms happening down there as well. Now, as we're entering into our Wednesday evening, those outages now up to 797. And the area that's adding to it are the sporadic outages there west of Macon. This will be close to the Searcy Range, right along Highway 14. And as we look closer to Brooksville, one thing I do want to do is refresh this because I want to make sure I'm not missing anything in regards to some of those outages. And glad we refreshed it because, yeah, that number has since changed. 828 outages. This one going to be east of Macon. This was closer to the, I want to say it was the Aubrey community, if I remember off the top of my head. But either way, it's along Highway 14 north of there, east of the airport, to give you perspective, 284 outages. And along 14, just sporadic outages. So Matt, you mentioned it. It's not widespread, uniform distribution. It's kind of hit or miss in regards to where the power outages do show up, and it comes down to where the strongest gusts occurred. It comes down to where the lightning happened, and that really just is unfortunate for 828 folks down there in the 4 County coverage area.
Yeah, but hopefully we got a little rain cool there out of it because it's
There
those
is
folks up
positive,
around
yeah.
Sardis Lake that had those power outages earlier, but they did not have the benefit of the rain cool there in all likelihood for some of those spots. That's kind of a little bit miserable for a few of those locations as well. Appreciate that, Gabe. Current time is now 4:13. I'm Chief Meteorologist Matt Lawpon. We're watching thunderstorms on the north side of this kind of line of storms here that are developing. I'm going to see if I can kind of clean that out and cut that down to just the most intense sort of storms there. And we're looking again at storms that have kind of backbilled northwestward toward Bruce. Now, I'll say this here, and then we're going to look at the Delta as well. Kind of coming in closer. I don't know that these storms over top of Calhoun City are really any less intense than any of the rest of these were as they were in the developing phase. But just from a technical standpoint, this crosses into National Weather Service Memphis's area, and I don't know what their appetite's going to be for issuing severe thunderstorm warnings. Sometimes you can get the same storm, 2 different people look at it, 2 different people have 2 different ideas on the way to do this. Checking our chat with the folks at the National Weather Service in Jackson, mentioning again a 35-mile-per-hour wind gust about getting close to about 45 minutes ago there in Louisville. Yeah, I'm just talking about, the warning that they had put out there earlier on for Lowndes County for some of the possibility of one of the storms to collapse and cause some issues there. Looking at the wind mode here on Mama Justice Doppler, I don't really see any traditional downburst signatures. I'll look through all these, see if there's any that I can kind of pick out that sort of have it so that maybe we can give you an idea. I always might sound ridiculous, but I always like to teach people how to do this. Just so if you're looking at it, you go, huh, that kind of looks like, and then right? Let's go ahead and look here closely, and I'm going to make this a 30-minute loop, and we'll take a look at this. Nah, I don't really have a true downburst signature. So sometimes when you have a downburst, you'll get, your green and your red, but rather than side to side like this, it tells rotation, it's front to back. because the idea would be if that is what you're looking at. Let's see if I have both green and red colors here. Yeah, I do. So green is inbound. So you might have it coming this way again toward the radar site, and then the red would indicate going away from the radar site. So when it's top to bottom, or if the radar's up there and it's top to bottom, then we know that, oh, that's a downburst, right? Kind of going out from that one spot. Technically, it'd just be kind of going out in a ring from that one spot there, right? And if in this case it'd be left to right, when the sweep comes around, if it's along the sweep, we know it's downburst. If it's perpendicular to the sweep, we know it's not downburst. There's no test on this, but just giving you that information just in case. Sometimes I know we do have some weather nerds out there and folks that like to inform themselves first, and that's great. And that's one of the main things, again, you can do with the Mississippi Live app. Again, free and available for all those different devices. And appreciate all of you 200,000 folks out there that have downloaded the various apps that we do have here as well. Check that chat there behind the scenes. Again, a new warning coming out. We'll go to our meteorologist, Gabe Maynor, for an update on that as severe thunderstorm warnings do continue to be placed into effect. This one is the one we were talking about a moment ago up there for around the Calhoun County area that we were looking at a moment ago.
Yeah, Matt, building along the boundary up there towards Webster County, up around the Clay County area, but now extending more towards the Calhoun County. I mean, Pittsboro should have a great shot on this. We'll pull up that camera behind the scenes, but as we see that boundary kind of working its way in and put it on that loop, we can see how that has backbuilt into Calhoun City, right along Highway 8. So folks that are traveling along Highway 8 through Calhoun City, we're watching that for you. Severe thunderstorm warning in effect until 5 o'clock. That does include Calhoun and Chickasaw County, so make sure to monitor those conditions. Chickasaw County, we're more focused on the Woodland community west of 15 towards Atlanta. No, not Atlanta, Georgia, Atlanta, Mississippi. This will be southwest of Houston. So watching that for you, but you can see how this entire line kind of through Bentley up to Calhoun City, there's your boundary, and that's really seen an increase in the lightning. We're 205 strikes over the last 30 minutes. Matt, that number coming up means power outage is probably going to do the same here momentarily.
Yeah, hopefully not, but that certainly could. So let's go do a couple of sky cams here that we can check out to get an idea of what this is looking like there. I think we'll start with our Calhoun County camera there in the Pittsboro community, looking back out at the batch of storms. I'll double check over here behind the scenes as well, make sure we've got this looking, again, deeply into some of those storms. Heavy rainfall, some gusty winds out of this. Again, southern Calhoun County, just a little south of where this camera is located. I'm going to go to Houston. We're going to come back to this here in a minute because Houston, we're looking maybe slightly farther away. Yeah, we're going to be right back on that camera here in a minute. Oops, I clicked all the way to Pontotoc. Let's get Houston. Apologize for that. Okay, so now looking at Houston, you can still see, again, the spotty sort of isolated nature of some of the showers down south. But notice how when we go back toward the west, that storm looks a little bit more impressive there, but it's still a pretty considerable distance away as we're kind of awaiting the bottom of whatever this is to kind of drop out of it and kick out some of the stronger wind gusts as well with that. So again, severe thunderstorm warning has been issued there for folks southwest of Houston in Chickasaw County as well as Calhoun County. That in effect until the beginning of our 5 o'clock broadcast there as well. So some gusty winds certainly possible with that. And I want to bring in Gabe, who's been looking at power outages, which remains one of kind of the biggest issues that we've kind of contended with today once again.
You know, I said number coming up in hopes that that was not the case, but unfortunately it is truth. And we have quite a bit of those starting to show up in Calhoun County, out there towards Yalobusha and Grenada County as well, and even extending there towards Webster County. 1,257 outages there for the Natchez Trace Electric Power Association, at least their coverage area. Sporadic outages eastern Webster County. That's not far away from Mabin. That was where those thunderstorms popped up a little bit ago, where that first warning got issued. And even all the way towards Houston, some pop-up outages for sure, but not nearly the amount as what they're seeing down there in southern Calhoun County. This will be just outside of Calhoun City. If I click that off there, right where those storms are forming, Calhoun City right there. So we're all towards the south and west. Unfortunately, that number just is climbing, and even around the area towards Ford County, those outages continue to climb as well. It's kind of refreshing that we can at least say that some of the outages have been restored. We're down to 500 and, well, actually, 759, my apologies there, with 210 right there towards Prairie Point, of course, standing out. As we look up around Starkville, those outages have been restored a little bit more, and Columbus not seeing a spike in their total outages, which is a positive as well. You know, one thing I will say is here's a look at the Mississippi Live Weather app. If you do have any of those pictures or reports to submit, and those could be videos as well, send them in through the app, and we'll be happy to show those off as we go through the evening. But the reason why we encourage this, even just the dark clouds in the sky, we love seeing as many clouds as possible. We're professional cloud watchers, folks. But if you send in those pictures, it gives us a visual of what you're experiencing. The heavy rainfall, the amount of rainfall, the wind, and even potentially some of the damage that could come out of this, because it not only helps us, helps the National Weather Service. So go ahead and send in those photos, and we appreciate all of you that have submitted those as well. I do want to talk about up there towards Lafayette County and Panola County, 1,235 outages there around Sardis Lake. So that's where Matt was talking about how it's unfortunate the positioning of those outages, because that does mean that there's very little rainfall, very little rain-cooled relief, but still 1,000 folks dealing with power outages. So this is also where I will say, if you're dealing with the heat, go check on your neighbors and take care of your elderly neighbors, the kids. Just make sure that they're being taken care of, because when you don't have a break from the heat or relief from the heat, it really makes it unbearable and miserable.
It definitely does. Appreciate that, Gabe. Sound advice there, you know, because obviously heat is the #1 weather-related killer, in spite of the fact that sometimes we talk about all these other things significantly more. As we come back here, again, our camera there in Pittsburgh, looking towards storms that are just a little south. Some strong gusty winds potentially out of those as we look through the tower here in Pittsburgh, down toward Calhoun City, generally speaking there. I appreciate that. I think it's the Sheriff's Department down there in Calhoun County and the North Mississippi Storm Chasers, both kind of providing links to allow us to be able to show this. We did get a report of some wind there causing a few trees to go down on Jody Young Road. This would be back in Oktibbeha County, associated with the storm back that direction when the storms were back there a little bit earlier on. Obviously, those storms have since gone through that collapsing phase. I'll put on again the storm reports there. Hopefully that, yeah, plops that on there again north of Craig Springs, as we were talking about 250 the time on that when storms were first starting to kind of get going and get a little bit heavier there. Wider shot, again, we've been in fairly close on some of those storms north. Let's kind of go southeast and work our way back to the northwest. I think we'll individually track some of these storms. Gabe, I'm going to toss it back to you again here for a moment at the chroma key as we kind of walk through the intensity of how some of these thunderstorms are continuing to materialize as they continue to sort of, I think these in particular, Gabe, going through a bit more of a weakening phase, and some of them farther north and west.
Well, and speaking of north, we were talking about Columbus a little bit ago. That looks to be the most impressive storm of this entire warning. And this one that just occurred over the last couple of minutes, putting it on that loop, you can see how this has developed right along that boundary. Yes, boundary is going to be a word of the day, because that's really what's driving this weather pattern. And the lightning coming up as well. You see that ring right there developing while moving right overhead, that seed, watering it, growing it, and eventually producing a strong storm up there. So as we look specifically at that storm, I would say that's the one to note with our entire severe thunderstorm warning between Noxubee and Lowndes County. This around the Lakeover Estates, Whitebury as well. The wind mode here, I just want to look on those latest scans. It's coming up, but it's still not all the way up to 60 miles an hour or so. But it does have that microburst potential to where if this starts to collapse, and when it starts to collapse, we could get out some of those strong gusty winds. Looking at those storm tops, you can see how a little bit earlier on, not as impressive, but now up to nearly 55,000 feet. That's going to be a concern later on as this storm does enter a collapsing phase out towards Whitebury, Lakeover Estates, right along Highway 69, along the state line, closer to Alabama. So if you're out in Alabama, I know we have a few viewers over there in Pickens County, should you be worried? Well, I will say, as we get more northwest Pickens County, I wouldn't say be worried, but I would say be mindful of the forecast and get inside. I tell my wife all the time with these types of forecasts, and if you're indoors, you're where you need to be. You're not susceptible to the lightning that's going to be striking outside. You're also not susceptible to those strong gusty winds. If you want to move to the interior part of your home just to be on the safe side in case any of these trees do get knocked over, you can never over-prepare in these situations. So do what you got to do and stay safe through the rest of our Wednesday evening. I want to bring it back over to these storms, though, through Calhoun County, because this has been one where we've gotten a lot of reports of some power outages, including some potential for some small hail developing out of this as well. Lightning really coming up there. The latest on our Mama Justice Doppler radar has it at, oh, my head's in the way, 150 strikes at, what, 30 minutes ago, now up to, give me that latest number, 258. So that's the strengthening that we're talking about, moving right along that boundary. So right towards Clarkson and Dancy, seeing a high output of lightning there. I want to look specifically at Bentley though, and I might have to turn the lightning off, folks, because it is nearly impossible to see into that storm. And let's put on the latest scan, and I promise you there's lightning. I took it off for a moment there, so remind me in the chat if I don't turn it on here in the next few moments. But out towards Bentley, that's where we're getting some of that possible hail return. I don't see a probable mixing in there, but what you're getting here is that darker return on our reflectivity. Whenever you get the purples or I mean, if it gets really extreme, blacks and whites later on, then that's where we're talking about some hail potential. So I think within this storm, there is a small hail core. It's just so hot outside that getting that hail all the way to the surface is a little bit of an uphill battle. But the wind is going to be a factor as well. Some of those gustier winds right over Bentley right now. We're still probably talking 30, 40 miles an hour with those gusts, potentially higher in spots, but have not gotten confirmed reports just yet. And we are continuing to monitor the chat for any of the pictures that you guys send in. So send those in through the Mississippi Live Weather app, and we appreciate everyone who has done so. I'm going to bring it back over to Columbus because I do see down there in the chat, and I'll pull it up full screen here so you can see it, what I'm seeing. Wind and Steens picking up over there in northern Lowndes County, and then Judy in Columbus. I think it's outside. Judy in Columbus saying that or asking specifically about the forecast there. So as we toss it over to Columbus, you know, Steens, I know Steens is kind of a little bit on the northern Lowndes County side, just from some storm coverage from a little bit earlier on. So there's Steens that we were talking about just a moment ago. And there's your outflow boundary. This might be a scan behind because current time is 4:27. It lines up pretty well, but as we put on that loop, we're probably going to update that latest scan, and that's where the gusty outflow boundary is probably within Steens. So that's what we're getting reports of there. And that's unfortunately going to have some gusty winds that could be damaging as well. So picking up there, let me make sure I give credit to where it's due. Finch the Bird, appreciate you for joining us there in the chat. But that's probably not even having any rainfall attached to it. The rainfall is actually down here towards southeastern Lowndes County, more towards Forreston, where we are getting some of that potential hail, but definitely going to be getting some of those gustier winds later on. Notice I haven't said severe winds because we have not gotten any confirmed reports of wind gusts up to 60 miles an hour. The highest we've gotten is, I believe, 44 miles an hour, and that was over in Parkville where the warnings initially started. And overall reports, that one towards southwest Oktibbeha County, some trees down. If you have any reports yourself and you send those in through the Mississippi Live Weather app, that'll help the National Weather Service populate in some of these reports and let folks know throughout the area what they are seeing. Now, out in Calhoun County, that continues to be one to keep an eye on. Let me bring it back full screen because that is just a lot of lightning, folks. And that lightning is indicating a strengthening there. So, Bentley, am I going to have to do it again? Let's take it off. Okay, so that unfortunately is what I believe is happening. The hail core is deepening a little bit. So let me put this even on a 30-minute loop here, and you can see the heavy rainfall remaining right over Bentley. So Bentley, folks, we're also looking at the potential for an isolated flooding threat. But watch the purples. You see for a moment there's some whites showing up, some darker returns. But the fact you're getting a little bit more of a defined area of the blacks and whites that's showing up, that's going to be your hail core deepening a little bit more. In fact, let me take this 3D for a moment so we can get a visual into the heart of this storm. And we're actually going to take a splice through it. I might be too close here, so I might have to zoom things out here in just a moment. But as we drag this all the way through, let me put it more horizontal. There we go, zoom out just a little bit. And let's go ahead and drag this through the storm. So you see how that hail does still look a little bit more elevated. Looks like that core is still growing. Usually whenever the hail would be falling out, it would be more on the outskirts of this, kind of like where you see the purple there. That would be where the hail's kind of being dumped on the outside. It follows that updraft into the top of the storm and then is blown out the top and then eventually goes into surrounding communities. So I would say the hail core is still potentially developing on that storm in Bentley and might produce a few stones a little bit later on as this continues to develop. Now, we could put this on a 15-minute loop here, and I think that'd be worth our while as this continues to build. And so this is about 4:18. You can still see that, well, that's 4:30. So let's go ahead and go back there. Okay, so there's your core. Unfortunately, scans, I guess, not coming in as frequent, but you know, that looks like it might have came out a little bit earlier on, and then that core is re-intensifying once again. So we might have had some small hail already produced out of this. and now we could be looking at additional chances. So as we look at this, that severe thunderstorm warning is in place until 5 o'clock on our Wednesday evening. So the concern that I have right now for our evening is the fact that we have those midweek services for church, and I know folks are going to be getting out in this. 5 o'clock I know is when dinner started at church growing up before the services were happening. So if you do have to get out in this and you see that you're under severe thunderstorm warning, wait for that to expire and then get out in this. We don't want you to travel in this heavy rainfall that could potentially be not only dangerous but impactful as well. As we look at that TruShield Roofing hail swath, I just want to continue to show this because I think, well, they're down in Clarkson. Let's go ahead and transition a little bit south and east, and we'll come back up to that Bentley storm. Because the reason why, let's go back on the loop here real quick to where it was more towards Clarkson. That might have been where we got some hail as well. I'm going to put this on a full hour loop and adjust the lapse increment to where it's 5 minutes instead of 1 minute. And I'm going to go all the way back to where that was overhead in Clarkson. So there you go. There's where we start to get more of the probable category. Right there. You see how we get some of those blacks to show up? That's that deeper hail core potential. So out in Clarkson, I'm curious if we've gotten any reports from there. I'll check the National Weather Service chat here in just a moment. But, take an image in your head of this, and now let's go up here to the storm in Bentley. And that's where, well, it doesn't look as impressive as it did even a moment ago. But if we go back at least a couple scans, we had a similar signature there. Now, it wasn't as widespread, but a similar signature just south of Bentley. So that's where some small hail was definitely a possibility there. And the lightning, well, that continues to be a big factor. So, Caleb, behind the scenes there, do you mind pulling up the Natchez Trace Electric Power Association website just so I can see the outages? We should have a tab already open for it. And I just want to see what that latest number is at because I know that that has climbed. Is your mic still on?
It's on, but I'm muted right now.
Well, let me toss to you real quick, and you can kind of talk to folks about the outages.
Okay. There we go. Is this the one?
Well, if I can find it. Well, Caleb, I have everything else but there. Can I do that? Will that
Does that work?
That's good enough. There you go.
I think it's working. There we go. We're still taking a look at, unfortunately, quite a few outages out there with our Natchez Trace EPA. You can see kind of in this purple, pink colors, and of course, learning to click on it. We're up to 1,200 outages out there, which actually looks like the screen's a little bit frozen and kind of lagging behind. So we're dealing with an exact number of 1,257, all within this light kind of pink purple shade. So dealing with quite a few outages out there. They're finally caught up, whether it's in Webster, Calhoun, Yalobusha County. You guys dealing with quite a few outages as these thunderstorms continue to move on out. Now, Gabe might have to correct me if I'm wrong, but we're still looking at the same amount of outages, I believe, since the last time we looked. So, and actually, we're starting to see some more come
Bentley
in.
right there.
There we go. Yep. So those outages continue to come up, unfortunately, as these thunderstorms continue to build up on its strength. I know he was tracking out that hail core as it's still kind of well within that updraft, and that continues building on up. So the storms still maintaining its health a little bit before it can officially dump out everything that it has in store. So outages, those continue to be a big concern as these storms just kind of continue to bother us heading into the evening hours, like he was mentioning with our church hours and dinner time, and everybody's getting off of work. I mean, this is kind of the busy next few hours as we're getting ready for our evening in store, where eventually once that sun continues to set, we're not dealing with those storms quite as frequently as what we're dealing with right now, but still very disorganized. We're still just kind of dealing with some of these storms being on the stronger side right now.
Yeah, and you mentioned disorganized. If we had one individual storm that was able to eat on all these boundaries, say eat, I guess eat isn't...
It's dinner time.
I'm hungry. But as it takes in this energy, then we'd be looking at a different setup where a very strong storm is possible. But the fact that we have a ton of activity, and thank you, Caleb, for talking to us about those latest power outages, but the fact that you have a ton of activity, all of these storms are wanting to latch onto this energy and, try to increase its strength. And whenever you have those competing storms, well, that does better for us in the fact that these remain more limited than what they could be. So we know it's hot, we know it's muggy, we know there's plenty of energy out there, but we're hopeful that these storms do continue to not have a ton of reports to it, but we are going to continue to monitor that. Now, looking at the latest there on a TruShield Roofing hail swath, I'm just going to take off the lightning here. Yeah, Bentley seeing a lot of lightning, probably a big contributor to those outages. Some gusty winds too. I do believe Pittsboro should still have a visual on this. Oh. Let me make sure. Let's go to Pittsboro. And there's Pittsburgh looking towards what should be the south. And I'll triple check that there behind the scenes. But this is Pittsburgh looking into the storm. I mean, it's got to be. You see the heavy rainfall there in the distance. I don't even have to check the direction. I can tell you that this is looking towards the south, right into the heart of that storm, that blinding rainfall that's still falling down in southern Calhoun County. This again towards the Bentley community. And this will be one that continues to provide impacts towards southern Calhoun County. Yeah, looking, I guess, towards the south and east. So this would really be into the heart of that storm as we track this on our Mama Justice Doppler radar. Thank you. Caleb, was that you adjusting it? Appreciate that. So there you're going right into that severe thunderstorm warning, and that continues to be in place until 5 o'clock, into the start of our 5 o'clock show. Which, speaking of housekeeping here behind the scenes, Caleb, do you have that forecast done?
I do. I just need to put it in.
Okay. Matt, I want to bring you in on this. Do you want to take things over to our other version of our Mama Justice Doppler radar so Caleb can put that into the system, or yay or nay? You can give me a thumbs up, thumbs down. Let me go ahead and keep tracking these storms out for just a moment. So as we bring it back here to a regular version of Mama Justice Doppler radar, and we're going to bring up the.
Say that again, Gabe. Sorry, I had a phone call came in a minute ago.
Oh, I apologize.
So I was on that.
I was just thinking 440-ish. It's probably due time to get some numbers in there and get updated rain chances through the rest of our evening.
Okay, hold on. What's going on with radar? Why is it not wanting to come back? Were you okay? Yeah, I'm gonna have to. I'm gonna have to. So what do you? So work me back here. What are you trying to do real quick here?
Caleb needs to put that forecast in.
Okay, I don't have a backup version of Mama Justice here at the house at the moment, because remember we did the switch. So I don't have a backup version right now. So
okay. Well, we can keep
it'll
on
kind
these
of have
storms.
to be between. Yeah, so I would say it'll have to be between. But also now what I'm not seeing on here, because that's 4:18. We got to be on current time because we have that new severe thunderstorm warning down there, because that was still kind of stuck on old time there. Have we got down tracked that one yet?
We have not just yet. That one just getting issued here in the last few moments, because we were looking at Bentley there in southern Calhoun County that had some outages start to come in due to the lightning.
Okay, well, I'll let you take a look at this here for a moment, and then while we're putting this on a loop here and kind of panning around with some of the stuff you have on screen, Caleb's going to be on the other monitor over there trying to put some of that other stuff in. That sound good?
Sounds good. Caleb, did you hear that?
Just start chugging.
Yep, start
All right.
going. So let's go ahead and look at what we have here as we look at this full screen for just a moment. We talk about battle of the boundaries. Well, the boundaries continue to make impacts, and really defined boundary there. This one, look towards McCool. You can see how that ring wraps all the way around through Alice and Arlington, and eventually towards the Longino community, and even out there towards Cleveland. Now, no, this is not Cleveland in Northwest Mississippi. I know I saw a few folks here in the chat saying, hey, what about Cleveland? Well, Cleveland in Northwest Mississippi, not exactly action-packed, but Cleveland down there towards the, I'm word off the top of my head, towards the Kemper County area. Oh, Caleb, 1 second here.
No, you're good.
Let me get, I just want to put that warning graphic up. So let me drag it back over there. So right there, we're moving into Philadelphia here, and there you go, towards Neshoba, and there towards Leake County, and then even towards Kemper County, like we were talking about just a moment ago, so you're good.
Okay.
So there's your outflow boundary moving overhead, and that's that lift that we were talking about to really get these storms firing off. And you see, watch this one towards Coosa. You see how that just increases in strength and then completely falls apart? That's what this one's doing out towards Alice. Just, again, a cyclical pattern right there along Highway 19, closer to Burnside. And this is going to provide some showers down around Philadelphia, so I know some folks down there, I hope not at the water park today, but if you are there, probably going to have to take a little bit of a break from that as lightning, as storms do start to move in, and the heavy rainfall, and Matt, unfortunately, the potential for some small hail in this as well.
Absolutely. Hey, can Caleb hear me behind the
Yes.
scenes?
Yes, I can.
Okay. Hey, so Caleb, only what's absolutely necessary on that, because we're going to have to continue to control links. So what's absolutely necessary, change. If it's not absolutely necessary, we don't have to change it.
Okay, sounds good.
Okay.
Perfect. Well, I appreciate that, Matt. Appreciate that, Caleb, for the hard work here behind the scenes, getting everything ready for the 5 o'clock show, and Emily behind the scenes as well, getting together the Mississippi Live News. So yes, hail going to be a factor. That severe thunderstorm warning continues to move towards the south and east. Not a ton of movement to it. So along Highway 19, if you're traveling between Alice and Burnside, again, I say, just pull off to the side of the road. Let these storms pass on by, because you see how quickly that one collapsed near Coosa? Well, that could follow the same pattern there towards Burnside and Alice here in just a moment. Now, you saw that view there in Philadelphia, and we see a heavy downpour. In fact, this has some pretty decent structure to it, similar to the picture that I remember on Monday being submitted. I think it was Houston submitted it over in Chickasaw County. But you basically have that storm base right there, and then just the downpour. And this could be where you get some of that downburst potential too. You know, I'm trying to see. We're so close to the storm that you almost can't see the winds there, but it does look like there's a little kind of tilt to it, and that's those strong winds blowing around that rainfall. And as that's a downburst, you know, you could see some of that gusty wind translate into damaging wind as well. So 81 degrees in Philadelphia. That's a positive, I would say, for folks there in Neshoba County. It feels much better than it did this afternoon, but you are going to be dealing with a pretty impactful storm already with that severe thunderstorm warning in place until later on this evening. I believe that was until 5:30, at least through our 5 o'clock broadcast. We'll continue to track that even into the top of the show. And then as we continue through the rest of our evening, as these boundaries continue to stick around, well, that keeps those rain chances around as well. In fact, talking with Emily behind the scenes, she said, Gabe, are we going to be able to see news tonight? And I said, to be honest, Emily, the fact that storms are already firing off at 3, they're probably going to be going into 4, 5, maybe even until 6 o'clock. So we'll get you the Mississippi Live news. You might have to check socials for that.
And we'll do a little bit of both to answer that question. We'll be able to handle this and news at the same time.
But of course, keeping eyes on the storms too, because we know that as you head off into those evening commutes, we will continue to track that out for you, because we don't want anyone to be going to those midweek services and having to deal with this heavy rainfall. Caleb, give me 1 second.
Yeah, no, you're good.
Are you done?
I got meat and potatoes in, so we should be good.
Meat and potatoes.
It's
Quit
dinner
mentioning food, Caleb. I'm not eating yet, and I'm starving. So as we track that out, that outflow boundary does extend all the way into DeKalb County, or not DeKalb County, the Kemper County over there in DeKalb. And so as we see along 45, seeing an increase in some thunderstorm activity there as well. So that's going to provide some rainfall towards Kipling, towards Blackwater. We might need to swap radar sites there towards our Jackson radar site, because we are starting to get a little bit of ways away from our Monroe County site. So that's showing you, do you need to click save on this?
You can go for it. Or I can click save. Yeah, there you go.
There you go. So let's go ahead and bring it back to.
And once that's saved, that's good enough. Unless it does not need to be perfect. If we've got it where it's down and dirty, then we're good enough on the forecast.
As long as it has rain chances at 5 o'clock, then I'm not complaining. So
hey, we got that.
The rest of it's fine. Okay. So let's go ahead and take over here for a moment. And by the way, I need one of you to probably restart the splash top service so it's a little smoother on my end here. But let's go ahead and go to that north storm for Western Clay County, Gabe, and take a look up there.
Okay. Do you want Caleb to restart this?
And actually, in order to do this, I need somebody to go over to the BAM so we can look at those power outages, and then I'll take care of this.
I can do that.
Okay. Yeah, go do power outage.
Okay. Let's look at power outages over there with our Caleb Bettelblut for the latest on kind of how that's going.
Okay, we're taking a look at our power outages out there in the Natchez Trace kind of valley area. We're still dealing with quite a bit. As you can see, that pink and purple continues to be very prominent. We're still at just over 1,200 outages. So on the bright side, we're not seeing that number increase, but we would like to see that continue decreasing. I know your local EPAs are going to get out there as quick as they can to get that back online for you guys, but we're still dealing with quite a few, whether that's Yalobusha, Calhoun, Webster. You guys are dealing with some. We also see some of these colors on the outskirts as well. You can kind of see these teals. That's around, oops, I clicked on, actually, I think that was the right one. That's 32 out there in Calhoun County, at least kind of in centralized area. In the most southwestern portions, there's 41. Then out here in Webster, I mean, we're dealing with 77. So these thunderstorms, I think kind of what they're doing a lot today is just not really bringing the overall severity as far as intensity as what we've seen Monday, but they can still bring quite a few outages out here within our region here in North Mississippi. Take a look at Ford County Electric. I mean, we're definitely dealing with quite a few out there towards Noxubee County now. I mean, when we started this coverage with that first severe thunderstorm warning, we weren't talking about this many icons here on the map. So that's one of the downsides on when we're talking about some of these pulse thunderstorms and them dumping that heavy amounts of rain, and then of course the wind that comes with it as they start to collapse. We're going to start dealing with some of those outages. You can see noticeable out here, 286 kind of right on the county line along Highway 14. 15 out there kind of within the intersection of Highway 45, traveling further down closer towards Scuba, 210 just west of the state Alabama line. So dealing with quite a few outages out there in Noxubee as these storms continue to move on out. If we looked out there towards Choctaw, Matt, I mean, still 216 or 260 correct me, out there just north of Ackerman. So still dealing with quite a few
Can you pull up
outages.
on the side of it there? There's a graph, and the graph
Uh-huh.
shows kind of a time series of how many people kind of on the whole are looking at there. There you are. So
There we
about
go.
1,500 customers affected, and you could see the main spike was probably about 20, 30 minutes ago, but from the look of that there. But it's also a reminder, again, you're looking back days,
Hmm.
but how once there's a spike, they do a very good job of getting things back on fairly quickly. So even though we're having some decent numbers of people without power, it's a reminder that it's not ice storm time scale before they come back on, thankfully. Appreciate that. Our meteorologist, Caleb Edelblut, reporting. Current time is now 4:46. I'm Chief Meteorologist Matt Lopon. You're watching Mississippi Live as we bring it here in the latest scans on kind of the wider shot on Mama Justice Doppler radar, kind of clearing this down a little bit. Pretty clear. We have 4 warnings there that we are tracking. The northernmost until 5 p.m. does involve Calhoun and Chickasaw County. The newest until 5:30 for parts of Webster and western Clay County. One also in effect until 5 p.m. for Lowndes, Noxubee, and parts of Kemper County. And yet another one for Neshoba, Kemper, and Winston and Attala counties, as well as I think also Leake County until 5:30. So 4 warnings, all for the potential for strong damaging wind gusts. That's one of the questions we have for you is what are you seeing? Carl wanting to know if this is coming tonight. It just kind of depends on where you're at with this, on whether or not that's the case. Trying to do some grilling out there in Una. Well, we've got some storms there, Una. They're going to be pretty close by. So hold rich there. Hopefully you are okay with that. But yeah, there's going to still be some storms for your area within the next 30 minutes or so, continuing to kind of pop up there. In fact, let's start with that duo of warnings here for Clay, parts of Webster, Choctaw County, not in this, but Chickasaw and Calhoun counties are in the same kind of cluster of storms. 3D look on this on Mama Justice Doppler kind of shows that that part is not quite as impressive as some of the others. In fact, you can see how it's kind of doubled up there. I had that question from Una a second ago. That one there a little bit doubled up as well. I see someone also asking about how bad will it be in the Columbus area. I'll say not terribly bad based on kind of what we're looking at this point here. That part just hasn't gotten overly developed. But if we kind of cut this down here, looking at just the most intense returns, you notice how it's kind of split on this one in western Clay County. I have that still looking at Calhoun County, but we need to concentrate on western Clay County there. That's where that's kind of the most intense. And there's some that's kind of held up there aloft. Looks like there's also another one on the north side of Houston, kind of back there in the background as well. So we've got again a number of these spots where we have that pink indicating the heavy rainfall that eventually, as it slides down to the surface, will kick out some strong wind gusts as well. So Una right there at the top, close by, not directly under this. As we loop this over the last hour, really we only need the last 30 minutes on this here. You'll note that again, this is kind of dropping there pretty much right where it's at, almost kind of back building westward just a little bit. So I still think you'll probably get some showers pretty close by. It's right on that little boundary there. Not impossible to get a few of those, but up toward the Una area, certainly. We'll keep watching that for you. But I would say the part there that's closer to Cairo looks a little bit more interesting right along Mississippi Highway 46. And I'm going to get us on the latest scan. We're going to add back in. I kind of I cut off too much. We'll see what point, there we are, about 60 dBZs, 15, 20,000 feet. And that sometimes causes some issues. So I can't say it'd be a shock there if we had some of that. But no tornadoes out there on any of these thunderstorms. That's one of the main impacts I want to make sure that we're clear on. But yeah, over top of the Houston area, we've got one that's getting closer to dropping a little bit of heavy precipitation there. Let's check out our camera in Houston to get a look at that. Right, full screen here so you can see it for a moment. So there's one of those areas kind of dropping out that heavy precipitation. But I don't think that's the one that we were looking at directly over Houston a moment ago. Let's go ahead and look at that specifically. We're going to swing this around to see if we can catch. Yes, right there. That's what I was looking for. So that is the storm that's just in the process of dropping it. And it's a real wicked look. This will probably make for a pretty nice time lapse here in just a second. I'll try to get to this side. So this isn't like a tornado, anything like that, right? This is all heavy precipitation falling out of that storm. In fact, if I just kind of put my finger right there to kind of mark the bottom of where that is, right? You'll be able to see here in a second how there's more and more gray going below where my finger is there, as all of this is the heavy precipitation kind of falling. We're looking at that pink aloft on that radar a moment ago that's not getting the surface. In fact, you can see our radar inset there on the screen, how we have that little green there on the north side of Houston. That is the heavy precipitation falling out of this right now. So that probably is, it's not unreasonable. That could be a microburst. That is outside of that warning there, but that's a very impressive look on that storm. For sure. I'm gonna take a little screenshot of this and send that over to the Weather Service. Give me just a moment because I think it's worth us taking a second. Give me just a moment here. Boom. Okay. And Memphis and see if I pop that in there. There we go. Okay, and there it is. So we go back on radar. This is kind of what we were talking about, and the reason we look three-dimensionally on these storms. Now you notice how you have that kind of red blob there on the north side of Houston, right? But if you go back just a couple of minutes, there's nothing on there at all, right? But then that's the heavy rain just finally falling and getting down there to the ground while we're on that camera. So you can see the pink forming aloft there before it gets down to the surface. That could potentially cause a bit of a big downburst of some gusty winds possibly out of that. So anyway, good example of what we're looking at there. Gabe's still looking at your pictures and videos, but also concentrating on power outages. Of course, you can look at those power outages, any issues with that in the Mississippi Live app. I'm gonna bring Gabe up here for a moment as he's kind of looking across the state at some of those. And when you do see what does, I think, look like a kind of a wet microburst, and that's what that shot probably was a minute ago there, that's where you do get, I think, a better idea of some more power outages are on the way.
Yes. My apologies. We were working on some stuff there behind the scenes, so I turned my mic off for a second. Really, it was just to get a drink real quick because we've been talking for a while. So looking out towards Chickasaw County, one of the ways we're able to tell that is with the Natchez Trace EPA covering at least the western sections of Chickasaw County, which is where this storm would be moving through. Because you see Houston right there, kind of along this intersection there along, I believe that's 15. So looking towards Chickasaw County, that's the area that we're watching for maybe an increase in the power outage numbers. I know Caleb's been looking at this over and over again, showing the vast amount that we have towards southwestern Calhoun County. So adding to those totals, and again, I posted last night saying thank your electric power cooperatives for the hard work that they've done. Keep thanking them because they're going to have another active night once again. Let's look at the large scale here because I do believe, and I want to make sure, Ford County would at least have somewhat of a view up there. Looks to be more towards south and east part of Chickasaw County. And down towards Attala County, we do have some of those storms starting to move in that are getting a little bit more intense. And as we look down there along Kosciuszko there in Attala County, you can see how some of the sporadic power outages are already starting to be populated in. Those lightning indicators there indicating at least a couple of outages just west of Kosciuszko along 35 north of Kosciuszko closer to Hesterville. And then as we go up Highway 12, just outside of there, we see 8 outages starting to add up in numbers. So Entergy, another power cooperative that's going to be busy this evening. I do want to say that up there in Oxford and up there towards Lafayette County, I should say, things are looking much better. The 1,000 outages now restored. But as we continue through the rest of our evening, one of the things that I will have to do is look down along Neshoba and Kemper and Leake County for any of those outages because strong storms are starting to move in. In fact, I guess that'll be Central Electric Power Association. So as I pull up that outage map, this will be one that sees numbers start to climb as well. This one closer to Neshoba County, and it does have a look at our outage map. Well, not text outage. Matt, I might have to do this here behind the scenes. So if you want to take a look at that latest warning there in Attala County, I think it would be worth the track, and then I'll have all these ready for you.
Okay, yeah, another one there on the south side of Attala County. Appreciate that, Gabe. And again, you can pick up that app. Always a good way to, again, look ahead. We do have power outages in the app as well as, of course, all the other different ways. This is, again, still looking 3D on those. So we'll kind of bring it back to the sort of the normal mode and change this more to kind of a clear air mode as far as all of the, there we are, all those returns are concerned. So again, southern Itala County, close to the Barnes community, gray there. As we're in northern Leake County, where a new severe thunderstorm warning till 5:45 p.m. is. We have not shown the True Shield hail track in a little while here. Of course, if you do have hailstones that are in excess of 1 inch in size, send those in using the app. We have not had much of that today because most of these are probably just going to dump the heavy rainfall and everything else they'll have out of those. But those are where kind of the warnings are, where those storms are kind of the heaviest at this point. Again, damaging winds as those kind of collapse. I'd say our storm that prompted the warning out there in Noxubee County, again, they're going to allow that to expire fully and on time, looking at that, because that storm continues to kind of weaken back that direction there. Those are all kind of done. And really, it's just a few of those storms. I'd say the strongest one up there in Chickasaw Town, it could be Houston. Now, I'm going to hit that camera again here in the Houston area. I think it's just such a good example of what folks are looking at. And then I'm going to bring it in a little closer. We don't really zoom these in very often because I don't want to over zoom it. But this is, I think, just such an incredible example of what it looks like when you have heavy precipitation, whether it's hail or heavy rain that's falling out of this. This is a great example of that. I'm going to see if I can get this to kind of focus, autofocus for me. There we go. And you can see how you almost have these streamers sort of falling out of it. And you can see how they curl up. This is quite literally the wind, the edge of the rain-cooled air kicking out of that, the wind that is kicking up. And so the fact you see it curl out, sometimes we'll call that a rain foot. Now, this is a combination of maybe some hailstones and really heavy rainfall that's coming out of that. And then as it kind of spreads from kind of right to left on here, you'll notice how it just kind of takes out another tree just kind of covered up as that is advancing there. So we don't always get a very good shot that can cleanly show this. So I figure it's probably worth us taking a moment to zoom in on. As you saw the little flash there, plenty of lightning strikes probably coming from that storm as well. But a really cool shot, again, of some of the heavy rainfall coming from those storms in and around and near the Houston areas. We look north, not as dense. So certainly the heaviest portion of that where it is on the the west side there of Houston, where that storm still is at this point. So good example. Technically, I don't think that is prompted a severe thunderstorm warning out of that. But again, it's a very visual storm and pretty interesting shot there, and appreciate our partnership with the North Mississippi Storm Chasers allowing that. In fact, you can argue kind of our two strongest storms are the one that we have over top of Houston we were looking at a moment ago, and then one out here in the far southeast corner of Grenada County there. Again, probably pretty decent amount of gusty winds as that storm tries to go through an eventual collapsing phase here as well. Checking our True Shield hail swath on both of those, and all three of those, including the one south of Calhoun City, has just a little bit of a hail potential on some of these at this point in time. Okay, we're going to go ahead and re-rack things here for a moment and start up our 5 o'clock news task. Mississippi Live at 5 starts right now.
Every legend starts somewhere.
Not with perfection, but with the decision.
The decision to show up, work harder, and believe this place can change everything.
At Northeast, you're more than just a number.
We're built on opportunity, and our students are willing to rise to the occasion.
Here, success isn't handed to you. It's earned.
You don't just leave with a degree, you leave as a legend.
Mississippi's trusted weather experts. This is Mississippi Live Weather at 5.
Welcome into Mississippi Live Weather at 5. I'm Chief Meteorologist Matt Lawpon. Numerous severe thunderstorm warnings out there, some that are continuing at this time here. We do expect that we'll have less of those in even 10 to 15 minutes versus what we have out there right now. Still watching again A couple of those that'll pop off the map here in just a moment coming up are right at 5 o'clock there. By the way, someone back there behind the scenes is going to have to move that little alert off of the screen on links if you can for me, please. But individual storms, there we go. Looks like they got that cleared off there. It's kicking out some reports of wind damage in and around Oktibbeha County, stretching back again. Both sides there, Crane Springs in particular, one around 245 at Ennis Road. Again, tree down there. Trees along Jody Young Road reported, and then the northeast side there on Artesia Road, trees down. So Oktibbeha County has had longer than most. It was our first warning of the day, so it's had a longer period of time for some of those alerts to come in. In saying that, the severe thunderstorm warnings we have in place at this instant, Attala County, parts of Leake County, as well as Neshoba County, a sliver there of Winston County also included, and Kemper County under severe thunderstorm warnings. Checking our True Shield hail swath, does show again some sporadic potential that we've had a little bit of hail out of these, but not much. Probably best example of what this looks like as we continue to look at these. There's just not a ton of movement on these. They sort of are expanding toward the south and east. Maybe on this shot you can actually see again the rain cool there expanding more. There's kind of a little boundary there expanding southward with this. And so that'll continue to kind of fire off some thunderstorms, Carthage back toward Goodman. But these storms are nowhere near as intense as what we had earlier this week, meaning only really, really spotty reports of wind damage possible out of these. And there's just not a lot of, you know, one of the things I love about radar is the ability to kind of track. There's not a lot of tracking that can be done when the storms are popping up and dying exactly where they're at. And so that's largely what we have out of these storms and what they're producing. Looking specifically at the wind mode, there is no tornado threat out of any of these, no rotation, any sort of spinny fun stuff you see in the sky. No tornadoes out of this threat today. It's just these in particular damaging winds that become possible. Good example of what that looks like. We were showing this camera a minute ago. We'll hit some other cameras here in just a moment. Our camera in the Houston area. Chickasaw County, officially that warning has been allowed to expire for you, but this is a perfect shot there of what I think a lot of other folks are probably experiencing, which is, again, some really dark clouds and then that rain cool there that's kind of spreading in. And if you look closely on the edge of that, there's, well, for certainly the lightning there, but you see how it kind of curls up right there? If you look closely, kind of curls up. That is the wind flowing out of that thunderstorm as it collapses. So that's the leading edge of the wind. And I'd say if we're going to see wind damage in this case, and I'm not convinced we will, I think we're a little past the peak, it'd be more toward the core of where that's dumping all of its heavy rain with that. In saying that, it does look like the folks there at the Weather Service have gone ahead and reissued for potential for maybe 1-inch hail on that. And that one, yeah, probably still has some aloft in Chickasaw County. 5:45, the time that severe thunderstorm warning's in effect. Let's look three-dimensionally on that storm. So we're going to come up here to Chickasaw County for that new warning. Yeah, see that one's still in the process there of dropping everything it's got. We're not, yeah, hold on. Let's look 3D on this here for a moment. Look how kind of tall that one is. That one's taller than most of them we've seen today. Almost looks like it's kind of stretched. So that one probably has, just on the northwest side and west side of Houston, I'd say some 1-inch hail seems very reasonable. Kind of cutting through this. That's about as intense. Yeah, that's easily as intense as any thunderstorm we've had today. So this one's going to probably produce a little bit of hail there. So, I mean, look how tall that is. The thing is that a lot of times we like to track these storms, tell you where they're going, right? I'm going to make this a 30-minute loop here to show you it's not going anywhere. Over that point in time, it's kind of just dropped it right where it is. Maybe expanding a little bit west and southwest, but I think the wind's going to go kind of every direction there as well. Current scan, I want to see just how high that is. Let's see. Yeah, look at that. So the fact that we have some of these kind of darker purple, sort of almost black returns there, up around 30,000 feet. It might be hard to read 30,000 over there. It's one of the one of the flaws in Mom Justice Doppler radars. It doesn't put an outline on those numbers, unfortunately. But I show some of those almost darker purples up around 35,000 feet. That's enough that this is going to produce some hail. But our True Shield hail threat is still kind of assessing that on the lowest level. There's an instantaneous threat, and there we are. For the first time today, I think we actually have one of those little rectangles showing up with probable. So again, the west side of and northwest portion of Houston there, where certainly our strongest storm is at this point in time. Nothing really compares when we look at the hail threat outside of that. Now, we have been looking at what you guys have been submitting to us, our Gabe Maynor and our Caleb Edelblut, looking at those things again behind the scenes. We'll hopefully get some of those pictures here in a minute. Is it possible, Gabe, that we can get a look at the power outage situation here? I'm looking for a thumbs up on that from Gabe back in the studio. Okay. Yeah, let's look at some of the power outage situation, because unfortunately those are continuing to grow.
Unfortunately, Matt, you're exactly right. And that's one of the things that I was talking to our Emily Leonard about, is contacting some EMA directors throughout the area. We're going to hear from Oktibbeha, Neshoba County, even down there where some trees are down here in just a moment, and really checking on Calhoun and Chickasaw as this storm has moved on through and been one of the more impactful storms that we have seen. Of course, we know the power outages that are left, but the added totals that we're seeing is 210 outages just there north of Houston. So unfortunately, you're exactly right. These outages do continue to climb, even down there at 4 counties, seeing upwards of 1,494 folks dealing with power outages, and that does include eastern Webster County out there towards Clay County, where sporadic outages continue to add to that number.
And so unfortunately, that number expected to go up. And again, we'll talk to Emily on Mississippi Live News coming up here in a couple of minutes. In fact, I think that's what we might do. We might take a brief break here to kind of reset, come back, hit news. But I want to make sure that we're clear here on something here for a moment, that in Chickasaw County, this is about to drop some bigger size hail, I'd say, on the northwest portion of the city of Houston, and kind of on that kind of northwest sort of bypass that we have there that goes along the edge of town. Expected to probably drop some large hail along that bypass within about the next, between Houston and Thorne, within about the next 5 minutes or so, most likely location for that. We're going to take a brief break, come back with some news and more weather. You're watching Mississippi Live at 5.
When C.K. Little opened his doors in downtown Corinth nearly 80 years ago, his plan was simple: deliver excellent service and exceed expectations. That's why we say a little gift goes a long way.
I started banking in 2012, went to First Choice Bank. They gave me my first loan, super easy to deal with. I like First Choice Bank. I've never wanted to go anywhere else. I'm a customer for life.
Friday, August 21st, don't miss the Tupelo Super Show benefiting St. Jude, featuring the legends of Memphis Wrestling. Reserve your seat right now at memphiswrestling.tv.
Reserve your St. Jude Dream Home giveaway ticket by August 28th, and you'll be eligible to win the house and the bonus prize, a 2026 Polaris Ranger, courtesy of Dream Day Foundation. Visit dreamhome.org or call to reserve your ticket today.
Right now.
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us here on Mississippi Live. I'm Emily Leonard. Tupelo Regional Airport's terminal is getting its first major renovation since 2007. Yeah, it's been more than a decade. The $2 million project, funded by an FAA grant, starts next month. And here's what they're going to be changing: a wider check-in area, a bigger post-security seating space, and guess what? Extra bathrooms. Airport's director, Brandon Pinnell, says construction should take about 6 months, and there should not be any interruption to your flights or to the service. Do you own land in Tupelo or Lee County? The Northeast Mississippi Habitat for Humanity, they need you. The nonprofit helps families build safe, decent, and affordable homes. But they can't do it without one major thing: land.
So we are putting a call out to Tupelo and Lee County, and what we're looking for is just land that's available. And we know right now the housing market is at an extreme high. We know that land is hard to come by. And so what we're looking for is just buildable land. We are not asking for it just to be donated, which would be fantastic. But the biggest thing is that we are looking to acquire land, whether that's through purchase or whether that's through donation. And so if you are out there and you want to give back for affordable housing here to make this community better, to make Lee County better, then please see us.
Buildable land, that's the key. And that is my good friend BJ Kent. He is with Northeast Mississippi Habitat for Humanity. Give him a call if you do have some land, 662-842-4675. You can also send him an email, bj@nemshabitat.com. A couple new police chiefs have been named this week in our area. We're going to start in Winona. Tuesday night, the Winona Board of Aldermen unanimously hiring Jody Wyndham as the next police chief for the city. Current interim chief Johnny Hargrove is going to stay on as an advisor. And then over in Batesville, veteran Panola County lawman Barry Thompson, he's going to replace Chief Dennis Darby, who is retiring from his position. A big congratulations to both gentlemen. We'll have more news coming up at 6, including the Northridge subdivision in Tupelo getting a better fire rating. And better fire rating means better homeowner insurance rates. So we'll talk about that and much more coming up in just a little bit. But thank you so much for joining us for Mississippi Live. I'm Emily Leonard.
Appreciate that, Emily. Again, trying to wedge a little bit of news in here on what obviously is a fairly active day, by the way, that recorded out there a moment ago, just so you know, behind the scenes for that. Let's bring it back in on our severe thunderstorm warning now, remaining in effect there for Chickasaw County, 512. Again, waiting on the heaviest of this storm to kind of fall out for folks there. It has gone through a bit of a collapsing phase, so we do know that that heaviest stuff is on its way down. Let's clear off that little report there. And let's make this, again, a 30-minute loop on this. There's, again, how tall it was, and now see how it's kind of coming down? That's a sign that it's dropping out its heaviest, whatever it has with it at this instant, on kind of the southwest side of Houston. That's why I kind of keep coming back to our Houston camera. It's the best example so far today of what a damaging storm looks like here. Make sure I was about as wide as this shot can go. Again, Chickasaw County, Houston, involved in this severe thunderstorm warning, and certainly there's Houston addresses being involved in this as well. But we're kind of looking at that sort of edge there. Again, a lot of heavy rainfall out of that, going along with what could be some hail, though I don't see at this shot, and we're not always going to see it on these shots here, any true hail like falling out of that at this point in time. So hopefully we don't have much. Our True Shield hail swath, one of the ways in which we continue to sort of assess what these storms are capable of there, is about as intense as any storm has been today on that. Leave it on the current scan here and bring it in. We do have a couple spots on kind of the west side of town, at least one spot there where we're in the probable, as far as severe hail is concerned. That's this little purple area that you see right there, the location where maybe we have that. And so I would say the most intense part of it going forward is right there at the bypass where you kind of head back toward the west there and head toward Vardaman, there at kind of the intersection of 8 and 15. And so they'll expand southward. No tornadoes out of this. Let's be clear, checking the wind, and we'll see if this is the one. You know, this is the first one that kind of looks like it might have one of those downburst signatures. You have kind of the green on the front edge here and the red kind of going away from it there. And so you can tell kind of in the middle where it hits and then separates out from that. So does not look super impressive. One thing I also notice on here, let's loop this and check and see if that's legit. Yeah, you can kind of see the rain cooled air kind of heading northward right there, spreading northward. So that'll mean additional development up here, potentially Okolona, up toward Good Food, and back out toward Aberdeen and Amory potentially. So that's what could get some of these kind of expanding more toward the north. Let's check a couple of those cameras. Let's go to Aberdeen here for a moment. Check on that camera there and what it's looking at out of some of these storms. Again, just kind of a mix of clouds as it's awaiting storms to kind of get closer. If I can get out of the way here for a moment, looks like we have one there on the southwest side of town. Again, that's closer to that boundary, sort of between that and back on 45 alternate, sort of the cutoff road between those two where that is on top of at this instant here. Back over Mama Justice Doppler radar, back onto the regular rainfall mode on that. Out toward Abbott. Again, that's part of what's helping that to expand. We've concentrated a lot on Chickasaw County. Your storm has not been as impressive as far as wind is concerned. Well, watch the last couple scans there. Still kicking out where you have that red there. Still putting out maybe some 50 to 60 mile per hour wind gusts. Looking here in our discussion with the National Weather Service, I do not see any new official reports on this particular storm. But we do have a new severe thunderstorm warning that they've expanded on here in the last couple minutes. So let's go a little wider on that. And that'd be out toward Montgomery County, kind of catching the backward expansion of these. So what has happened today is you've had storms that have kind of developed down here, and then they kick out rain-cooled air, and more storms develop behind, more storms develop behind. They're still kind of gradually moving from northwest to southeast, or honestly just sort of expanding. And so that's why this new warning has been issued right there, is because of that expansion right along Mississippi Highway 35 in particular. Checking the hail swath on that one, we'll have to kind of look at this a couple different ways. This is from Monroe County's radar. Let's go down to Jackson's. And that does show a little bit more of that large hail near Hesterville. Out of that, potentially getting some severe hail out of that storm as well. 3D look at that one. A little taller on those. Slicing into that, showing some of those fairly intense. Yeah, that Hesterville storm, when I cut it all the way into there, that's enough that one and the one near Huntsville and the Panhandle there, back pretty close to French Camp there in Poplar Creek, those two could have some damaging hail and damaging wind as they collapse. Now, here's the thing. A lot of times we'll break out that storm track and say it'll be X number of time until it gets there. These aren't really moving. They're dropping what they've got where they drop it. Bring in our meteorologist, Gabe Maynor here. That looks like some pretty intense wind. Where's that at?
So this is on the campus of Mississippi State. You can see this is right off of the drill field. You can see this was a video submitted by Tanner
Owens and Kenny York.
Yes, Tanner Owens and Kenny York submitting us this video on the campus of Mississippi State. Some friends of our meteorologist Caleb Edelblut, and you can see. Well, I mean, watch right here. The wall of wind, that's what we talk about whenever there's microburst or downburst potential. It's kind of just this wall of strong wind, and it blows that rainfall too. That's why we also get, a rainfall there at the surface. But I mean, that's as blinding as rainfall could be, blowing that pine straw, kicking out a few of those limbs as well. So, I mean, walking on campus, not exactly enjoyable this afternoon. This was the first storm that was warned in our coverage area there in Starkville, and that gradually worked its way towards the south and east. And appreciate Kenny and Tanner for submitting this video to us through the Mississippi Live Weather app. And as we also pull up the Mississippi Live Weather app, we have pictures coming in. This view, let me actually draw it out a little bit so you can see kind of an expanded shot there. So bear with me behind the scenes. You can see how the dark clouds starting to move into West Point. You can send in those videos and pictures, both of which are available on the Mississippi Live Weather app. So download that app today, send in your Weather Watcher photos, and we'll be happy to showcase those on air, but also forward those to the National Weather Service, and it really does help us with those reports. And as you saw in Mississippi State, it helps kind of visualize what's happening with these storms. But the dark clouds, that's what a lot of us are seeing right now. This was a look in West Point. Shannon submitting this photo, and this is before the storms rolled in. So this is honestly the calm before the storms, before those storms really ramped up there towards Chickasaw County and not too far away from Clay County here in the next few moments. But power outages, we've been talking about Chickasaw County, and those numbers do continue to remain on the higher end there with Natchez Trace EPA. But I do want to go a little bit outside of our coverage area. We know Tala County in our technical viewing area, but down there towards Neshoba County, we're seeing a lot of outages come in there towards the Alice community and the R-Line community down towards Longino, about 40 to 50 outages. And then south of Carthage, this would be closer to Leake County, where 363 outages just north of Walnut Grove, and that does extend all the way into Wolf and Hayes with some pretty large numbers there. Let me see if I can pull this over to the side so you guys could see what I'm seeing. And it does look like we have 1,200 customers affected, so that number does continue to climb. And not only is it our folks there at the central EPA, but also as we look over there towards the East Mississippi EPA, some of those outages do start to climb as well along 45 from Meridian to Macon. Still scattered in nature, Matt, so it's not a uniform distribution, but outages still showing up a little bit more prevalent.
Okay. You talked about down toward Carthage and Philadelphia a moment ago there, back on Mama Justice Doppler radar here for some of those folks. We've had, again, some warnings that remain in effect until 5:30 for that folks in Philadelphia. Most of the storms aren't as impressive there. Carthage, we're at 5:45. But again, north of Kosciuszko, where we still, I think, are showing the most intense area there closer to Hesterville. That's the black that you're kind of seeing there, that purple to black color north of Mississippi 35 in its intersection there of Vitala Road 440. That one is getting whatever it is down to the surface, pretty much right there where I show that. And the latest scan coming around painting on the radar data shows that whatever big stuff it has, it is in the process of, if it hasn't already dropped it. Same with the stuff south of 407 up here. Checking our True Shield hail swath. In both cases, fairly heavy. They show up heavier, I think, with a slightly better shot from down in the Jackson area, looking at the Jackson radar. That's about as impressive as any sort of probable returns that we have seen today on that. So hail size, inch or more, certainly possible out of that storm. Possibly also the storm that was back in the southeastern portion of Itala County a little bit earlier on. So again, as much as we're talking about all of this stuff, you know, if I were to slide up to the northern part of the state and show you Iuka, it's a completely different story, right? It is sunny and clear and 109 and disgusting. But that's the example on our Farmers and Merchants Bank up there in Iuka is just really, really, really hot. 99 in Crenshaw, the temperature coming in 109 for what it feels like. Looks like somebody doing a little bit of burning there. Hopefully that's a controlled burn on the horizon. Our camera in Guntown, similar. Again, sunny, clear, hot. Mitchell Cunningham Bowling again sponsoring that Guntown camera. Let's talk about forecast a little bit here over the course of this evening. You'll notice the positioning on it where we have those storms where they continue over the course of the next few hours here. Do expect those to kind of continue as we head deeper into this evening. But you'll notice this also shows, again, some expansion back to the north possible out of some of these, eventually trying to get up as far as Calhoun City or Bruce. Maybe we push it as far as Batesville. I think the timing, what we were showing you a moment ago, probably is a little pessimistic. I think it should probably be a little more aggressive than that. But certainly showing that, again, most of the overnight period, hopefully we're dry. There are some storm chances up to the north. Again, that's where I think we'll have some overnight storms that could be strong to severe, but the majority of that staying north of us as we look toward tomorrow or overnight. So temperatures by tomorrow morning, somewhere in the middle 70s, around 76 to 78 degrees, running slightly above our normal for this time of the year. Do we repeat things for tomorrow? The next question, right? Those initial storms in the morning, primarily north. Hold on. Looks like we might have to force this to get some newer data. So give me just a second here to do that. Survey says 18Z surface. Interesting. So I might have to back this off. I wonder if we were having, let's go back to 12Z surface. There we are. Okay, let's try that. Get this into play. Okay, and go. Doesn't me. Okay, there you can see those storms, those initial storms, again, close to the Tennessee state line where they are strongest earlier in the day. That could leave a boundary with additional thunderstorms. Partially it's the front, partially it's rain-cooled air coming off of the front, but we do show a few more thunderstorms as far south as, say, Hernando and Holly Springs by around noontime for tomorrow. I think that boundary, again, could light up with some additional thunderstorms into the afternoon. We don't show many at 3. We do show more by 5 to 6 o'clock. A couple of different batches there of storms kind of moving from west to east. Heavy rainfall, gusty winds, once again, not organized enough to produce any tornadoes or anything like that. So high temperatures tomorrow, upper 90s out there for a lot of spots on your Thursday, running well above the 92 we should be for this time of year. Not quite the record levels, but certainly within striking distance of that. And heat indices over 100, meaning those heat advisories, extreme heat warnings for many do continue again through your Thursday, despite what is a marginally downward trend on those temperatures looking beyond that. Let me see here. If this is 18Z, if the midday run here is throwing up on all these, then I'm going to have to go in and force each of these to the 12. So give me a moment to do that because I have these broken up by time. And let's just take the time all the way to 6. 6 a.m. is going to have to work. Actually, I could go through noon. Apologize that I'm having to kind of hack this on the fly. When we start so early on severe coverage, sometimes that happens. And back into play and go for it. Okay, there we are. So there are your storms in tomorrow evening. Still, again, a few with heavy rainfall, some gusty wind continuing into tomorrow night, maybe even as late as midnight or so. Generally kind of a west to east motion. Not everybody's going to see it. We're keeping that rain coverage around 30% or so, kind of at peak for your Friday, for your late Thursday evening and Friday. Then as we look toward Friday morning, some additional storm development possible. Again, this front that's still just kind of stalled here. I haven't really addressed it, but it's pretty close to overhead and could be that initiation point that tries to get a few of these storms going into Friday, maybe even the midday time period here. Now, give me a second. I'm going to have to break another graphic to make this work. Time settings. Let's change that to, you know what? We're going to see that again because it's the only way I think. Nope, that's not going to have it there. Okay. Apologize. I'm just going to have to fake my way through this, which I do more often than I should admit. So there we are. Again, a few of these storms still somewhat stronger at 2 p.m. Friday here. You know, we do have some jamborees that are kicking off this week, and we're hoping that the rain and/or storms we have out there aren't going to cause some issues with that. I think we'll have gusty winds out of the strongest of these. I do think that clearly there will be some issues in the afternoon, but you'll notice as we get into evening, a lot of us start clearing out a little bit more. So it is the hope that by that point in time, the worst of that is through. High temperatures going to get up there to around the lower 90s for some and over 100 for others. I think that moisture level down, extra notch or so, and possibly limiting those heat indices a little bit more on your Friday. Looking at how high they'll be, around 100 is still plenty hot up there. Iuka, Red Bay, back toward Corinth, and 105 or greater back at Clarksdale and into the Delta, still easily heat advisory levels for a lot of us. As we look here at your 7-day forecast, 96 on Thursday, 94 for Friday, mid-90s on the way this upcoming weekend. The low temperatures, a sign of a little bit of improvement there, back in the low 70s, making a difference to make it feel a little bit cooler despite the mid-90s for high temperatures into this upcoming weekend. And then some spotty rain chances continuing next week. We'll talk to Gabe and Caleb a lot more about that coming up at 6. Let's get back over to Mama Justice Doppler radar. I'll bring Gabe back in here for a moment, get an assessment of what he has seen while I was zoomed in and looking at all the stuff a moment ago there. Anything coming through the chat? Anything we've missed that we need to really kind of buckle down on at this moment?
So working to get
other than the new severe thunderstorm warning they just issued down toward Forest.
Oh, I got you. I will not be long, I promise, but we are working to get some information down in Itala County, some trees falling down, including one onto a vehicle just outside of the Itala County Courthouse. That was just outside of Kosciuszko. So we are working to get in contact with the EMA director down there, at least someone to confirm that. And I see National Weather Service confirmed it, but any additional damage reports, we're working to get that as well.
Okay, again, that in and around the Kosciuszko area. You'll notice here, looking at the time on that 422 within about the last hour or so, just slightly over an hour, so make this a 2-hour loop here. You can see that one, basically the storm right overhead, and as we talked about, as it goes to the collapsing phase, kicks out some of those strong wind gusts. No official severe thunderstorm warning on that, because on radar it didn't look as impressive as clearly it was in person. So hopefully, again, nobody hurt from those sorts of situations. Always kind of a scary event. Also, I kind of left it up there. Power outage situation.
Power outages, they still continue to climb for some locations. Let me get this lined up here. Chickasaw County not seeing many additional ones, but down there where we're starting to get storms to fire off once again towards Carthage, Philadelphia, Kosciuszko really seeing these outages climb. this around the Earlyville area, and then even, well, of course it updates, but even south of Kosciuszko towards the Knox community, having about 70 to 80 outages as well. You know, East Mississippi EPA not having as many outages, only 11 verified, so that number has come down. And 4 County, we said that they get it fixed pretty quick down there in 4 County. And as I slide this over so you can see some of that graph as well, bear with me behind the scenes. While you do see the peaks, you also see the valleys, and that's what we're getting right now as that hill kind of subsides and we're getting those power outages addressed. 843 outages currently in the 4 County coverage area. That includes the Golden Triangle and down south into Noxubee County. But as we go through the next couple of hours, at least we get the rain-cooled air with these outages. So while, yes, the power's out, it's a little bit more bearable than it was during the peak heating of the afternoon, Matt.
It is indeed. Humidity certainly is a lot higher there as well. So here's that new warning we were referencing till 6:30 for parts there of Neshoba County, Leake County, Scott, as well as Newton County for all of our folks down there on watch us on Max South, and of course anybody can watch us on the app anywhere. So that's what we're tracking for you. You might ask, well, why does this go all the way down to Forest and Newton past I-20? And it's because of the rain-cooled air kind of along the leading edge here. So that's what this kind of, right where I'm sort of tracking that line there, that is the rain-cooled air sliding south there, assuming I can actually draw a real arrow, but that is what is heading southward. And so some gusty winds certainly possible on the front end of that, and could potentially cause some sporadic wind damage. And so in anticipation that additional wind damage could occur, that's the reason why the National Weather Service has issued that. Now, that does then mean that we actually do have enough of a push there that we can get an idea on how fast it's moving, which is the first time we can actually do a track basically today, because we haven't really had it. So that's moving about 20 miles per hour. Went about half hour on that and doubled it, so about 22 miles per hour. So as we track kind of that leading edge southward there at 22, we'll say, that'll give us some legitimate times there for a few other folks. So for you in Forest, again, watching that in Scott County as it's heading southward for you. We're looking at, what do we got there? Bald Hill at 5:54, Conheta there at about 5:41, Hillsborough at 5:35, Good Hope at 5:34. But again, working its way toward Forest at about 5:48 as it eventually makes it toward Decatur at 5:52. So some gusty winds certainly possible with that line, perhaps some sporadic wind damage a possibility as well. I want to bring in our Emily Leonard here, who is going to be doing some Mississippi Live news coming up during our 6 o'clock broadcast as well, to kind of get a preview of what she is looking at coming up tonight at 6. And Emily, what do you have?
So coming up at 6, feeling a little zen. I think we all could use that after a couple of days of storms and just trying to get back into the groove of things. ICC Fulton opening up a couple rooms for that reason, just to give people a bit of a break. We'll talk about that coming up at 6. Also at 6, some upgrades to part of the Monroe County landfill, which doesn't sound like a spectacular story, but it means some good things for taxpayers and for county residents. So we'll talk about that coming up at 6.
Okay, our Emily Leonard, again, looking forward to that tonight at 6. Wait for me real quick, because I'm doing a timing thing here, checking to see how long you're... Okay, I got a way to get you on a little faster there. We'll have to get that hooked into the system as well. Always trying to optimize, right? Even if it comes with some bumps and bruises. You can hear me okay, right? We fixed that one?
Yeah,
okay.
I can.
Good to hear.
All good.
Okay. And a reminder to everyone at home, again, if you would like to download the app, easy way to do that, iOS, Android. And yes, there is news on there. You scroll down, there's a point in it where it's almost like 2 boxes like this, except for one says video news and the other says video weather.
Yep. What do you want me to say? Yep, that's how it works.
That's fine. Okay. I figured you might have something to
You want
add.
me to show
but...
it?
Nope, that's fine.
No, look. Look, you scroll. Right there. I'm the red
Right
one.
there. And I'm the blue one. There we go. Okay.
Yep.
Problem solved. Appreciate that. Riveting TV. Our Emily Leonard there reporting. Appreciate it. Okay, let's go ahead and reset things here for a moment. Severe thunderstorm warning does continue for some sections of the area. As we look northward here, our severe thunderstorm warning that was previously in effect for Chickasaw County has been allowed to expire. As is the case for Calhoun County. Still some sporadic development for some folks farther north like that. I'll put this into a looping mode here for a moment, showing some of those storms. Still, yeah, some expansion northward on that. So you can see some of that rain cooled air again going northward there, approaching southern Pontotoc County, moving its way, generally speaking, toward Tupelo. You can probably actually see that outflow boundary on our Tupelo camera there as well. Let me take a look-see on that. So again, that's kind of the mix of clouds, the direction it's looking. Let's swing that a little bit more back to the, I think, right. There we go. So that's kind of the convective leftover, what we call convective debris on those storms. And then looking down toward the south, that's what's left of that storm in Houston. The base getting higher and higher on that one as it's raining out everything that it has with it. Again, no rainfall in the Tupelo area with that. But I think as the rain cooled air works northward, one of two things. You either have some additional storm development or maybe you just get the slightly cooler air. That would be a nice change of pace if that were the case. So we're going to wrap up the broadcast officially, take a break, and then we're going to come back and do some additional coverage. You'll see Gabe on the chroma wall doing a little bit of that. We'll tag team kind of back and forth here. Our next live broadcast, full broadcast coming up at 6 p.m. You heard a little bit from Emily what she's going to be talking about. Obviously, we're going to be tracking some storms out there and where they are going in more detail. So that coming up again at 6 p.m. But we're going to take a brief break here as we wrap up this broadcast to kind of get things logged and ready to go for that one as well. So you're watching Mississippi Live at 5 and Mississippi Live app. Again, we're live every day, 5, 6, 9, 10, and 6:37 and 7:30 a.m.
For years, it's been the same formula. If it bleeds, it leads. You deserve better. We are Mississippi Live. We're focused on the stories that matter to you, to your community, to your family, because local matters. We are Mississippi Live.
Looking for a place to finally call home? At Tupelo Home Center, we make it easy. From finding the perfect home to making financing a breeze, we'll take care of everything. Your new home is closer than you think. Pre-qualify today at TupeloHomeCenter.com.
Okay, JP Meteorologist Matt Lawpon alongside our meteorologist Gabe Maynor and Emily Leonard here. Severe thunderstorm warnings continuing for some parts of the area, including down here in Attala County. We're getting new information there out of Attala County about some of the storm damage in that area. I want to double check with Gabe. Is that the same thing Emily has? And I want to make sure that that is cleared for air. So I'm going to talk to Emily before I talk to Gabe. So Emily, I need you to stand up real quick here so we can talk for a moment here and find out a clarification on that. Trying to get you to stand up and get on camera for a moment only.
I am standing up. I am. I can't see Gabe's photo very well from here. That's why I'm looking. Hold on.
Is it?
No,
okay,
that's a
fine.
different picture. No, that's a different picture. It's a different picture.
Okay.
You can run, Gabe.
Give us your information though.
Okay, so I spoke with an investigator down in Kosciuszko just a few minutes ago, got off the phone with him, and down at the courthouse, a giant tree has fallen over They've also had some other tree damage around the area as that storm blew through some power lines. Right now, no injuries reported, but yeah, that tree that Gabe is about to show you did a little damage.
Okay, so obviously that's not a good situation. Appreciate Emily very much for again sharing with that. So let's talk to Gabe about the picture you've got there. Where's this at?
Yeah, a little might be an understatement, Emily, talking about the damage out there in Kosciuszko. The tree, unfortunately, it's always a matter of where the tree falls. And in this case, the tree right outside of the courthouse, you can see the courthouse right there on the square in Kosciuszko, breaking off there at the base due to the strong gusty winds and falling, unfortunately, on someone's truck. Now, based off what I can see there, it does look like everyone was okay, probably walking around the square. But unfortunately, the truck is going to have some cleanup. The tree getting lifted off of it. It does look, I was trying to see there in the distance if that's a crane potentially trying to drag that up so they can pull the truck out. But Matt, it's, you know, trees fall. And we talk about trees falling all the time. It falls across a road or it falls in a yard. And, you know, you always look at that and it's like, oh, praise God, it didn't fall that way. Well, in this case, unfortunately, it did fall the wrong way and did end up on someone's vehicle.
Absolutely, unfortunately, with that. We'll talk to you. I'll have you over on Chroma here in a minute. And we'll do some tracking on this as well. But as we bring it back in here again, that was about 440-ish. I think, excuse me, we're at 540. It's about 420-ish, I believe. Well, might as well just click the graphic here. Show you the exact time right there. That had been 422. So we do have a current severe thunderstorm warning in effect there for Attala County until 6:15. Another one, again, southern Attala County until 5:45. I'm interested to see whether or not they choose to extend that because that storm near Joseph and Bulatusha is trying to expand southward there. And then additional thunderstorms that are down south of Carthage and close to Walnut Grove there and expanding down south there toward Philadelphia. Gabe, unfortunately, we continue to have, I think we'll have some of these thunderstorms we're tracking for a bit longer, right?
Yeah, unfortunately, the night. Ooh, there we go. Mic's on now. Sorry, we're navigating some things here behind the scenes. Caleb's going to continue to monitor some of your reports, so continue to send in those pictures on the Mississippi Live weather app, and also navigating those power outages because, as Matt mentioned, more storms are happening, which means more lightning strikes, which means, unfortunately, more power outages are possible. Now, something we've done is click off of lightning strikes, and I think we can pop that up for a brief moment, but it just gets to where it's hard to see the heart of these storms, and so you can't really look into it or dissect it like you can whenever the lightning is off. So don't think there's no lightning happening. We just don't have it on there because it's hard to see beyond those strikes. So as we pop those off once again, you can see how we have plenty of lightning to deal with. I'm going to start north and work my way south. So as we look more towards Attala County, a lot of these storms following that cyclical pattern, unfortunately. And while cleanup crews are there at the square in Kosciuszko, they're dealing with rainfall. So probably going to let that pass, unfortunately, before they can really do those cleanup efforts. As yes, there is a tree down on a vehicle in the square, more surrounding trees down in the area as well. So that severe thunderstorm warning still seeing impacts, and any more of those gusty winds could unfortunately result in some additional damage. So as we see, I want to look at the True Shield Roofing hail swath because we do have some limited potential there. Those building in those last couple of scans. And as we look at the wind, you know, I'm not overly impressed, but as Matt has been mentioning, the downburst potential with these storms, we saw it at Mississippi State, we saw it in Houston, and we're seeing it once again in different locations, and that's there with a few of these storms as well as those tops continue to climb. And speaking of tops, let's look at those storm tops up to 50,000 feet in Hesterville. You know, I say this, and I wish you guys had a voice in the chat to where you could say, Gabe, move. And I would. But sometimes just got to look up to see the positioning. But Hesterville, seeing some of those tops get up to about 50,000 feet there. Hey, there's your voice right there. But as those storms do climb, Matt says it, what goes up must come down. And eventually it will, and it will provide some of those gusty winds as well. Outflow boundary. Yeah, outflow boundary has been the story today, driving these thunderstorm chances, and more as we get into the southern portion of our viewing area, actually into our max south coverage area. That one near Neshoba County, now moving into Newton County, is one to monitor because it does have a little bit more of a defined course. So as we pull it up through our Jackson radar site, got quite a bit of outflows, and let me tell you why each outflow matters. So you have your main outflow there, and I'm going to take this full screen here so that way we can look at this more on a larger scale. So as we see this outflow out ahead of this main storm, you can see how that has really sparked these storms over there south to Philadelphia towards Neshoba County, now trying to move into Newton County. That's what's allowed this to strengthen. But why it's continuing to strengthen is because this storm near Walnut Grove that developed put out another outflow boundary, that rain-cooled air, and that's wrapping around that ring right around the storm. And that ring is unfortunately going directly into this storm right along Highway 15 south to Philadelphia. So that's the one that I would say we need to pay attention to because it has that direct line to energy and potentially increasing in strength. Whereas Walnut Grove, while it looked impressive a little bit earlier on, that has since dissipated out and it's not looking nearly as impressive. And if we put lightning on there, which I think would be worth our while to do so, we can see that that has probably come up as well. Yeah, we're up to 400 strikes over those last couple of scans and really increasing south to Philadelphia. So unfortunately, power outages there in Neshoba County. And Caleb, we do have a tab for that. So do you see numbers adding to what we've already seen?
For the Neshoba?
For Neshoba? You were just on it a second ago.
This one?
Not that one. That one's Natchez Trace EPA, the tab you were just on. I'll give you a second to pull that up there behind the scenes. But as we look at it moving into Newton County, that Barfoot area is one to monitor. It's not a ton of movement to it. So we're looking right over Golden Grove along Highway 15. This would be closer to Union. While it did have a little bit of a core earlier on, this might have already peaked in intensity, but at least those echo tops still telling us that this is a pretty tall storm near Golden Grove, 50,000 feet, and the potential for some strong winds to come out of this one as well. Speaking of winds, we put on that wind mode. Barfoot, watch right there how we get right along that outflow boundary, some brighter green showing up, and that's while showing aloft about 30 to 40 miles an hour. Down at the surface, that brief spurt of strong wind, 50, 60 miles an hour, that's where it can be impactful. So if this one starts to collapse, well, then we'll see some of those reports potentially coming in. Speaking of reports, our meteorologist Caleb Edelblut, he joins us with the latest on power outages. Caleb, these numbers continue to pile in there towards Neshoba County, now towards Newton County. You know, what do you have for us as of the very latest?
Well, unfortunately, it's exactly that. We're dealing with these outages just continuing to climb as these thunderstorms continue building up on its strength, going up, and then, of course, falling down, and that's where the severe weather always occurs. And so we're dealing with those numbers continuing to climb. In fact, you'll kind of see that kind of briefly refreshed as these are updated pretty much every minute. So seeing quite a few numbers out there getting closer towards Philadelphia, towards Union, towards pretty much the central Mississippi as these thunderstorms continue to move further and further south into the max band region, kind of further into central Mississippi outside of the North Mississippi region. So we're dealing with these outages. In fact, if we were to look at Mississippi as a whole, and if you were here with us at the start of our coverage, I mean, we weren't dealing with this much color on our power outage map. So, of course, that continues to be kind of the downside with these thunderstorms. Thankfully, we're not dealing with anything kind of tornadic. That is not the situation today or this evening whatsoever. Take a look at our 4-county EPA for the Golden Triangle region. You guys have seen some of these damaging winds, especially on campus like Gabe was just mentioning. We could see quite a few kind of just south of the Golden Triangle region into Noxubee County, 275 just on the county line between Noxubee and Winston, 48, 83, 210 just west of the Alabama state line. So still seeing significant numbers continue to climb. We can actually check out our Natchez Trace EPA as well. And I will say there has been a positive with these outages, although we are still looking at a whole lot of color. Notice that this purple pink color, not quite as widespread as what it was. We were talking about 1,257. We're now down to 312. So a significant decrease on those power outages being reported out there towards Calhoun County, the northern portions of Webster, kind of right along the county line. So we are starting to see some of those numbers continue to decrease, but unfortunately, as these thunderstorms continue, we're still going to keep our eyes monitoring those power outages and hopefully not seeing too many more climb up.
And the hope is there, Caleb. The reality, probably going to add to those here in a moment, because as we pull it full screen, you can see that another storm is developing right over Pittsboro, closer to Bruce. This in the northwest extent of Calhoun County. So, Caleb, appreciate you for tracking those outages for us, but keep tabs on that Natchez Trace EPA because I think they're going to have a few more outages to restore, because look at the lightning that has really increased those last couple of scans. Well, that storm out there that prompted the severe thunderstorm warning in Houston, that has collapsed. Our focus now shifts back west with the boundary feeding into another storm, and this one right over Pittsboro. In fact, the movement on this, I'm not even going to put a track on it because I've not seen much movement to this at all. We're going to pull up that Pittsboro camera and then we're really going to dissect this storm because I think this may be our next storm to watch heading into our 6 o'clock hour here in the next few moments. So this is Pittsboro. You can see the downpour there in the distance. That's probably looking the right direction, but with the activity that we've had, I want to make sure that we're looking at that right storm. Yes, this is directly into that heavy downpour. You can see some of that transpiration there on the forest beneath that Pittsboro camera. So plenty of moisture in the air, but also moisture coming down from the sky, and that's that heavy downpour. And the fact that you can't see all the way through it shows how dense that rainfall is and how much of a downpour it'll be over those next few moments. Now, rainfall rates do continue to climb. That one in particular prompting concern just with what we're watching here behind the scenes for maybe some isolated flash flooding. Those rainfall rates in the heavy category and into the extreme in spots, and that does add to some of those rainfall totals. You know, we'll jump to breaking down this storm here in just a moment, but over the last couple of hours, you know, we're talking about nearly 2 inches of rainfall in that one specific location. So some isolated flash flooding, being that there's not a ton of movement to this, is something to pay attention to. But as we bring it in specifically to this storm, I'm going to click off lightning and we're going to look at this in particular. We're starting to get some of those purples to show up, and that might be indications of maybe a slight hail core trying to form. And we get that on the latest scan of our True Shield Roofing hail core. Our winds, not overly high on this, but we are still getting some of those stronger winds trying to move through Schoona and Shepherd, this along Highway 330. So Matt, you know, this isn't a severe warned storm, but it shows the cyclical nature that we have, that these boundaries just say, and another one, and another one, and another one, and that cycle continues through the rest of our evening.
Well, let's look 3D, see if it's hiding some more up there. It is. That's kind of the key on the next warning, is what's it hiding up aloft, right? Let's get that severe mention off the corner of the screen there as well. And the answer is it's hiding quite a bit. You know, another shot here, I'm going to show you the, take you back over on the camera in Pittsboro. I went ahead and moved it a little bit a moment ago there. And I think this does a better job of showing kind of the entire precip core there as well. You can kind of see the sun kind of illuminating it, sort of the white, I guess, white sort of light coming in there as you get the rays coming in. But that's looking right into that other heavy storm. It's a little bit west of town and northwest of Pittsboro. I guess that'd be southwest of Bruce, where that one is as well. Now, the thing we need to do is actually, and I don't know if I have a good way. Yeah, hold on. So you can, let me move it. Hold on here. So this is northwest and north. Let me scratch that. That was west. This is north. And so kind of like what we had watched happen in Houston, this one's got a lot of wind starting to come out of this one as well. Notice it almost looks like the exact same shot we had there in Houston, as you have all the heavy precipitation coming down. That darker gray that you see right there, that is the wind kind of spilling out from it as it hits the ground and then goes out. So not inconceivable that this one could at some point here attempt to produce a wind damage and prompt a warning in its own right. That's what it was. We were zoomed in a little bit. I think we're as far out as we can go on this. So I'll look across this storm here back toward the east a little bit. So that is looking, generally speaking, that's pretty much directly northwest there. So kind of looking from where we're at here closer to Bruce, that direction there. So that's the heavy precipitation falling down and into this storm here. A lot of gusty wind probably going to come, and it's not inconceivable this one could end up being our next severe thunderstorm warning. Hopefully it's not the case, but considering the sporadic reports of wind damage that we have had today, wouldn't it all be shocking to see another one of those issued because of this. Back over to Mama Justice Doppler radar and the latest look at that here. Again, that storm taller there toward the Bruce area. Adjust a monitor here behind the scenes. And tall is important. Height in this case, not just something good in basketball, but something bad when it comes to precipitation of thunderstorm. Let's see if that'll let me slice it and dice it. Nope. I don't know if I'm having an issue behind the scenes if someone's clicking on that, if it's just not. Slice. Nope. Try one more time here. And then I need somebody else to slice. I need somebody to slice this, please, because for whatever reason, it's not letting me slice it. So I need one of you guys to hit that, if you could, please. Just slice from, okay, but you can use that button too. Okay, it's not going to go. And we're just going to say it's fine that it's not going. But you can generally get an idea of about how high I would, as we kind of cut into it here. Not as impressive as the Houston storm was, so still 50-50 on whether they decide to pull on it. But the progression over time, and I'm kind of looking aloft on this, looking for that brighter pink. Yeah, not nearly as much as what we had in Houston a little bit ago. So this one, maybe 50-mile-per-hour winds on it, possibly up to 60-mile-per-hour winds. But let us know again what kind of damage you are seeing, so we can again pass that along, folks, to the Weather Service. There we go. Maybe that's what was happening. The radar was trying to tell me what it thought. That's what it looks like when you have one that is high enough, strong enough, it prompts a severe warning. That pink is not nearly as high on this one here. Let's go wide and reset here for a moment. Current time is 5:55. I'm Chief Meteorologist Matt Lawpon alongside our meteorologists Gabe Maynor and Caleb Edelblut, as we are tracking thunderstorms that have prompted severe thunderstorm warnings. Numerous of those still ongoing out, in particular for Holmes, for Carroll, southern Montgomery, Atala County, where unfortunately we've had multiple reports of some damage. I'm going to look to Emily to see if she'll give me a nod there on whether or not we're going to be able to get that video at some point a little later on this evening here. You mentioned that there was some video from down there in Atala County. I'm looking thumb up, thumbs down on that, on whether or not we're going to have that at 6. Okay, does not look like we're going to. We're going to have to, there's some blurring, some stuff that we've got to figure out. So, okay, anyway, we'll talk about that here in a minute. Gabe, I'm going to toss to you for just a second so I can double check with Emily, and then we're going to head into the 6 o'clock show. So I'm going to head over to you on the chroma. We're going to look at the storms, Carthage, Philadelphia, very, very quickly, and then we'll talk here in just a second.
Appreciate that, Matt. And yes, Carthage and Philadelphia, one to pay attention to, really, I mean, south of Philadelphia there, where we're getting a little bit more of that hail core. You know, one of the things that we did talk about was how it had an inflow of energy directly into that storm. And so as we look at the latest there, I'm going to take it back to our regular reflectivity mode, and we're going to put this on a 1-hour loop, because you can see how that develops south of Philadelphia and it continues to expand along that outflow boundary. I mean, I can see why the severe thunderstorm warning was issued, but what I'm hoping is that these outflow boundaries are starting to get out ahead of the storm, making this outflow dominant, meaning this storm will eventually collapse. The only thing is, once it collapses, strong winds are output from it. But we will see kind of a diminishing in the strength of that storm. In fact, looking at the overall coverage there, up towards Kosciuszko, sorry, just looking at some things on the overall picture, up towards Kosciuszko, we do see some of that additional development, and it is outputting some more outflow boundaries that are going to be overhead on these storms south of Philadelphia, southeast of Carthage. So these potentially increasing in strength. I know we just talked about that one south of Philadelphia. That was just looking at these 2 outflow boundaries, but with more on the way, that could allow some additional lift for these storms to perhaps go into another level of producing maybe some hail, or maybe some of those stronger winds. That True Shield Roofing hail swath, we did get some of those darker purples, but not all the way into probable. We were still possible, but we were at least trending more in that direction, meaning that these storms were at least trying to get a little bit more intense. Now, looking at storm tops, Golden Grove still putting out at about 50,000 feet on those storm tops, so we'll have to watch that as it moves towards Newton County. Speaking of, let's do one last storm track, and then we'll start our 6 o'clock show here shortly. But these don't have a ton of movement to it. Actually, let me, before we get this going, put on the latest scan. And as we drag this out, I'm going to go right along this outflow, because that's where these storms have sparked, and these storms will continue to move on through. And you can see a few towns listed in there. It's not fast. Little Rock by 5:59, Lucerne by 6:06, Stratton 6:07, Hubbard by 6:11, Wiggins 6:17, Duffy 6:30, and I'm not going beyond that, because these do enter those cyclical patterns where they intensify, they weaken, they intensify, and they weaken, and then, you know, by then, 30 minutes from now, it's going to be a completely different story. So that's what we're looking at ahead of these storms. So Matt, as we start our 6 o'clock broadcast, it is going to be one that continues to be stormy, but we're hopeful that those reports continue to remain minimal. If you have any of those reports, send it in through the Mississippi Live Weather app. But coming up at 6 o'clock, more news and weather on the way.
Okay, and again, we'll get that going here in just a second. And for those reports, again, you can share those with us, iOS and Android devices. Certainly, it makes a difference on being able to help the Weather Service to know what is next. Mississippi Live at 6 starts right now.
Some things just go together. like friends and good vibes.
The perfect ribeye with a Caribbean twist.
Shrimp tacos and a hint of lime.
Unwinding after work.
Dinner with the family.
Or date night with someone special.
Do you want it neat or on the rocks?
Mozzarella or pepper jack?
Whatever you choose.
Whoever you're with.
We'll be here.
Because we know
together tastes better.
Mississippi's trusted weather experts. This is Mississippi Live Weather at 6.
Welcome into Mississippi Live Weather at 6. I'm Chief Meteorologist Matt Lawpon. Severe weather risk is for everybody today, has been for everybody today, but it is not a widespread everybody going to get it sort of situation. I know those two things sound like they're in contrast with one another, but as we look at the severe weather risk for today, everybody's under this level 1 out of 5 risk. But the, I guess, wording below it, maybe it's small, maybe it's thin, but that's the point. A very limited number of reports, only a few reports possible over the course of this entire area. We've had a couple of those reports. Most of those have been reports of wind damage so far. We'll look at some of your video that Caleb has been looking at behind the scenes related to that coming up in a couple of minutes. But as we check out the forecast hour by hour going into this evening, I think one of the big headlines that we'll continue to have is the fact that we will probably have some gusty winds possible out of any of the thunderstorms that eventually attempt to form. So again, pop up the 6 o'clock logo and let's look at that hour by hour here for a moment, because we expect that I think we're probably at the peak, if not a little bit past the peak as far as that is concerned, with the coverage of storms diminishing by 10 o'clock, 79 by 1 a.m., 77 as we look toward around 4 o'clock in the morning. We'll talk to Caleb in a second. I want to get an update on news. One of the things that we talked with Emily about a couple minutes ago was a report from Attala County of some damage. It's one of the things she's watching with Mississippi Live News here in a few minutes. Emily?
Yeah, speaking with the police chief there in Kosciuszko, he told me that they've had a lot of tree damage. They've had some power lines down as the winds and the storms rolled through the area. Specifically, though, on the courthouse square at the courthouse, large trees, beautiful trees around the courthouse. Unfortunately, one of those knocked over, fell on a couple of cars. So they are currently working to, I got a bug in here, currently working to be able to move that tree and get it off of the cars. The best part, nobody was hurt. But like you say, a lot of times in these storms, those giant trees act like a big sail. And so when those strong winds come through, it doesn't take a whole lot to get them to blow over. And that is exactly what happened today, Matt.
Okay, I appreciate that, Emily. Our Caleb Edelblue is looking at an example of some of those strong winds as well that I've seen him pop up a couple times behind him there. Again, you can share your pictures with us using Facebook, all the different sources. Probably the easiest is with the Mississippi Live app. And Caleb, again, strong wind has been the story of the day.
No, that's exactly right. If we take a look at this video, you can just see almost a wall of rain kind of push through the campus of Mississippi State. They started their first day of school today, and it's always kind of typical habit that we've always had the rainy days on the first day. So that trend is continuing. But I mean, gusty winds just continue to blow across. This is just off of the drill field. I mean, camera shaking, but I mean, you could see kind of the, I guess what was pine straw kind of looking a little bare now, and the mulch just kind of blowing in the wind. So it's been gusty winds and heavy rainfall. That has been kind of the typical with those thunderstorms today. We're not dealing with anything tornadic. I want to continue emphasizing that. That is not a threat. It's just gusty winds and the potential for some flash flooding, especially with how heavy this rainfall is.
You know, and they really kind of, the reason I mentioned the flash flooding, dump it and then don't really move from there. One of the issues we've had with the storms today. In Dancy, north of Dancy here in Manti, a report a little bit earlier on of some wind damage, trees down there on Antioch Road about 4 p.m. But I mean, there's no trace that anything was really there. Even you go back to the 5 o'clock hour, and there's barely anything left from that thunderstorm there. So it's, you know, drop it and go the way it's worked in a lot of cases here. And that does mean there's been some improvement for some spots where you've been fortunate enough to not have those storms popping up there. Good example of that in West Point, where it's kind of avoided a lot of it, coming in on our Fastnet camera there at 95. Well, okay, I was hoping the temperature dropped a little bit more. Maybe it hasn't dropped quite as much there as of the latest time. Over in Ackerman, where the rain showers are a little bit closer, that temperature coming in a little bit cooler at 82 degrees at this hour. Again, looking back toward the southwest portion of the county, where we do have a severe thunderstorm warning that remains in effect for locations back that direction until 6:15. So still about another 10 minutes or so. As we pan this camera just a little bit, we're looking kind of west, and that's looking southwest. You can see kind of the individual sort of downbursts of rain there, indicating where those storms are back to the west. So go back over to Mama Justice Doppler radar there and sort of clear that back off. That shows up with those kind of individual. See how you have just like a bunch of kind of little isolated areas where there's rain all there. So that kind of matches up perfectly with what we saw a minute ago. I would say most of those are well below severe limits at this point, and looking at the wind potential in particular does not look super duper impressive on there as well. Our other severe thunderstorm warning down here for Carthage, Philadelphia. You know, the folks at the National Weather Service Jackson expanding that one all the way south down toward I-20 and beyond. Looking at that, again, heavy rainfall, yes. I want to get this over to the Jackson radar site here. And that shows, again, that expansion southward. There's a lot of green going on here. That's largely bugs. They're getting caught up in the rain-cooled air. That's what's kind of reflecting back. But you can see that's continuing to march southward. So along the leading edge of that could still have maybe some 50 to 60 mile per hour winds. That's why Neshoba County, as well as, again, Leake, Scott, and parts there of Newton County, all under the severe thunderstorm warnings as those storms continue to head southward. We have not mentioned the Delta much today. We've had some spotty showers and thunderstorms there, and we've continued to have some expansion back to the north and west. And that's one of the main things that you guys have commented on multiple times here is the fact that, you know, these storms are, you know, going different places. What about Water Valley? I see your question there, Michelle, and that's what we're going to address here as we look toward Water Valley. And so on Mama Justice Doppler radar, kind of bring that in toward Water Valley, we have a few isolated storms. Again, that's part of what we had in Calhoun County. We were looking at that Pittsburgh camera a little bit ago. Put this into motion, make this a 1 hour loop. And the rain-cooled air kind of on the edge of this expanding toward you in Water Valley. So we expect we'll have additional showers and thunderstorms trying to pop up near you as well. See if I can click that off. There we go. No severe thunderstorm warnings with these. And at some point, again, the clock is ticking. We're going to run out of fuel for these to sort of work off of, and they will start to weaken a bit more. So let's go back to the wide shot here and kind of talk this through as we go through this evening. So expecting to have some spotty storms continuing again the next couple of hours, and some expansion back to the north and west. That's going to advance for me, please. There we go. And so looking ahead for this evening, one of the factors that's kind of helped in the storm development has been the fact that we've, you know, generally had this kind of boundary that storms have kind of back-built off of, and you can see kind of the shear blowing the clouds off of this as well. This front that we have up to the north, again, a sign that we're south of that, so we're humid, we're hot, and despite heat being the #1 weather-related killer, this is the first time I'm mentioning it in this broadcast, which is kind of a shame on me situation on that, because clearly it remains hot and dangerously so. So Futurecast, next couple of hours here, still has some isolated storms out there. We go on the wider shot to show you that up here in the up in the Arkansas and Tennessee, there'll be some thunderstorms tonight. Still also could be strong to severe. You can see a lot more red up on those up closer to that frontal boundary. Those do get close up here to Memphis and up there close to the Tennessee state line. Could potentially have a couple of wind damage reports out of that as we look toward tomorrow morning, but not expected to have a lot of those around. So as we look ahead here on the hour-by-hour forecast over the first next 24 hours, we'll continue to have at least some isolated chances for some rain chances early. I think the more widespread rain chances arrive as we head toward afternoon, 30 to maybe 40% coverage, highs into the mid-90s. A little bit of a shift to the northwest with some slightly cooler, slightly drier air trying to sag in with this. That's one of the things we are hoping to get at least brief help from, but I think we're still going to have those heat advisories for a lot of spots. We'll look at that in more detail coming up here in a couple minutes, but 60 seconds away, it's Mississippi Live News with our Emily Leonard. Nope, it's not wasp apocalypse, which I do not know why the wasps. Hey, if somebody could tell me in the comments, I would love to know in the comments why wasps love these cameras. There's got to be a super simple explanation why. I don't know, but they've got them all over them all the time. Anyway, we won't have that answer 60 seconds from now, but Emily Leonard is going to answer a lot of other questions as Mississippi Live continues right after this.
Looking for a place to finally call home? At Tupelo Home Center, we make it easy. From finding the perfect home to making financing a breeze, we'll take care of everything. Your new home is closer than you think. Pre-qualify today at TupeloHomeCenter.com.
For years, it's been the same formula. If it bleeds, it leads. You deserve better. We are Mississippi Live. We're focused on the stories that matter to you, to your community, to your family, because local matters. We are Mississippi Live.
Friday, August 21st, don't miss the Tupelo Super Show benefiting St. Jude, featuring the legends of Memphis Wrestling. Reserve your seat right now at memphiswrestling.tv.
I think I heard Mama.
Store your gun securely, locked, unloaded, and away from ammo.
This portion of Mississippi Live Weather is presented by Little's Jewelers.
Hey everyone, good evening to you, and thank you so much for joining us here on Mississippi Live. I'm Emily Leonard. Lower score, bigger savings. Northridge subdivision just got a better fire rating. Lee County Emergency Services Director Mark Flanagan says the area went from a class 10, essentially ungraded, and went all the way down to a class 7. That's a big jump. And that means residents who live there could see their insurance costs drop anywhere from 25% to 30%. And that's a lot. Flanagan says 2 more county districts are still rated class 10. He expects those to improve as well. One side effect, though, remember the brown water from the North Lee Water Association? Well, that low water pressure caused that discoloration, but North Lee Water Association has since flushed those lines. Monroe County's trash transfer station is getting bigger and it's getting stronger, so hopefully it'll last a lot longer. A $2.3 million refurbishing project set to wrap up this week, paid for through state and federal funds. Taxpayers, you guys did not pay for this. The floor space nearly doubling what it was, giving the crews more room to handle the trash before it gets shipped off to the regional landfill in Pontotoc. Officials say the upgrade saves on fuel and it saves on manpower, letting one 18-wheeler haul what used to take multiple smaller trucks more trips. If you live in the county, you can use this station to get rid of your household waste. Nothing hazardous, though. The project's part of a larger $7.5 million regional effort covering 7 counties. Officials say this could last anywhere from 20 to 30 years. 2 wellness rooms are now available for students and staff at Itawamba Community College. Breathe, can you feel it? They're in the John Crubaugh Educational Building on the Fulton campus, with more planned for the Tupelo campus. And as you can see, they're very zen. One room focusing on relaxation and sensory support with zero gravity chairs, weighted blankets, and noise-canceling headphones. The other promotes mindfulness through journaling, puzzles, and Zen gardens. Those never make me very sane, but maybe they do for some people. They say the goal, though, is really simple, just supporting mental well-being so the students and the employees can have success both personally and academically. The rooms are open now to the current students and ICC employees. Everyone take a deep breath. Thank you so much for joining us here on Mississippi Live. I'm Emily Leonard.
Right now, from the Mississippi Live Weather Center, here's Mississippi's Chief Meteorologist, Matt Lobhon.
You're watching Mississippi Live here at 6. I'm Chief Meteorologist Matt Lobhon. Despite what that lower third says, not Emily Leonard. There we go. That's my information. Appreciate her again for all the hard work she's been doing on news today. You can see our warning there in parts of Kosciuszko, stretching southern Montgomery County here back into what we got here, Carroll County as well. This is rather unimpressive in the last 20 minutes. This has gone on the downswing there for a lot of spots. So getting a little bit weaker and hopefully improving things somewhat. But there are some power outages continuing to show up there. Our Caleb Edelblut has been tracking those back in our Tupelo studios with more. Caleb?
Yes, unfortunately, we're still dealing with power outages. Atala County comes in, unfortunately, the most impressive in a bad way, and that's with over 1,000 outages, so they're up to 15% of the county out of power, and most of those are coming out of our central EPA, where they're dealing with quite a few outages. 341, you can see here, the most prominent just north of Kosciuszko. You see another batch of 84 further on south along the county line, 32, 56. So dealing with quite a few outages. We can also look at Entergy. This is another company that carries for Atala County, and you can see kind of this, honestly, entire neighborhood kind of cluster out of power with this purple icon showing that this is one of the latest ones to develop, but dealing with some of these outages. So 21 customers affected with that symbol here. You can see 6 outages affecting 335 customers in the most southwestern portion of the county. So Atala continues to be hit the hardest. We can also take a look back here towards our Natchez Trace EPA. I know this was one that Gabe was taking a look at a lot earlier. We're starting to see less color. That continues to be a positive as you guys were dealing with some of those stronger thunderstorms, even some more kind of popping up within the past few minutes, not quite reaching that severe criteria. But thankfully, we are starting to see some of those outages kind of on the decline as we head into the evening. And if we wanted to kind of get specifics here, we're down to 312, which I think that was unfortunately the last number that we had within that specific outage area, but we don't have that yellow kind of showing the 50 to 99 customers affected anymore. If we were to highlight the red, that's around 210. And these teal areas, let's see if I can do it without looking at the monitor. 41, this is just a little bit easier, 18, and then 37. So you guys still dealing with some outages, but I know the EPAs, they're already out and about getting that back on for you guys. Another area I want to highlight really quick, Noxubee County, you guys really dealing with some of those outages. I know some of you guys have been commenting about it in the comments, just letting us know that that thunder has been rumbling and when that power has gotten knocked out, and we actually just saw some of those icons disappear. So that's what we're really wanting to see throughout the rest of the evening as these outages can hopefully start decreasing more and more. We're not seeing more kind of go offline, especially as that sun continues to set and that fuel starts to get kind of eaten up by more of these storms and just cut off once we get that daytime heating out of here.
Absolutely. Appreciate that. That's what we want. I mean, we need the rain, but I think we don't want everything else that goes with it. Our meteorologist, Caleb Edelblut, there in our downtown Tupelo studios reporting. So Winona, again, some showers close to you there. Water Valley, we talked about earlier. Strongest, though, here south of Carthage, south of Decatur. Again, this grouping, the actual storms themselves, kind of moving from the northwest back toward the south and east there. A lot of heavy rainfall, some lightning to go along with those as well for some of those spots. And then another one popping up close to the forest there. Some of our cameras down here. We'll check out the forest camera, and then we'll look up Philadelphia and Carthage here for a brief moment. These, again, partnered with our folks there at Max South Broadband on some of their towers down there. 99, the heat index, that feels like temperature there in Forest, still awaiting that thunderstorm getting a little bit closer there. Philadelphia, it's kind of the leftover stuff like a lot of folks have seen there. 81, the temperature. Man, I would definitely tag in on that. And then Carthage coming in right now at 81 degrees, feels like 88 as well. Back over on Mama Justice Doppler radar, you know, these storms there, as I check our True Shield roofing hail threat Not over the top, not overly impressive. And I'd say that kind of qualifies for everything. This is down a lot more over the last few hours. You will notice some of the tree sort of icons here, a sign of where we've had some of the wind damage reports. If you have more to submit with us, to us, you can use the Mississippi Live app. Probably the best way to do that. Weather Service can see that right away if you send it in the app as well. And we'll expend, there we go. Last scan, you can kind of also see there's that rain cool there expanding up into Tupelo, Pontotoc locations northward with that as well as that gradually kind of moves on out of here. So we're past the peak of storms and it'll start going down a little bit more from this point forward. So hour by hour forecast on our day planner here, continuing to show again some spotty chances for some isolated storms next couple of hours. 81 that temperature on the average by 11. 79 is looked toward around 2 o'clock in the morning. So the weekend forecast expecting us to be probably a 95 for the high on Saturday, 94 Sunday. I think we're still going to have maybe a limited chance for a couple of showers and thunderstorms. First part of the weekend, drier air starting to move in. So that chance for rainfall hopefully diminishing. So, I mean, I can't rule out storms, but certainly the next couple of days where they are more likely. And those mid-90s, drier heat is eventually on the way. And we'll talk about that with Gabe coming up here, Gabe and Caleb, in a few minutes. So on Futurecast, again, those spotty storms, pretty decent positioning here on where it has a few of those out there. You'll notice by 7 o'clock, still a few, but even by 8 o'clock, how a lot of those go away. Again, losing the heating of the day, sun going down. That's the reason that's the case. Midnight after that, we're in good shape as well. 2, 3 o'clock in the morning, though, a few storms up to Tennessee, up not that far north of the Tennessee state line, and not impossible. These have a couple of strong wind gusts as well with them. 76 that low in New Albany, be 78 degrees in Holly Springs, 79 Cleveland, 75 degrees Kosciuszko, Louisville, Eupora also coming in at about 75 degrees, and what are kind of some partly cloudy skies. So after starting off in the middle 70s, we're going to make our way into the mid 90s by afternoon. Additional thunderstorms possible tomorrow, 30, maybe 40% coverage on our IMPC school bus forecast. So don't be shocked if most of us don't have it, but some of us will be picking the kids up in rain and in some cases storms. I want to emphasize that we are not talking about a tornado threat out of this for our area, thankfully. So front, you can kind of see the offshoots of that, kind of a boundary of sort of a rain development kind of running just a little ahead of our front there, depicted here on Futurecast. So bring it back in a little closer to show that front. It's not a big contrast in temperatures, but just a little bit cooler behind that. At 3 o'clock, we have a couple, like what we depict there over top of Tupelo. Notice we have a few more by 4 p.m., 5 to 6 o'clock. It's not an everybody thing, and this is a much lower quantity than what we showed you at 5, as models are kind of catching up here. A few more into Arkansas at that point that could eventually cross the state line. So high temperatures tomorrow, somewhere in the neighborhood of the upper 90s to near 100. Best case scenario, maybe some lower 90s, but in most spots never feel anywhere near that cool. We're again 103 to 105 for the heat index. Dangerous heat. You know, I did a live hit for Fox Weather earlier today talking about the heat with Haley Meyer, Stormy Meyer, that used to be on with us over at the TV station. And we were just talking about, you know, how blisteringly hot it is, and honestly, how it's easy to get lackadaisical about it. When you hear about it every day, it's like, I get it, it's hot. But here's the deal, that heat injury risk remains extreme in the Delta for your Thursday, sporadically extreme across North Mississippi, a little bit of a reprieve near the Tennessee state line. But unfortunately, when we revisit that for our first Friday night football game of the week in Jamboree mode here, we'll talk about that in more detail in a minute, but it does look as though we could have obviously some extreme heat conditions again for Friday afternoon. Now, starting off without that, only some spotty storms the far northeast corner of the state and northwest Arkansas there for some spots out that direction. But majority of those remain pretty limited in overall coverage there. So as we look into your Friday, low temperatures in the morning, starting off in the lower 70s. Here's a look again at Futurecast showing some of those showers and thunderstorms continuing to kind of expand eastward. Not a lot showing up at noontime. We're going to change this over to our strike model, which has a few more in the afternoon. You can see generally that flow northwest to southeast. 1:30, 2 o'clock, it's not that big a deal. Of course, we know that folks are going to be concentrating on football time. And by, say, 3 to 4, we still have some of those isolated storms kind of popping up and around out here, and possibly a few of those continuing into evening. But before 4:30 and 5, we've seen that diminish. So fingers crossed that we end up dry for those games. Highs on your Friday, middle to upper 90s once again. Again, in some cases, same story, different verse. But one of the things we had in the last graphic is we had that front kind of nudging into the area. Here's how that impacts us. That heat index, more manageable, still hot, but more manageable up near the Tennessee state line, maybe only slicing off a degree or two foot, it feels like. Still obviously dangerous heat out there. We'll still have heat advisories for most spots, but maybe just a little bit of an improvement for a couple. That wet bulb globe temperature here, or again, heat injury risk, is something that will continue to be up near the extreme levels again on Friday at 3 p.m. Now, obviously, by evening time, that makes a difference. I have not heard from Gabe or Caleb or Ethan on whether or not they are going to think about maybe pushing the start of these games back a little bit or having some other kind of hot weather rules in effect with those. Let me know in the comments. We'll pass that along to folks there who are watching us as well. But it's not impossible that there might be some hot weather rules that kind of come into effect with this as well. So let's look at the 7-day forecast here. 40% on that coverage of storms for your Thursday, 20% as we look toward Friday. Saturday, we're looking at mid-90s out there, as well as Sunday. Hopefully drier for the weekend. Rain chances at 0, but we are pushing in a lot drier air that definitely makes a bigger impact by the latter part of the weekend. Unfortunately, this is Mississippi in summer. There's always a little moisture somewhat close, so some of those rain chances start coming back as we look toward Tuesday and Wednesday of next week in particular. 60 seconds from now, we're looking at Mama Justice Doppler radar. I think we might have a new warning that has come out in the last couple of moments. We're going to check that out right after this.
I have been going to Tupelo Smiles my whole life. When I was a kid, I was unhappy about some uneven coloring on my teeth after getting my braces off, which at the time there really wasn't a fix. I was recently made aware of a solution that would totally fix it, which is exactly what we did. They not only heard my concerns, but they never stopped looking to solve my problem, and that's why I love Tupelo Smiles.
For years, it's been the same formula. If it bleeds, it leads. You deserve better. We are Mississippi Live. We're focused on the stories that matter to you, to your community, to your family, because local matters. We are Mississippi Live.
So new severe thunderstorm warning issued here just on the really southern fringe of the area we cover. I don't know that we're going to necessarily go nonstop on this here, but we do have that, again, south of I-20. Again, all of the traditional coverage area, really the northern portion here, no warnings, and it's unlikely we'll see additional that come out for you. I'll look at about the only spot that maybe I can make an argument here. And even then, this is not impressive on this one you have up here toward Pine Valley. There's some lightning on it. Not a lot of lightning, and our True Shield hail swath has virtually nothing on that part of the thunderstorm. The purple stuff you have out there east is where we previously had storm. There's none left for those spots there. So as we slide southward here, again, we're looking south toward Forest and locations down to the west of Bay Springs. That's where these storms are a little bit stronger. Using the 3D version here of Mama Justice Doppler radar. Double check. I think this is... Survey says, I don't know why that's not behaving right today. That, for one reason or another, that is not playing along. So we're just going to go the backward way to do it. Seems to have worked. And these are not nearly as tall. I'll switch it down to our radar down from Jackson just in case. Yeah, I mean, there's some spots down here, again, where we could get some damaging wind, but, we're looking all the way down to practically Laurel there as well. And in these cases, I think damaging wind remains the main impact. There's no tornado risk out of this, and honestly, not much of a hail risk, all things considered. Checking that True Shield hail swath, not really showing up with a significant number of locations with that. So I'm going to check with Gabe and Caleb here for a moment. I think we'll probably toss down to the studio here for a minute to do a little bit of additional coverage down here. I wonder if I can pull up a 3-box, and I wonder if the 3-box actually has everybody where they're supposed to be. There's almost no way I have the correct 3-box configured here. Got 2 of the 3. Give me a minute, and I'll pull up Gabe at the Chroma. Oh, I might not be able to do that. And we might be stuck with this. I'll worry about that later. Okay, but I'll have Emily in this shot here. So Emily, just so you know, you're in this shot. We're going to pop up here in a second. Just to double check with everybody to see if we can transfer coverage. So Emily, you're gonna have to hop up there. There we go. Okay, so any new reports that any of you guys have gotten?
I have not gotten any. And you
No, it's just trees down, lines down, Darscape. No.
It's a 4-box
No?
modified.
Yeah.
It's 3.5. 3.5. Okay. Well, these new warnings down south. I mean, has there been any? We had Kosciuszko, obviously. Has there been anything down outside of that? Because I haven't seen Jackson really talking about it. They're putting a bunch of things in there, but I have not seen a lot of reports farther south.
I have yet to see any. Looking behind the scenes, and even, I mean, you can pull up the pictures real quick to see if we have any more submissions. But no, I think things are trending in the right direction, needless to say, but have not got any confirmed reports just yet. It's just boundaries doing what boundaries do. And I think because they were a little bit more impactful earlier on, they're putting that as a precursor to keep folks safe out ahead of these boundaries.
Okay. So I guess that's good to keep that in mind, make sure everybody's ready to go with that. I appreciate that, Gabe and Caleb. I was trying to bleep Emily. There we go. So I get your attention back up. I promised I was going to come to you at some point.
You did.
I did. It worked.
It did work. It did work.
Well,
now,
got
what do you
news,
want?
9
is
and
the
10.
question.
I want to know about 9 and 10 news.
Yeah, well.
Every night this time I
forget.
ask this
No, I
question.
didn't forget. Every night. You know what? With all of the storm coverage, I'm not going to lie. I'm a little messed up on exactly what time it is. To tell you the truth, I'm a little thrown, but that's okay. Another expansion announced in Columbus, this time a very large expansion. Aurora Sciences Space in flying. They expanded to the tune of like $43 million. A lot of bigwigs down there today. Senator Roger Wicker, the governor, Trent Kelly, they were all down there cutting the ribbon on that. So we'll have that coming up for you a little bit later on. Also, it is very possible that we, and I say we as in North Mississippi, are now home to the oldest cow in the world. I'll leave it at that.
Is it a holy cow?
Did you hear me? Well, no, it's an old cow, but not a holy cow. He might be holy. He may be praying to the Lord. He lives another year.
Oldest things tend to do that. Or I think oldest things sometimes, I don't know. I don't ever want to be the oldest person on earth. I think by the time we get to that point, I'm just ready for God to move me on. Because if I were the oldest, that would mean you wouldn't be here with me. Anyway, that's a different discussion. Anyway, let's get off that topic. I'm not going to think about that.
Yeah, let's move on to
That
a
will never
different
happen.
topic. But yes, lots of news coming up a little later on at 9 and 10. Yeah, mumble to yourself. I'll bleep you too.
I deserve to be bleeped in that situation. Appreciate that, Emily. Okay, Gabe, let's get off of me because clearly I'm not to be trusted. I was trying not to call her old.
We were
What can
sitting
I
back here
say?
in the studio so uncomfortable. It's like, I really hope he doesn't come to me next.
Good luck.
Oh, joy. Gotta love it. Yeah, we've been doing severe coverage a lot the past couple of days, so it's good that things are winding down, or at least starting to trend that way. Severe thunderstorm warning still in effect there for Newton County, as well as over here towards Scott County, and that does extend along 35 a little bit more south into Smith County, and then over towards the Jasper County area as well. Reason why? It's the same outflow boundary as it's worked its way south, and that's what we are going to track here. So as we do that 1 hour loop, you know, the outflow way up here towards Neshoba and Leake County a little bit earlier on, now extending a little bit more south, and those outflow boundaries are allowing for additional development right there in Forest, seeing some heavy downpours as a result of that boundary. So as we put on that that first scan and then bring it back to our latest scan, one thing that I want to do is time out the boundaries, because the boundaries are really going to be where we could see that severe weather. So as we go on that latest scan there, I'm going to use one of the boundaries, and we're going to drag this out and see that speed. So we're talking a little bit faster, 13, 14, maybe even up to 15 miles an hour. So let's bring it back to our regular reflectivity, and let's do an entire track on this as it moves down there towards Newton County, or southern Newton County, here in the next few moments, and then eventually Smith and Jasper County here shortly. So what do we say, 15 miles an hour as that continues to kind of push that rain-cooled air a little bit further south. We're Liberty by 6:35, Lillian same time frame, Hillsboro 6:36, Calhoun 6:38, Havendale by 6:39, or Havendale, my apologies, Tanglewood 6:42, Forest 6:45, Mount Vernon 6:46, Bartlett 6:48, Sharpsburg by 6:48, and then Vaughn by 6:51. Let's clean this up a little bit, make sure we get the larger populated locations, just so that way we can make sure we hit every city that we can. Forest 6:45, Canton 7:27, and Morton 7:30. And one of the things that we're tracking here is, while it is the boundary, and we've been saying, well, don't take it past about 30 minutes because it's going to change. With boundaries, those usually hold up pretty well and are pretty consistent as they move south. Now, it does not mean that the entire area between Canton and Morton and down there towards Bay Springs are going to see thunderstorm development. But within that boundary is where that potential lies, and potentially some of those getting on the stronger side as well. So we're right along I-20 with that boundary. So Forest dealing with those heavier downpours. You know, I might have to, no, I don't have to manually pull it up. We have a large enough map to where we can go down to Forest and get a visual on that storm, because it's not too far away. And this would be, yeah, looking right into that storm there. And once again, you see that blinding rainfall. And again, I'm concerned a lot about the blinding rainfall, because this is over I-20, where it's 70 miles an hour between Jackson and Meridian. And so if you're looking to travel this evening, or maybe travel off to any of those midweek services, just be mindful of that and give it some time to pass on through, because we don't want to get caught in the middle of this. And as we track this out, one of the things that I'm going to do for us is measure it. And I want you to see that if we give it just a couple of minutes, give it 3 miles to pass on by. What is this moving? 15 miles an hour, so 60 divided by 5 is roughly 12. So give it out 12 minutes, and this will pass all the way through along I-20, and we'll be good to go. So that's a little something we can look forward to, and there's also some math for your midweek plans. Students, there's your homework. So that's looking in Forest. That's the thunderstorm that's starting to get a little bit more impressive, but even then, if we look at our True Shield Roofing hail swath, not getting us an impressive signature on that. And if we look at our wind mode here, it's more impressive along the boundary, not necessarily within this storm. So while a microburst potential is there, I still think we're a bit of a ways from that. I think the National Weather Service putting out this warning because of what these storms have done a little bit earlier on. And speaking of earlier on, let's bring it back to our North Mississippi area. I want to make sure that we're not missing out on anything up here, and we are not. Things continue to look much calmer than where we were a little bit earlier on today. And while the reports are there of some of the wind damage, it is coming down a little bit on the impacts compared to what we saw earlier on. So I do want to pull up a 12-hour rainfall forecast. I'm going to pull off the alerts for a second, because where these storms happen, they really allowed a lot of rainfall to just dump on a large part of North Mississippi. We can see about 2 inches there in northern Natala County, a few spots where you're seeing 2 inches around Calhoun County. That was by the Bentley community. Bruce getting a few as well, and additional rain chances already overhead. Louisville seeing some heavy downpours just east of Meridian. That was a heavy downpour in and of itself. That was up to about 4 inches in spots. So some localized flash flooding, that remains a possibility on top of that severe weather risk getting into tonight and into our Thursday. So be mindful of the forecast. That's why we keep encouraging, download that Mississippi Live weather app. While it was sunny and hot over the weekend and we didn't have to worry about storms at all, we've changed the pattern, and things are going to be a little bit more action-packed over the coming days. That day 2 risk encompassing all of North Mississippi and Northwest Alabama, and breaking down those individual risks. Wind and hail going to be the primary threats there. We're not expecting tornadoes, just not exactly in that season, fortunately, but we can see impacts whether the winds are twisting or straight line, and straight line remains a possibility for our Thursday. So as we push it back down south, we can see that severe thunderstorm warning. In fact, we have another outflow boundary. Are you shocked? This one moving close to Highway 49. This would be along Taylorsville and down south just west of Laurel. That's allowing for some of that development to take place. Watch that loop there. So the outflow boundary actually jutting off of this storm down there towards the Laurel area. And as that kind of expands north and northwest, there's your outflow boundary. More outflow boundaries out here towards Mendenhall, these clashing together, trying to provide some additional development once again. So that severe thunderstorm warning, while we're not expecting a ton of reports out of it, it could still see some strengthening over the next couple of scans. Now, Caleb, I know that you've been monitoring power outages. Do you have any updates on those?
I do.
Okay, let me toss over to you so that way you can tell us a little bit more about that.
Yes, I wanted to give an update on power outages. We actually had another update saying that there was a delayed report of power lines down between Moshulaville and Macon, and that was around 3:30 on Highway 14. So still seeing reports come in, but thankfully these are from storms earlier on and not ongoing right now. So if we had to get any reports come in, we'd all appreciate it if that was from earlier and not what's currently ongoing. We don't want to see that. But taking a look at those power outages right now, one of the things I hit at last time was Atala County being hit the hardest, coming in at 15% of the county out. We're at 11.66, so we're already seeing some of you guys' power come back on. EPA is doing a fantastic job, but we're starting to see these outages a little bit more centralized, and that's due to those thunderstorms continuing to dig further and further south, southeast in our viewing area, causing those power outages. So central Mississippi continuing to get hit pretty hard. In fact, we could take a look kind of for you guys out there towards Union, Philadelphia, Kosciuszko, Carthage. I mean, 648 kind of within that, I guess, shaded area. So still seeing these power outages continue to climb, unfortunately, but that's also to be expected with these thunderstorms and just a cyclic nature that they have, and these not downbursts, but potential for some of these gusty winds as it drops everything it has in store. But another good thing that I wanted to point out is this was one we've been monitoring a lot lately. For Noxubee County, you guys have seen quite a few outages and getting closer towards the Macon region. But one thing, and I'll have to move it over here so you guys can see, if we pull up that chart and when we kind of take a look at those outages and those spikes, and especially earlier on this week, I mean, take a look at how they quickly climb, but we start to see you guys come back online pretty quick. So this is not ice storm power outage times whatsoever. In fact, you can already start to see that decline in a good way of those outages becoming less and less frequent, or at least starting to come back online for the 4-county EPA customers. So that continues to be a good sign. 868 are affected right now with 48 total outages. So I'm gonna have to jot that down in my brain to see if next time we come back online, whether or not those continue to decrease. But it continues to be very positive, starting to see that downward trend on outages in general, but also starting to see you guys kind of come back online fairly quickly. So let's go back up towards the Natchez Trace. This is another one that we've been looking at a lot lately. It was pretty colorful. Let me switch this back over so you guys can see what I'm looking at. There we go. We're still talking about, I believe it's 328, 312. There we go. So even better. We're still talking about quite a few outages out there within that kind of purple pink shaded region between Calhoun County and starting to inch into Webster. You can still see these teal shaded regions, which we can go by it outage by outage. We're going 41 in the southwestern portion of Calhoun County, getting closer towards centralized Calhoun County. That's at 18. Out here towards Webster, 37. We weren't talking about that yellow shaded region anymore. Those have come back online. Still 210 out there in Chickasaw County. So we're still dealing with quite a few outages out there. And if we were to come back down towards Atala County for Kosciuszko, you guys have been dealing with quite a few outages. That's one of the ones that we were just starting off on. This is a different provider with those outages, and we can still see, I mean, quite a few shaded regions, or at least kind of red lines with these customers affected. And that is due to these storms continuing to knock some of these powers or outages and kind of continue them. So the good news is we're starting to see you guys come back online, and as these continue to push further and further out of our coverage area, I'm anticipating those numbers to continue climbing back in the positive direction with you guys coming back online pretty quickly.
That's always good news, Caleb. In fact, I am going to let you kind of track this out a little bit, because I think you're the freshest meteorologist, both looking and in regards to stamina. So might as well come over here for a bit and track out some of these storms, especially as they move through our Max South customers down there in South Mississippi.
All right, well, let's continue looking at this, and then I'll make this full screen. That way we can all see over here. We're going to continue to take a look at these severe thunderstorm warnings that are ongoing, inching further and further out of our viewing area, kind of digging further into central Mississippi, but we're still dealing with some of these thunderstorms as it continues to move on out. You can see those outflow boundaries. That has been a word we've been talking about a lot today, and that's just due to these thunderstorms just continuing to kind of kick these boundaries out, which, Gabe, can you touch the monitor just in case we need that later? Thank you. So still pretty energetic as well, with a bunch of us probably hearing quite a few rumbles of thunder. I'm always covering it up. 428 strikes, but you'll notice if I were to stop this loop, that's where we're at right now. So around 427 at this moment in time. And these are while the thunderstorms are kind of building into this frame. But if we go back to 544, so an hour from now, we were up to 678. So hoping to see that decline continue as far as the energy, the fuel. Of course, we're getting closer and closer towards sunset. That also kind of cuts off the daytime heating. So that continues to be a positive as we get ready for our evening and Wednesday night plans ahead. So let's take a look at our threats here as we continue to kind of see what all these thunderstorms are kicking out besides those boundaries that continues to pop up more and more. We'll keep it on the Jackson radar site. We'll take a look at those threats. Again, we're going to deal with two colors, and that's always a good thing because we don't want to deal with that red one. That would indicate that we have wind shear ongoing in the environment, or would mean that we're dealing with something tornadic. That is not the story whatsoever this evening. We're going to continue to stay a little bit rainy, a little bit rumbly, a little bit windy at times, but we're really not dealing with anything tornadic. And hail, that continues to struggle, but still not off the table just completely. I mean, you could take a look here, just northeast of northwest, excuse me, of Taylorsville. You kind of starts to see some of those darker shades of purple come in. We can zoom in so you guys can get a better look at that between Taylorsville and Bay Springs. So starting to see some kind of darker returns, just showing that the confidence a little bit higher there on this thunderstorm, maybe trying to kick out some hail. But again, they're really going to struggle because especially with the setup we have today, these are heavy rainfall producers. And when we have that much moisture, that many raindrops up there, the hail pretty much melts on its way down to the ground. And with how hot we've been accustomed to it lately, it's not going to last too long once it makes it towards the sidewalk or asphalt or anything that is just toasty down here at the surface. So that continues to be a positive. While we're also zoomed in, we can kind of talk about these lightning strikes. Another kind of cool fact, if you were to zoom in, you can see a difference between the two. We're talking about a bunch of yellow lightning strikes. Those are going to be more common. That's what we hear a bunch, but you can see some blues kind of mixed in. You can see they're kind of just south of Bezer and then just northeast of Taylorsville. Those are positive strikes. So these are lightning bolts that come all the way from the top of a thunderstorm cloud. Remember, we always talk about that vertical development, that warm air rising. Well, these lightning bolts, they come from the very top of a thunderstorm, make it all the way down towards the surface. They're a little bit more, I guess, rare or not as frequent in a thunderstorm. And they can be on the stronger side too. Those are responsible for those loud booms that pretty much rattle the house, or you'll always recognize with the thunderstorm and be like, wow, that was a loud one. Well, those could be some of those positive strikes continue to ring on out. So we're still dealing with quite a few rumbles of thunder as they kind of move closer and closer towards you guys in Taylorsville, pushing further and further south. And again, we can zoom this back out for a majority of North Mississippi here. We are not dealing with any severe thunderstorm warnings at this moment in time. I can move out of the way, that way you guys can see. We continue to deal with a few rumbles. In fact, our total strikes within this frame is around 163, not quite as frequent at what we saw or as what we saw earlier. But we're still dealing with a few heavier downpours, a few rumbles as well, just pretty much east of Highway 55. They're going to continue to push a little bit further south. But we're not going to have that same amount of energy or that fuel, that moisture that we saw earlier, because all these storms, even though they're disorganized, they're all fighting over the same thing. And so once it kind of eats up that energy in our atmosphere, well, there's not too much left for other storms to act on. So as far as the severe weather threat up here in North Mississippi and further north in our coverage area, they're really going to continue to struggle. In fact, I think most of that severe weather is going to stay further and further south, kind of in central Mississippi, right along I-20 at this moment as it's kind of leaving the forest area. And we can see if we still have a great shot on that with our camera. I know I was looking at that behind the scenes. Gabe had it pulled up, and I was trying to keep it in frame as it continues to move on through. I mean, take a look at that. We'll see if it updates. That might be the latest one. So 90 degrees, still feeling like we're in the upper 90s, but at least we're not talking about triple digits. But I mean, you could take a look at this blinding rainfall that if you're in it, I mean, you can't really see that far. And I know people are getting off of work, making their kind of evening work commute back home. So this is one where people are going to be putting on the hazards, maybe even just pulling off just to let it pass. Even though it's very slow, definitely don't want to risk anything, especially with how heavy this rainfall continues to be. So you can see just that rain continue to push on out, kind of kick up just a little bit, and that could cause some of those gustier winds with the potential of microbursts. I know that word has been thrown out a lot today. That's one of the things that we're keeping our eyes on, but thankfully it's not one that happens frequently with these thunderstorms, but it's just a threat that we monitor with these cyclic kind of pop-up showers and thunderstorms that we're dealing with. Somebody in the comments saying these 70 dew points need to go away. I think all of North Mississippi will agree with you on that. I think we're ready for some drier air, which is on tap later on this weekend. Now we're still summertime in Mississippi. We're going to deal with temperatures in the mid-90s and still feel that way, a little bit warmer, but at least we're not talking about this sweltering, blistering heat that we've had to endure throughout the past few days, which actually right behind me, there's a few kind of flashes of lightning. So still a little bit energetic, but it took a while for us to see some, so not quite as consistent. But yeah, somebody else in the chat, let me make sure I can read the name right. Looks like Luke saying, I want to be a meteorologist. Well, I'll tell you right now, that's a great field to go into. It is absolutely phenomenal. I've been in love with it since a little kid, have never looked back. So it's a great one to get into and learn everything about it. I went to Mississippi State. In fact, most of us went there. They have a great program out there on campus. Let's continue to take a look. Oh, double A. They're saying Gabe is the GOAT. You got a shout out in the comments. There you go. Somebody else asking about Houston, Mississippi. Well, let's go take a look at that. We can start off with the camera up there, and we'll start to see if we're starting to look at drier conditions start to return for you guys. That's not a bad shot at all. Let's take a look at this. We're starting to see that sun continue to set. This is what we want to see a bunch heading into the evening. And well, what we will see, that lack of sunshine, that's going to cut off that daytime heating. But you can start to see kind of a fiery sunset out there in the distance, a nice blend between those darker clouds and then starting to see those clearer skies out there along the horizon with that sun beginning to set. We don't have our station reporting right now. It's taking the day off, but I mean, definitely feeling maybe slightly cooler than what you guys were earlier just with those heavier downpours. Luke was saying that his brother does meteorology. Well, there you go. I think it's a fantastic job, or a fantastic thing kind of following his footsteps, and y'all can always compare forecasts. I think that'd be a fun little competition you guys can do. Me and Gabe love doing that behind the scenes a bunch as well. We pick on each other. But coming back here to central Mississippi, we're still dealing with some of these severe thunderstorm warnings as they continue to inch further and further south. I say inch. They're not moving particularly fast. And that's why one of the things that I've been mentioning a lot today, the team's been mentioning a lot today, we're talking about the potential for flash flooding concerns. And that's because when these storms kind of pop on up, which actually, let me switch back to our Jackson site. That's going to make these thunderstorms look a lot meaner than what they're actually doing out there. There we go. That's a little bit better. You can see these outflow boundaries. That's kind of providing the wind gusts that you guys are going to start to feel kind of before those thunderstorms hit. In fact, out in Starkville, it's been a hectic week with all these storms. I think it was Tuesday to where they put out a special weather statement for the Golden Triangle region with some of those stronger storms further up north towards Amory and Aberdeen, and they put it downstream where those gust fronts were going, but it kind of outraced the storm. We felt the gust of wind and a little bit breezy, but we never got those storms. So once we kind of see that boundary just detach itself, start to outrace those storms, that is always a good sign to kind of kill off that fuel, that moisture available. It's kind of like taking out the battery of something. It just doesn't have that to feed off anymore. But I got a little bit sidetracked. I know I started talking about rainfall. So let's take a look at the rain rate with some of these thunderstorms. In fact, we're gonna have to zoom in. That's another good thing about the setup. We're not really talking about anything widespread or like a line moving through North Mississippi. There's just these pop-up showers, which I'll take the lightning off really quick. But I mean, you can see these brighter returns. I mean, we're talking about extreme here. There we go with that latest scan. Let's take a look at just how heavy this is. We'll go kind of in the brightest portion. So 7.2 inches per hour. So of course, if this were to sit stationary for an hour, thank goodness it's not, you would get 7 inches of rain. So that is, again, much needed here in Mississippi, but we definitely don't need 7 inches all in the span of an hour. That would cause some flooding concerns, especially for flood-prone areas. But that's one of the concerns that we want to continue kind of talking about heading into the evening, to where when these storms kind of just sit stationary, it's dumping all of that heavy rainfall. So we can even put this back on a loop, probably watch it build up and not move much. Yeah, so it built up right outside of Forest. we take a look here, we're going to, yeah, right out here in Forest. And if we were to kind of play it out, that's around 627. And it starts to continue to build on up, and it really hasn't moved much. So that's in the span of 30 minutes, that the distance it's traveled, which of course we can always measure that out here. It was right outside Forest, kind of heavier. So 4.5, maybe 5 miles in the span of 30 minutes, so 10 miles an hour. These are very slow moving storms. Only downside is when we have to kind of deal with it and we just say sit tight, it'll blow on over. Well, for days like this, it'll take a little bit longer to blow on over, but thankfully, really not talking about anything tornadic or super intense. This is just some much needed rainfall coming in a little bit too fast, but definitely something that we'll enjoy heading into the evening as it'll allow us to cool on off. Now let's take a look at our hail swath presented by True Shield Roofing. These thunderstorms, again, they're trying to kick out some hail, but thankfully we're talking about the lower end of the scale here, as we're talking about possible, probable, and likely. And we've seen a lot of possible today. And I know there were some students on Mississippi State's campus that dealt with kind of that potential microburst that we were talking about earlier, showing you guys that video. There was some hail included in that, but they said that they went to kind of take out their phone to record it, send it in, and it was already gone. So very small, very minute. And with how hot, steamy we've been, I mean, it doesn't last too long once it makes it to the surface. So that continues to be a positive sign with these storms, just really not kicking out that hail threat. I think these are more kind of wind driven. And then also, of course, just the rain rate, that continues to be a big concern. But we can take a look at our wind product here, and I'll zoom back in so we can kind of see what's going on. Gusty conditions continue to kind of blow on through central Mississippi. Again, we're not seeing any of those tight couplets with that green, that red starting to kind of spin next to each other, showing that rotation is occurring. That is not the story. We are not dealing with anything tornadic. It's just some of these storms kind of giving one last push before we head into the evening hours officially, as that sun continues to set, and that of course continues to push further and further towards Jackson, central and southern Mississippi. And in fact, we can kind of click on this again. It's set to expire around 7:15, so still have another pretty much 20 minutes until we could see this expire. The good news is, with these warnings that we've seen today, the common theme has been that they haven't made it all the way towards their expiration time. Sometimes these are cut off a little bit too early, or not too early. They have been cut off early, and for good reason. They kind of already built up, dumped everything out, and then we just don't see that same level of intensity, as there's just not all of that energy and fuel to go around. So that continues to be a positive. In fact, if we wanted to pull out your rotation threat, we're not seeing any of that here. That continues to not be the story today. So we're going to continue to enjoy that heading into the evening. But again, it's just pretty much, I think this is our heaviest batch of rainfall out there just outside of Forest. We can look a little bit further south, as there's another severe thunderstorm warning, but that is set to expire at around 7:15. And I don't know how eager they're going to be to kind of extend or continue, because we're not seeing too much activity here. So that continues to be a good sign, which we can look at our rainfall rates with these showers that are closer towards the Taylorsville and Ellisville, Laurel, Sandersville, lots of vills down there. See kind of how heavy these showers are, and very heavy out there towards Richton. So let's take a look at all of these, because that lets us know how much rain we're really getting as these storms continue to really produce all that rainfall. So let's grab that pixel tool, and we'll kind of go in that brightest area. So almost 5 inches an hour just east of Soso, northwest of Laurel. Just south of Taylorsville is almost 6 inches an hour. And if we were to, I don't think it'll let me, I think I need to click off of this. We move a little bit further south towards here, towards Richton. Let's think. I'm gonna think we might be able to get 7 or more. There we go. 7.3 out there just outside of Richton. So again, heavy rainfall that helps limit the hail threat. That continues to be a positive, but we're still kind of dealing with these just rainfall producers, and a little bit energetic, which of course, let me turn on my lightning before I forget that, because I want to make sure to continue monitoring that, especially as we keep this in frame. I'll move out of the way, that way you guys can see kind of how these strikes have developed. And that continues to be very positive. We're going from 677 to, yeah, almost 477. So we lost 200 strikes within the past 2 hours. So I'm hoping that that continues, that same trend. That is what we want to see. Somebody in the comments asking, how is Amory tonight? Let's go back up towards North Mississippi. to kind of show you guys what we're dealing with a little bit more in our coverage area. We're not going to be dealing with too much more throughout the next remaining hours. We're continuing to make our way closer and closer towards drier skies. Those thunderstorms, that was the story heading into the afternoon and evening. But the overall coverage and, I guess, intensity, I think that continues to decline as we head into our evening hours. So for you guys out there in Amory, you are enjoying dry skies. We can actually take a look with our camera, see how y'all really are feeling out there. Can't remember if this one's our Amory or Smithville. I'll always mix them up, but I think this is our Amory. There we go. Yeah, 84 degrees, but feels like 95. So still feeling like we're in the mid 90s as we're heading out towards our Wednesday evening plans to kind of wrap up the workday and get ready for the latter half of the work week, but still looking absolutely beautiful out there. Finally not talking about some heavy downpours and thunderstorms out there in the distance. I think we all like seeing a little change of view here. But that sun, that's going to continue to set, and that's what's helping our kind of overall threat or coverage of showers and thunderstorms to continue decreasing into the evening hours. So that continues to be positive, and the wasps, they're still just kind of enjoying the camera. So that continues to be fun. They're tuning into Mississippi Live this evening as they're probably trying to find some shade, or like somebody said in the comments, I think they're attracted to warmer surfaces. So that might be exactly why they're making their way down towards the camera lenses. But again, for us here in North Mississippi, I'll step out of the way as most of the coverage is actually kind of along I-55 and what's left of it. We're not dealing with too many showers or storms. We still have a few rumbles. Total strikes are up to 97. But as far as where we were earlier on today, we can even backtrack and go, I'd say it's 7 o'clock. So we'd probably have the last 4 hours all the way back. So again, we're at 96 strikes. I'll step out of the way. We go all the way back to where some of those showers and storms are. I mean, we were getting on up there with constant warnings. I mean, there's 417 strikes right there. Let's see where our peak was, 500, 600. No, did we ever cross 600? I don't think we did. We already started the decline. So we are definitely nowhere near where we were earlier on this evening. And I know that's why we have our meteorologist, Gabe Maynard. He's been taking a look at kind of reports, or hopefully lack thereof, sent into the Mississippi Live Weather app. What do you have for us?
Well, it's a lack of reports, and we're not really seeing reports come out of these storms. And these storms are well south of our viewing area. So I think for this evening, I mean, unless anything ramps up, but I think you would agree with me, Caleb, that, you know, we're kind of downswing and looking much better through the rest of our evening, right?
Oh yeah, no, that's exactly what I'm thinking. I think our peak kind of coverage of that was earlier this afternoon. Of course, that's when the sun is shining bright, bringing all that heat that we've had to deal with, but we're starting to cool on off into the evening, and that storm coverage, it's starting to decrease as well.
Well, and additional chances for severe weather moves into our Thursday. Our meteorologist Caleb Edelblut will be tracking that out coming up at 9 and 10 this evening. But I would say with where things stand right now, go enjoy some midweek plans, grab the rain gear if some of these pop-up showers are close to you, and just enjoy what should be a calmer evening here in North Mississippi. If you are in that severe thunderstorm warning that Caleb has been doing a phenomenal job tracking, well, that it has really weakened, and we've not gotten a ton of reports out of it. They put that as a precautionary measure with that outflow boundary, but fortunately, reports remain very, very minimal. So Caleb, thank you so much. I think we're going to wrap things up here tonight, and yeah, you'll see him right back here tonight at 10, or tonight at 9 and 10.
There we go.
Yeah, to talk more about the forecast. But from meteorologist Caleb Edelblut, myself, and our chief meteorologist Matt Lobhon, and our Emily Leonard, full team coverage here, and hopefully that's not the case tomorrow, but Caleb will have more details on that forecast at 9 and 10. There you go, at 9 and 10. We'll see you then.
As a bankruptcy firm, Mitchell, Cunningham & Bowling realizes many people are worried about their finances. We're here to guide you through the next steps to restart your life with easy video appointments. New clients don't have to leave home to get information about becoming debt-free. Also, convenient in-office appointments are available at the low cost of $340 upfront for a Chapter 13. You can be on your way to being debt-free. Contact Mitchell, Cunningham & Bowling today or visit our website at mcdebtfree.com. We are here to help you.